Now, sorry for being late by at least 5 minutes because, well, shit. It's been that week. Now, oh, sorry for being late by at least 5 minutes. Fuck, my audio's damned fucking horrible, and I very apologize for that. Because apparently, what the fuck's wrong with my audio? The audio's low. Oh, that is not good. Anyways. No, CZZ has been one of the ones I play a bunch. I may have to just readjust it. Because apparently it is coming in low. Which I hate this shit. Now, functionally, CZZ has been one of my favorites. Because part of the audio, apparently, because I just look at my levels and it's all screwed. So, apparently I'm going to have to go back and reset my audio and test it again. Now, Season 2 has been hit or miss. Gotta mute me a second and test this and see what it sounds like. So, Season... Okay, that sounds a little better. Season 2 has been wrapping up. Interestingly enough, we're entering another year where we're only getting 8 months, which I think is going to be the standard here on out. But, whew, was this a year. I have never seen so much speed running of Honkai Impact combined with everything else. Genshin is very mildly, let's say, put. Genshin mildly put has been... Look, the meta ride this year has been amazing. But it's also been amazing in both ways. Shit, but it's also been successful. Before I get to the story, I have something here I gotta... Look. Cremona needs, this crap. I should have been farming this. Like, prior to this, I've only been playing events and other things. And now, if we have to talk about the elephant in the room, which is Rupture, let's talk about it. Look, people who pull Billy, God bless your souls when you pull Billy here in about a couple of weeks. I'm going to be very honest with you. Billy is going to be... I'm not saying Billy is a trap, but Billy is definitely... He's a character we never asked for. Premona is an angel compared to that thing. We didn't need another Rupture character. And look, 3.0 speculation, we already have. The interesting part is we actually have 7 of the S's that we know are getting released. 2 are going to be... We already know who the 2 Void Hunters are going to be. Because they're bringing in Lady Sunbringer. Which I have a prediction. Lady Sunbringer, by her model, is Hereshira Flame Scion. Knockoff. Now, granted, Norma is basically going to be Ju Fufu 2.0. Now, she's supposed to work with both Rupture I swear to God. This group of discs is the worst I have seen in ages. just for the record. I've actually did the... And see, Rupture has... Because we started off the season, by the way, with Yejuan, which we actually thought was going to be the Void Hunter, but turned out not to. Now, I will say, I might... See, speculation on Season 3 is really fucked. Well, okay, I say it's borderline fucked over, because... Oh, see, so much, like, if you actually look at the models... Like, what is Sick Roots from Genshin? Quite literally. This game is getting the treatment of it. And I don't even want to get into the whole meta shit that's been going on this last season. This entire season has been fucked over from one meta to another. And if they don't... See, they're doing what they did in Genshin times 10 or speedrunning it, where they make one element prominent, then they nerf it down. Rupture has been a fucked up thing since the... Well, I say since the start. Yidhari is good. You have Yidhari, you have the bunny, which is Aether. Lucia was about as... She still is good, she still is a meta. It's like HSR. HSR has about 5 or 6 different lineups. They fluctuated through just within 3 months. I mean, we're talking Elation. Like, I feel sorry for anybody who pulled for Rupture thinking Rupture was going to be a super meta that gets basically nerfed at the end game. They already got the boss that for some reason, and I don't think this is a good sign going in, 20 days out from Wind. Well, there's only going to be one Wind character. Okay? One. And that's Velena. Velena is going to be Wind. Norma is going to be Fire. We know Phoenix is going to be... if Phoenix is not Fire, I'll be shocked. The one that looks up like Cisia with red in her hair mixed with like Bernice, that she has to be Fire. I'd be shocked if she's not. The Jufufu is going to be Fire. We're not even going to talk about... See, the only hope we had in Season 2 was we were going to get the rest of Team Obel. Which, turns out, you still have to go back and pull, basically, Trigger. Fuck. We don't talk about Seed. Look, here's the problem with Seed. Christ of a stick, these are terrible. These are absolutely terrible. You know what? Promona is supposed to be Anomaly. For the record. I have basically leveled, like, a few. Quite a few, by the way. Like right now in HSR, I skipped on a lot of the ones so far. Like, even though I have the ones, I have a whole bunch of, like, sitting over there. Because I'm going to have to level up people because... So you can always tell. The Honkai Impact players, you can always tell them. Switching is... I switch. I never believe in mainline DPS. So sometimes it helps, sometimes it don't. So... sooner. Now, I will say the problem with Pomona, right? So if we're going into season 3, look, if someone told me about the start, we're going to get a new element at the start of it, you know, because Rupture was both. God, do those discs roll horribly. I despise them with a passion, by the way. Discs are... Look, it's like relic farming, I don't know. Relic farming is by far worse than anything else. So... It doesn't get any better. Okay. See, here's the problem. I'll be honest, in the end game, there's about 3-4% that do matter, and the other percentage that doesn't. When you're trying to get a character at this point, okay, here's the problem with characters now. Let's assume CU defense is the final test. So let's say CU defense is basically the end-all be-all that determines if a character is good or bad. You got your fun characters, you also got your shit characters. So here's the other part. A lot of this is we go through so many bad ones before we get to the good ones. And we're not talking about the AOD divergence after 2.5. So 2.5 is when I think the official epilogue happened, but they kind of rushed the story again to 3. Because for Pomona, I need anomaly. I need anomaly. And the problem is I need anomaly. Because, see, here's the thing. You got Billy, which is going to go into rupture form right at the absolute end. That's going to be the next one. You're going to have Valena, which is going to be... So Valena and Norma are both kicking off Season 3. Valena and Norma are kicking off that. Because here's the thing. Just to show people, if you never believe me about Season 3 is going to be screwed already. Right here. You are already. Wind is nowhere in game currently. Okay? Wind is nowhere near in game. There's only going to be one Wind. That's Vilena. And technically, we already know about her and Norma. Her and Norma both have been seen. From the trailer, we're getting let's see. We are getting Phoenix. We're going to be getting Rimmel and Lady Sunbringer. Lady Sunbringer has been teased, which is going on 3 years. Well, she was in the initial lore, she's in the other, and then she featured heavily in the mid-season epilogue, the mid-season story, which technically we've dealt with the creator. See, narrative-wise, Season 2 has been good. Character-wise, that we get as playable, have been shit. Like, if you're asking us if we like this, see, sometimes I forget this exists. Like, you're already assuming a basic, 11 when people do things on this time of day. They don't know how to sleep or rest. So, see, wind is already nerfed. Alright? This is not a good sign. Physical has been pushed down our throats. We've seen the advancement in physical. We've also seen nothing but electric and ice for the last... I'll be frank, if we're going into the year of fire, T-Mobile has been all but nerfed into the dirt. we are going on another cycle of CU defense, which is becoming unplayable. This is almost identical to last one that just we got out of in the rotation. Like, you're talking a meta shift within middle of a season. And I'm on, like, multiple tries of this. I was like, this is easy. I'm like, nah, this gets worse. Absolute worse. Like, Seed is utterly being tied to Trigger now. And I don't have Trigger. And if we're talking all who was skipped from, I skipped from the prior. Okay, yes, I pulled her. She got pulled because she's an anomaly person. She has aged horribly. Let's say these and these both were not in the teams to pull for me because one or both don't work like you think they're gonna work. My prediction is both of these are gonna age horribly. Because you can look at a meta that has shifted within a year, this last year, go back to the prior season, Trigger is going to be mandatory. She's a trap character. He needs stuns. He needs 2 stuns to make him work. Lighter came along. Lighter basically is weird. Lighter is in nowhere near any metas. He was brought up about... He came up right before Shiguan came out. So he got utterly screwed. So we're talking 5 Rupture characters in a year. Rupture was the big mechanic that was big and it got nerfed. So her only saving grace is she's a stunner with massive anomaly bloom. That's the same with her. Which, to be honest, she's the only one. She is actually going to have to be in the lineups with Seed. Because if you look at what's supposed to be the end game now, they've literally burned fire down to a fucking nub. Which, I mean, it's bad. You know, hence why I said they are... Oh, that's right, I finally got hers for the story to be unlocked. Yeah, because I didn't have the, before it. And Sisea basically is... She's tied to a couple of people. Not my preferred. She's my more of the other one that I like. But look, anybody who works with Seed, basically she works with Seed, which, granted, I mean, she's the attack for Seed. Really? Is it the coffee Anyways. Nope. Check this, because I had this just unlocked. See, she benefits. She's the only one of the AOD that really didn't get a massive alteration. Probably gonna screw this one up horribly. Ah, that actually worked. See, her race hasn't been really explained yet. Eventually they will, so... See, so... That's why I say 3.0 is a kind of a clusterfuck. It might be really bad at the start because they're teasing that... They're teasing that it's gonna be pivotal. But here's the problem. Shit. Uh-huh. The story of my life, by the way. You ever try to roll these and they just do this? So she's supposed to be anomaly. Ice attack at 5. Anomaly and something else. Which, fine. Because her rolls are attack and anomaly. Which, I mean, by far, definitely different. I mean, Grant, this is worse than doing Relic. Though she is combined with one of... I'm an advocate for removing, Don't. That's so stupid. Fuck. For every anomaly proficiency that you get at 4s, they're never good. Basically, you're forced to choose discs and make them work that are not good for it. So she's supposed to be anomaly proficiency as well as anomaly mastery, by the way. Which, bear in mind, that's some of the hardest discs to actually roll. You're not going to get them unless you basically proficient this. Because the problem itself, right, is... Ain't that a giant fuck you? That's a giant fuck you. Right here. Again, that is one of those ones when you have the giant story of the day for the last 2 days for here. Okay. And the problem with Mona, she's... Luckily, I have another fusion compiler for her. She's supposed to be combined with basically this. Now, her stuff is... Look, I personally would say she needs to be ability spam, but that's me. I mean, if anything, it's kind of like HSR. I'm very much the proficiency. I'm very much the anomaly person. Because she, by far, is... She's supposed to be a... See, here's the thing about her stats. Her stats is anomaly, mastery, and attack. This is just part of the scrupulous package. So, one being said, 6-1, half a dozen the other. Anomaly is been the story of this year. Say the reworks, which are both good and bad, which 6 is supposed to be anomaly, mastery 5 is supposed to be ice, and 4 notes of the chain, which is made exclusively for her, and Phaethon's melody as a 2-piece. Huh. She's also designed around basically... She's an odd one, let's put it this way. Where it's... She's a strange one. See, technically, we have 3 of Bloom characters this year. You have her, you have Vivian, you have another one. Because Vivian, you also have Nengguan. Nengguan's also a Bloom character. Which, fine, element-wise, but it's hurting the game in the deep end. I'm starting to really... These character designs, as I said, they are speedrunning both the worst parts of Genshin and the worst part of the meta of basically Honkai Impact. Functionally. Which they should not be doing. And it is the worst. What's acceptable? That's acceptable to a degree. Attack and defense and HP. See, both that. Sometimes you have to build characters unconventionally to get use out of them. There's your problem. Anomaly proficiency is entirely separate. Like, honestly, if she attacks and does that. Because the issue with Cecilia is she has like basically the effect as well. It's the anomaly proficiency is what she's supposed to have. Basically, believe it or not, you're supposed to nerf her attack, basically proficiency. Look, firm believer that is always a dumb idea. I'm a very much a firm believer that is a dumb idea. And I'm still waiting for pen ratio to actually be relevant. I'm waiting for pen ratio to be relevant. At some damn point. But pen ratio hasn't mattered for the longest time. It's the same as defense. Defense doesn't matter. Like, this would be absolutely adorable upon somebody who needs it. Impact doesn't matter either. So you wind up turning your attacks into basically having... You have to turn your attack characters into... Sometimes you're... Yeah, I hate when that happens. Either the disc becomes worse or more unusable at the end, or it becomes worse. So... It's weird how this rolls as the anomaly, basically. Like, quite honestly, anomaly proficiency, if that wasn't Aether damage, she doesn't do Aether damage. So... Oh god, these discs remind me of these discs remind me of the one you need for my hobby. Branch fuck. That one. Branch of Bladen song. Never have I ever seen a set that rolls as bad as this. And this is a very much a tell. Because she isn't pen ratio. Try to find a 5 disc that matters. Okay. That's 2 out of the 3. That's 2. Nope. See, pin ratio means nothing, basically. Pin ratio hasn't mattered. Like, look, it's a trash stat that probably needs to be removed. Unfortunately. 4.8 impact. See, pin ratio doesn't. Like, people will think pin ratio matters, but I don't think pin ratio. Look, I save these in case pin ratio ever matters, but pin ratio I don't think ever will. And the problem with pin ratio purely is that pin ratio is not used by many. But a lot of stuff that uses this set particularly is usually Aether. So anomaly mastery is still used, but not to the degree. I think after like I had to do that run about quite a bit, and I still get screwed out of it. See, what people don't say when you go to farm a character, you're going to be paying out of the ass. The problem is, it depends on how long it takes to farm stuff for it. So what inadvertently winds up happening is you have a weird bastardized character that's so statted so differently, you just wind up doing stuff. It's looking for stats. And it's not optimal to roll, like, if you're talking about optimally to roll them. I would say at one point there was a time I didn't get as good on this one. But it wasn't as bad as the other ones. You know what? What a wild thought, by the way. I need to check something really quick. I have a theory. I wonder if someone discovered it yet. Not any wind yet, do we? Wonder if they moved her up. They did. Huh. They did. I mean, that's a big change in a set, by the way. They took her from basically this set, which never fit her in the fucking first place, may I add. The set never fit her. For the record. See, she goes off of HP, so it's regardless if, depending on how you mess with it. Fuck off. I hate when they do that. I really do hate that that has to be used. Because the idea, too, Rupture, what makes Rupture so fucking worse is Rupture goes off HP. Rupture was actually tied to sheer force. Rupture was tied basically to sheer force, and sheer force is kind of really failed as well. It's a rating that has not been relevant. And again, I mainly live in the end game at this point. When you reach it, question. Does it roll correctly? No, you go fucking retarded. Nuts. That'd be a good disc if it did roll correctly. But it ain't gonna roll correctly. I hate rolling for those. In an ideal world, you could re-roll that. Again, pin ratio doesn't do anything. See, apparently I was correct that this... Oh, I am so tired of that. I am getting very tired of that, by the way. That's a match made in hell. And it keeps happening all over. Every time I go to roll something, it always happens. It's a match made in absolute hell. When I say I'm gonna get this done, I'll get to the story. Switch these over. See, you need flat HP for her. Like they say that's what you want. Like I wouldn't even say that. Like flat HP is a trap unto itself. Like in a way, flat HP is just... I hate the fact that that would have to be used. I despise the fact that that has to be used. And the fact alone, you physically have to have. See, the downside is she's Aether Veil. Zoo is. Zoo is Aether Veil. Aether Veil is. I'm not saying it's. See, sadly, you have to work with what you find. Some days these are better than others. Anomaly Mastery. There's HP. It's probably going to be the disc. HP. HP. Yeah. Let's see, that's HP. Technically, you have to have the crit damage. So the problem is crit damage. See, crit damage is a you. Fuck you. Honestly. Oh, you so stupid. What the fucking hell? That does that every single time. Kin ratio. Anomaly. I mean, that's tolerable. Pin ratio H. Yeah, but that puts a lot on that one. And the fact alone, that would have to be used as bad. There's not another. That's kind of like if you ever see Genshin, you have to stack defense. Like there's a couple of characters now you're stacking defense in and defense. Great damage. I have a vision. I have a vision. And it's going to be interesting if it pulls it off. But I need it to work. I need it to absolutely just work. Because I use her a lot more than it appears. She gets used a lot. See, the thing about her is she's going to get used a bunch. Because of a lot of what I do. A lot of stuff that I have to play towards the end it's used. It's kind of like this. This one's used a lot. But see, the thing about pulling Pomona is like Indul's. See, she's gonna be inadvertently nerfed for a while. Now, a lot of my rants about the season are really much the point of I'm not tired of the concept itself is, let's see. It's not equipped, okay. You'd be surprised at what actually uses astral. Believe it or not. That's the one thing I have found, that this set is probably very beneficial. Like astral voice, it goes up and down in usage when you're actually talking about. Some days it's beneficial because it's attack, but it is also used basically passives. What's even used? Actually, who uses astral now? Soldier 11 and Astra, Jane, Miyabi, Yanagi. Yeah, Yanagi is basically kind of fucked over in her own right because she slid down. She's still largely thunder metal. Miyabi uses. Yeah, see, it's not a main set for any of these. Main set, even by far, is that Limbs Dawn. Haramasa is Aftershock, I believe. Yeah, he's Shadow Harmony. Yeah, they say anybody who it's recommended for. Fanged. Yeah, good luck on that one. C1 is Limbs Dawn.
Huh? Do you have a secret you want to share? Ooh, we really harmonize.
Yes, you. Aether. But yeah, a lot of these are just. A lot of this is just take what you can get, though. Technically, swing jazz gets used a lot more, mainly due to the fact if you want ability spam. Is that on my hobby? That's on my hobby, isn't it? Oh, boy. Boy, that's actually almost better. About better, isn't it? Crit rate +1, crit rate, crit damage, crit rate, and attack. Attack crit rate 6, therefore HP 9. Yeah, not as better. And that is an alt set or... Yeah, and the problem is a lot of this. This is an entire meta that shifted within about a year. Like, I have had to respect her more than once. Which is getting very annoying to respect her. And also, she's in too many charge heavy lineups. She's a very easy character to spam out.
Awaiting further instructions.
See, one of the better characters, the only reason I have her is largely due to the fact that loss of a 50-50, and plus she never gets a time to shine because every time you need her, she's in nowhere no lineup that you ever need her for. So she's not she's a it's like 10 Soldier Ambi, basically. Same person. You can use her with Seed, but there's your problem. And see, Norma is going to work as another team like she does. She herself is used. That's why I said, like, she's going to be used, but it's also going to be one of those ones. Like, she's a stun agent where she has proficiency. Here, these line up in stun lineups, basically. And the issue itself is, again, she uses Phaethon's melody. So Phaethon's melody is also that. See, she gets used a lot. But see, they want her at about 27,000. Like, if you have her at 27, that's kind of the point. Her being at 27,000 makes more sense. But, like, also having her at crit is entirely separate as well. It's about, like, trying to get her stats correct, too, is not the point. Because I've had the hell of trying to get her stats done correctly. Personally, I don't... Oh, I hate it. I really do. You know, inadvertently. See, the problem with something like that is it's supposed to be Aether. You want to save this for somebody who is Aether. HP and I hate it that it has to do that.
Understood. Leave it to me.
And by the way, so far story-wise, I haven't seen anything where she is good at it. See, a lot of the discs I have, even if they carry over, because like this used to be the ice. This would be the ice damage carryover. What's funny is a lot of anomaly characters are supposed to be using Freedom Blues now. Like they re-rolled. I shit you not. They decided at one point to re-roll a lot of the anomaly characters as so the anomaly at some point got the subtle rework that you were supposed to actually use it differently. Where if it's going heavy into anomaly, this is the days. Because that's actually supposed to be the days lineup. Like that's supposed to be the days lineup where there's a thing about the days lineup where efficiency wise, like this is supposed to be see, this is anomaly proficiency set. It's like plus 30. It's like old. It's like this. Here. Like this set unknowingly is defense, but it's never used by anything. Now, the problem itself is it's incredibly hard to roll at some point. Thunder Metal is one of the last, I tell you, the last bastions of it's a hangover from the prior. Stick that as anomaly proficiency. Hang that as anomaly proficiency. My thing is, if you hang this as anomaly proficiency, yeah. I don't know. Defense, a lot of these are the old. Like you see some of these, like Polar is supposed to be. Like I can't think Shatter has actually mattered either. Because it used to be on Shikaku. It used to be on a lot of characters. It's just like this. This is basically around a corruption set. If any of it still matters. The problem is, too, it's like this. This is Aftershock. The set's made for Aftershock. It's like cleanup and stuff, then I have to go do it. to stay, I guess. This is like when you have to reorganize your relics and make sure they're still good. Eh. Ain't the end of the world. Because look, if anything, I am about adding a couple of zeros to damage. That's actually how you play, like... It's like when I played Diablo 4, the biggest thing about it is you want to be good, but you also need to be able to do damage. So, damage is the key. And in the end game, it is about damage. That's attack and defense. Crit rates. Quite honestly, that's better. That'd be a really good two-piece if it weren't for the other one. And the problem here is... See, I'd almost use that on Zoo if it weren't for... Makes more sense. I easily see the offset. It's like her. She's fallen off for so long. Like, she came out, too. Like, she never was perfect, but she wasn't the worst. See, Seed fell off very dramatically, too.
I'm here. Need a hand?
But see, this doesn't work because you need the HP. Basically. She isn't remotely better. Maybe. That's just crit rate, isn't it? That's just crit rate and HP and anomaly proficiency. Oh man, you have to switch up one of these. See, technically, as long as she's HP, it wouldn't matter. It's like her. She operates entirely on the idea HP. Attack 2. So she turns into like really a giant ass fucking tank that gives just a bonus. Curiosity. What is her base? Maybe attack defense. No. I have to switch. Because I just gotta get a fill-in for Pomona when the moment she'll be. Oh, yeah. Hmm. I do love it when the meta suddenly just shifts for some reason. Believe it or not. When the meta goes around and shifts. Because this has been the story of this damn year, by the way. This entire year has been about the meta has shifted more than damn once. Believe it or not. Like, you can change around some of this stuff and then not. God, do I hate when that happens. I despise that when it happens. Crit damage, attack, but see, the slight differences here is crit rate. See, Phaeton's melody is used far more than you actually think it does. And I keep saying that because it's true. There is so much shit that's anomaly based that actually uses it that, in fact, it becomes that way. And you are supposed to use. Yeah, see, they have her only as a +1, which I find weird. You only have her as a +1, which is the anomaly meta a lot more than what people think it is. Sure. Anomaly is more innocuous, yes. I'm wondering if attack percentage would be better.
The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable.
I don't like this part of tuning. I've never been the biggest fan of it.
Exudes the essence of a dry martini.
Like, you think that this is good until you get into about the one part of it.
These fragrant melodies will keep me company while I wait for your next visit.
That's because, like, in see, like Diablo 4, you have to balance out 4 different stats.
The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable.
And sometimes you can get far luckier.
And savor it. These fragrant melodies will keep me company while I wait for your
I tell you,
next visit.
game hates me on that one. That's the right one, but it's entirely different. Because if I have to rate her, she's entirely different.
Martini.
Because a lot of what we're going to have to need in Season 3 is going to be less of a fucking chaotic goddamn meta, to be honest. Personally, I would prefer the meta kind of just mellow out a little bit, that it doesn't
The joy that this
fucking
delicious
shift.
composition brings is truly remarkable.
Because here's the thing about... Like, if you ask pin ratios, what the percentage, it doesn't matter.
Will keep me company while I wait for your next visit. Come back again
See,
soon.
pin ratio, there is no enemies for it. See, pin ratio is a substat that basically affects gear if it goes through something. It doesn't conceivably matter in the slightest, by the way. See, she's gonna have like minus attack, and it's gonna suck because of a reason. Technically, that's supposed to be attack. So, I mean, eat a bag of dicks if something is gonna do it that way. Is that Nicole? That's Nicole, isn't it? Yes, that's Nicole. Yes. That's Nicole. Yeah, it's switchable. That is switchable. No, it's supposed to be Anomaly Master. Yeah. But good luck getting Anomaly Mastery, you know? It isn't gonna work. Because everything you need Anomaly Mastery on at 2-piece doesn't work. The only thing would be here. And that doesn't work either, because that's 10. That's HP. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, it's a curse. That is an absolute fucking curse, I tell you. Unfortunately, that's going to keep her damage slightly kept.
Understood. Leave it to me.
It's like Sia basically works and functions like she. I like her. Technically, she. Look, if it in an ideal world, in an ideal world, I would have my stuns at about. But in an ideal, we're talking stuns would be. Stuns would be at about 3,000. I want my stuns to be close to about. Go back a little bit, but they have high attack. But good luck on that one.
Huh? Do you have a
Just tell me the target.
Fuck it. That's awful. For a proficiency, that's bad. A proficiency character, that's terrible. Then again, that's actually why you're supposed to have attack. Because attack is actually supposed to be. Like, you could have anomaly proficiency all day, but technically, anomaly proficiency is. To be honest, there's a reason. See, this is also the year they rebalanced. Like, Grace. Grace has an incredibly low attack, too. Which is kind of the problem. Like, Grace's attack, she has actually dropped. Because this is also the year as well, for real, that they rebalanced a lot of characters. So they rebalanced her. They even gave her a fucking rework. Which, I mean, they want her to be Anomaly Mastery. Which, sure, saying she fell off. Anomaly Mastery, and she is also pen ratio. But she's one of the few that is pen ratio. They want her to be whatever. You might as well go attack. She's gonna have a high enough anyways. The only thing I could actually do is stick her with like another attack. Because she's too glass. Because if I make her any more glass than she already is, sure. I mean, I've had her just as I've had the other one. Like, see, her attack goes up 300, and then she goes down about 1,000 health. So around in that realm. Because, sure. Attack 9, sure. Huh. Crit rate, crit chance doesn't change. It's roughly about the same. Now, reality is, of course, 6-1, half a dozen the other. Because she got changed as well. So it's like one of the other ones.
Let's start the experiment.
Like, technically, she is an attack agent. I got her to 3,000. Basically. But then again, I got her a little bit overstated for what she needs to be. Which, I mean, reality is, she's part of a lineup, as I said. Again, she is largely used. I didn't even realize I had her at a 3,000 attack. Shit. But she's an attacker, but she pays for it in defense. But she still has a high defense. See, my Vivian stays. Well, Vivian was high. See, like, Vivian is about stunning and blooming, which is basically what keeps Pomona around. And these you have to restat for quite a bit. Jane Doe was supposed to get a rework this year, didn't. Evelyn hasn't. Quinn Yi got a rework this year, but still sucks, by the way. These are all going to get reworks. By the way, Season 3, we're supposed to get to Brother. Miyabi I've had to. Her stuff hasn't changed, but she is Disorder. Seed is utterly tied to something else. Bernice got a rework. Kaisar's still caught in the wind. And as far as starters go, Kalita isn't really even used. Actually, that does remind me while I'm on her page. Why am I on her page? Let me see what they mention her disc as. blinking curiosity at this point. Is she still 4? Yeah, she's 4 disco. Yep, she is. She's disco and swing jazz, isn't she? She is disco, swing jazz, and or moonlit lullaby. Take your pick. Two of the same. You know. While I'm here, I'll just restat her. And as I said, stun only matters on impact, people, by the way. That's on A and B. See, you're talking about the state of stuns have been really kind of fucked up over a while. Like they say crit damage and crit strike. Sure. Crit strike on what, by the way? Stuns don't get this luxury. Stuns are arguably a lot worse than they used to be. Stuns haven't felt right to play for nearly a year and a half, starting of the other. Which is unfortunate, by the way. Because none of these have team synergy. Now, the downside to a lot of the seasons going forward are they need to start getting unity amongst old characters. I mean, you can rework these characters till Kingdom Come, but it doesn't make them useful. Because a lot of these old characters are basically, if you think it's like HSR fundamentally has different reworks. I'll eat True Bones. Nice to see. HSR, yes, has the problem of we're getting a lot of main stat characters, but we're not getting the ones. So, I'll get to the story. Let me see. Is this going to be any good? Okay. Fine. Crit anomaly. Fine. As long as there's 2, it's okay. Defense, attack. Pin ratio, attack. Pin ratio, attack, defense. So, I mean, personally, 6-1, half a dozen, yep. Pin ratio, damage. Pin ratio, crit damage. Alright. Attack, crit rate, attack. A lot of these are just, you keep that. Like, usually, the irony is I keep swing jazz a lot. Like, swing jazz is one of the ones, and I mean that, because I use ability spam. So, anomaly. Therefore, it's not as. So if I change out. So if I change out this. I have to switch out one of these. Yeah, these are all pens. These are all pen ratios. 2274. Throwing crit damage at a problem isn't a solution either, by the way. Throwing crit damage at a problem has never worked in any of these games. And I disagree with the whole. It's been a philosophy by a few people for a long, long time. They throw crit at an issue. So they like to throw crit. So if you throw crit at the problem, inadvertently, you think you solve your issue. Now, reality is you don't solve the issue. It's like basically a system that is a game that's graphically fucked. Throw more RAM at it. Doesn't work. Mother.
You want to test my hammer? Huh? Do you have a secret you want to share?
So I've like taken her to like 3.
At your command.
Like she has.
I'm not late, am I?
She pays the price for her own. But a lot of these characters have gotten subtle reworks. It's like she's supposed to be support, but the other.
Don't just think about it. Do it.
Like Nicole is a relic, actually. That's the thing. Nicole is a.
And I promise you'll learn big.
Hold on a sec.
If it's you,
Nicole is a
we can go
relic.
out anytime.
See, Nicole is very much a relic of the past. See, where I want her to be. Here's the thing about her. This is about where she's supposed to be statted. Personally. But I dislike it. Which is weird when you look at how you're supposed to game her. I'm not the biggest fan. She herself, it's not that what she is, she's anomaly proficiency. A lot of her damage comes from her skill. It's here. Where she stuns. But she acts around a bloom. So therefore she is a, well, technically, if you get her to 2000, you're good. The inherent problem is not what people think. The inherent issue is she's a stun. suffer from the perpetual issue that she's not categorized as having an attack. See, she was released, by the way, and she didn't have any of her kit altered from the release. Which 5 and 6 to have both. But what ultimately hurts her is it's just one of those things. She rapidly attacks, causes stuns. But I don't think Phaethon's Melody is the best one for her. I mean, there's probably something else. Because, like, She of AOD is actually not as bad. Like, I mean, the fact Wynn's already in the stats is a different story. I mean, I use her, but that's acceptable. That's not the greatest. Dealt damage for 30 seconds. I mean, you're talking the simmer pot. Just repeatable resets the duration. Infect summoner, then infect stun. But there's also this weird trait with some of these as well. And it's strange. Because Dial-In is a stun that functions as an attack. Which is very awkward. And that's one thing that I think it works with Jufufu too. Jufufu is the strange one as well. Because Jufufu... Let me see something before I leave 6th Street. Because there was a big rebalance of characters.
You know, the sun shining so brightly today makes it the perfect condition for shopping. Here you go. All good? I'd appreciate a 5-star rating if you're... How do you like it? Exactly what you wanted, right? How do you like it? Did you get what you were looking for?
Huh? Do you have a secret you want to share?
But then again, charge DPS matters. Yeah.
As long as you keep your mind fresh, you'll always find something enjoyable. How do you like it? Exactly what you wanted, right? Did you get what you
Because you
were looking
got
for?
Billy coming out, and Billy is going to be different. Because the Billy's going to be 5-star. And 5-star, just because you 5-star a starting character doesn't make it great. Oh, fat. Some of these are better. And there's no reason to actually like take some of these too big. Look, it's going to be the same with Velena. Velena is probably going to you have to pull her disc. You not only have to pull her stuff, you have to pull shit. You have to pull Velena. You're going to be pulling her shit, everything with her. That's the part that's really fucked up. Because Velena arguably is going to have to be pulled with her, basically her exclusive. That's downside because you had to do it. We had to do it before. I'll be shocked if she functions without her W engine.
Why not treat yourself to something nice? How do you like it? Exactly what you wanted, right? Double check your
It's
purchase.
fine. I'm not gonna suffer from this.
New stock in all the time.
Huh? Do you have a secret you want to share?
Question. Because usually I'm around when I'm playing this. I basically have to do a lot of maintenance. So it's more or less I'm usually on this game for maintenance these days. Between content, I am very much on maintenance. See, like this had to be pulled with her because there was no rupture engines. So you're like talking. It's not like an attack engine. Dial in, dial in, dial in. And see, I use dial in far too much to not have her like near maxed. But a lot of this comes down to pure RNG. It's like you have to have her. Without this, she doesn't work as well. So, see, this is like supposed to be. The problem is, every time they say to inflict days, they think like you need to have basically days inflicted constantly. Because the state of a lot of what we're going to be getting through 2.0 is 2.0 was a cluster F. And to be honest, it's been this way for too long. I love being locked. This is where you get locked into the story for like the next 3 hours. Because I got 2 parts to do. And I will be right back. Ah. Wow. Hi, Jasper. You're on the ground. Sitting there chilling. That's so good. Great. All right. So I'm not gonna get the chance to move much from here on out. Hush. No. Yes. Let me see. So the end of the last story, we saw the reveal of Vanilla, or Velena, and Norma hunting for. Well, that's the idea. Ramildan is the actual. You know, one of these I haven't done yet. Telling me. Huh? Have I not done that one? Because I actually hadn't touched the story prior to. See, I hadn't touched the story prior to this since 2.5. See, this is where this starts the. We're supposed to learn more, but.
Belle, what did Nicole say in her...
She was going on about some competition she was eager for us to join.
Isn't that the new holo competition? Apparently it's been around since the old Capitol days. Eventually they secured approval from the city administrator, with Tops backing it as a sponsor this year. For once, Nicole's idea doesn't...
Notice, the current dataset is insufficient to support a stable conclusion.
Then let's run a test.
Connection successful.
Belle! Belle!
My apologies, Master. I failed to recognize the hazards of the cleanup procedure until it was too late. Risk assessment result. Processing the redundant data caused abnormal strain on Master's
Something's not right, Belle. We thought the redundant data was caused by a holo anomaly. But now it definitely very. If all we do is isolate and leave the unidentified data...
Risk assessment in progress.
So there's a chance.
I really hope this sorts itself out. Either way, we should keep HDD using... What's going on outside the store? Sounds like a customer's arguing with 18.
This is Norma. Okay? Norma. Who is... She actually has like a bang boo on her head, but she's like going to be... I don't know. I saw an artwork she is supposed to be a tiger girl, but very much the case. But I don't know. It's her model. Eh. She's like a bang boo on the top of her head, though.
Ugh, finally. You must be the owners of this place. Good thing you're around, otherwise the energy cost of this operation would have spiraled. I have something very important to discuss with you, and I can't have anyone else interfering.
Before you reserve the whole store, let's start with a membership registration.
My name's Norma. I'm the chief technician of the Marcel Group's Special Affairs Department.
Marcel Group?
Exactly! I'm not suspicious. I've got an official letter from Mayor Mayflower.
Okay.
Explaining would take way too long. I'll just...
Strange. The moment I touched that pendant, the discomfort in Miss Norma.
Hey, no jumping ahead. We'll get to that later. Think carefully. Anywhere in all of New Eridu, have you ever seen anything made of a similar material? It's so distinctive that if you've seen it before, there's no way you'd forget it. Or, how about another hint? Think about that vessel of the creator you fought inside Lemnian Hollow.
The creator vessel? Why would a Marcel Group researcher know such highly classified... Wait, the mayor's letter said 2 visitors. So is the letter genuine? Sorry, but we still have some doubts about you.
Huh? Seriously? Valina was supposed to come with me, but she got called into a last-minute meeting, then got stuck in traffic, and someone even scraped her car, so it had to be sent in for repairs. I couldn't wait any longer, so I came in to find you.
Huh. I see.
What is it now?
Sorry about that. It's nothing.
All right, that's easy enough. Listen closely. The name of the material is...
My apologies for the wait.
Valina! Valina, you finally made there! She's the other specialist you asked about. Valina! She works in the same department as me. I handle the research, and she handles the meetings, approvals, and dealing with troublesome higher-ups.
See, thank God, by the way. When I saw Norma's art, I was suspecting the mole leader from HSR, which is the obnoxious little child, by the way. The obnoxious little child from HSR that you just want to murder after about a good little bit, because she's annoyinger than hell. Surprisingly, it's part of the whole Bellabog. See, we already know a portion of Alina's kit. As well, she's going to be the one that's wind.
I'm flattered. Norma is our ace.
Huh? Oh, hey, Valina, you mean they were trying to bait me into talking just now? Hey, seriously?
Oh, you caught on fast. Looks like you've really improved your people skills lately. It's just... it would have been even better if you'd remembered the letter actually includes a verification code that pulls up our ID photos. Now that you no longer doubt our identities, Norma and I took the liberty of coming here today not to pry into your secrets or Miss Ye Shengguang's affairs, but solely because of that special material you just saw. Flint
Porcelain?
That's right. Flint porcelloy is a composite formed from porcelain and certain metals. It has an unusually... A while back, a batch of registered porcelloy went missing, and we have been tracking... That's why we hope to use eyewitness accounts.
If that's all I'm answering, But what really concerns me is that brief moment of relief just now.
Look, Valina! That expression the manager's making right now. That's the classic I know everything but I'm not saying a thing face!
I take it back. She's annoying and obnoxious. She grates. But look, I've played enough of these games to know what these characters go.
Easy there, Norma. The managers probably just want to borrow your little bang boo to sort through their memories a bit.
Did she figure out what I was planning? Yep, that's right.
Then you should have just said so!
See, this has to deal with they were investigating the Limia Hollow
It's been
expansion from the which was been
now.
fought the vessel, the creator. Technically. Then there's a animation that deals with Topps is wanting to take over the realm where Lady Sunbringer cleared out. It's a floating city in the sky. That's where these people are from. And it looks like there's a bunch of elf-eared people are from as well. So it's kind of strange, one can say.
Val, give back the porceloid pendant.
Perhaps the manager...
Are you sure?
That's right. The pendant's registered under our department. But I trust someone the new Void Hunter vouches for wouldn't put us in a compromising position.
Don't worry.
What's going on, Val? You suddenly agreed to tell... So porceloid can ease your symptoms. If we can figure out how it actually works, it might solve our problem once and for all. It's a shame we're just borrowing it, so we can't take it apart for an in-depth analysis.
Notice, key information has been located. Hollow Champion prize display.
Hollow Champion?
Seriously, Valina? You were just telling me not to tell those two anything, and now you're leaving my little porceloid bangoo with them.
Speaking of which, when the manager touched the porceloid just now, did you notice anything?
Hey, stop dodging my question! They just have an ether-sensitive constitution. It's rare, sure, but... Huh. Wait, that's not right. They're in New Eridu right now. Oh, I get it. Well done, Valina! So then that girl... So what's next? What do you...
For now, nothing. Let's just wait.
The question is how fucked are we gonna get? Because technically they've already said we get a special form that allows us to fight in the Hollow. Because technically they're the brother and sister are survivors of Helios Academy. Which the ether aptitude reaches its max. Now, with this understanding, I mean, granted, MiHoYo cannot help but spoil the shit out of everything, except for core facts in the story, which sometimes, if you know in the lore, why. Like, technically, the region was teased with a three-pronged pact, which shows the deal where they're going to go up there.
Wow. Look at how many contestants there are. Don't tell me everyone's here for that W engine.
I don't think so. Oh, I see Nicole and Billy over there. Let's go.
Roxy, you really came. Look, we've already secured our team qualification.
Hold it!
Nicole, if you want... The Hollow Champion competition uses a competitive hunt format. In other words, teams defeat. There are so many contests. Smaller teams rely on mobility, and you're getting us to join because faith in.
Wow, boss. Billy, shut it up.
Anyway.
And I don't think S-Form Billy is going to matter.
No, Nicole. The truth is, we're the ones who need your help in this competition.
I see. With Hollow veterans like you, when the time comes.
Okay, cut it out.
That's right.
Thanks, guys. Yep. Don't worry. Oh, right.
Belle, I saw on the poster that all the competition.
Nicole and I are gonna head.
Come on, Belle. We need to sign up for the competition.
I see why it switched it.
Thanks for signing up for the Hollow Champion competition.
She just walked off without a word.
Sorry to keep you both waiting. When Hollow's...
I want to sign up as a member.
Just a moment. Let me check that.
Is registering as a contestant really this simple?
Let me explain. You two should already be familiar with the competition rules. There is no limit on the number of team members for this contest. You can compete solo or stick together as a team. The competition will rank teams and calculate points based on both the difficulty of hunted ethereals and the number. Therefore, joining another team offers no advantage. Each team's members can... On top of that, our sponsor, Rusty Cliff Corp.
Makes sense. Classic move.
If you two have no further questions, welcome officially.
What is this thing used for?
It has two main functions. Of course, the ethereal card. Here's some crucial info, so please pay attention. If your ethereal card is destroyed, you'll be disqualified. Your personal points will be reset to 0 for the team's total score, with the team's participant number coefficient.
In other words, losing members is very disadvantageous.
Exactly. Truth is, all right. Please proceed to the line ahead to...
Looks like the line's pretty long.
Because technically, we're supposed to get a combat form for the main character. Basically. That's supposed to help us out.
Wait, seriously? This thing's worth that much? It even has a special material usage permit. Let me see. Flint porcelain.
So, this is the legend.
Would the average person even need?
Well, let's go and check out what other prizes...
Compared to the other prizes, the Porceloid W engine seems a bit less popular. But that's a good thing. If I can get my hands on it, given time, I can definitely solve the problem. Putting aside the external environment for now.
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing myself. Oh, sorry. Speaking of which...
Yeah, I guess you could.
I see. No wonder you were so... right. I'm Ramiel, one of the contestants. I just started firing questions at you.
It's okay.
I figured as much. Anyone who shows up at the registration area must be a contestant. Oh, but as long as everyone has different targets and isn't competing.
Even if the targets were the same.
Rivals who compete yet still fight side.
By the way, Miss Ramiel, have you already?
Not yet. There's still time, so
I actually have.
Really? I'm just kidding.
This is the introduction to ROM, though. Shit. That's not, I want to see her model. Her model is, that is, oh, you. Romnell has bird wings? So this is Romnell Dan, which is one of the Void Hunters that was supposed to be. She's the Void Hunter from the lore. One of the legendary ones, part of the 13 member mercenary troop that pushed back the Black Wall. Which has been in the lore since the start of the game. She's being released next season, which will be next year, along with Lady Sunbringer. But she's actually a Void Hunter. I didn't think she was a bird, though. Oh, it makes her a bird Thyron? Makes her actually a bird Thyron. Because this is her release model. See, Ramnell is, by the way, that meow meow is always right. Looks very much like Elio. Didn't know.
What a long day.
I feel the same.
Well, thankfully, as for this porcelain pendant we borrowed, since it eases the symptoms. Well,
Don't worry, I'm in pretty good shape.
really? That's good to hear.
See, technically, both of the siblings should be suffering from the effects of dealing with the creator. Because the eyes turned gold. Which, it deals with thing from, it was part of a cut scene about at the end of one of the stories. It's like, what's not supposed to affect, let's assume you choose wise, it affects wise the same way.
Oh, there's just... I'm no match...
We're supposed to be sacrifices for the greater good,
Right.
sadly.
What was that?
Warning. Unauthorized intrusion.
What? Belle, come...
Oh, if you haven't done the side story,
This bed is the absolute best!
this is the introduction to Sissia.
Cecilia?
Cecilia, what are you doing in Belle's room?
Okay. She's that quirky, adorable character that's absolutely outlandish. That's see, she's loosely based on the snake. See around her, if you see on her outfit, is a snake that's worn. Well, it sucks the life out of the person, but it's from Genshin Impact, who's the guy, the doctor in Liu. I can't think of his name. I have his character, but I have his character, but I haven't. It's not a name I remember because he's Dendro, but he's a shield person. I need to level up eventually. But she's also loosely modeled after the Olivia twins from Honkai Impact.
Wow. Just a few days apart and you've already Didn't we rescue those angels of delusion girls from Lemmy and Hollow together on Croxy? You literally said I was your savior.
Don't confuse Imagine putting that aside for now.
I was actually planning a surprise for you. After today's competition, I was going to have Nicole and the other...
Oh, right. The competition. Proxy.
You could have checked with.
Cecilia, even if you keep bugging Belle about joining the competition, it's a bit too late now. Registration's... Wait, hold on. The on-site scoreboard was only showing information about all the teams during the registration period. Why didn't you register if you were...
I'm a special agent working under that super scary demon lord, you know. I thought, just like in the stories, I flashed my credentials and boom! I told the staff member about it 3 times. 3 times! And
I get it now. Cecilia, does participating in the competition happen to be your assignment from Commissioner Severian?
whoa, why bring up that unlucky name first thing in the morning? It's not like I'm desperate to lose weight or anything. The prizes for the Hollow Champion competition are so generous that anyone would want to join. Especially someone like me, a low-earning agent.
I'm a sucker for certain types of characters. See, she has that over the top personality, but it's genuinely. Now, not to say my favorite character was Bernice, because she is quirky and psychotic, but same with Vivian, but Vivian's a yandere. She's the right over the top, but also the
You've got
uniqueness.
No matter who it is, you can always find 1 or 2 with a stomachache, a broken pinky toe, or caught by a debt collector, and can't...
The chances of something like that happening are highly unlikely. Is it just me, or are a lot of people barging...
Yeah, that was the plan. This morning, Boss Nicole had an upset stomach. Then, when the...
If anything can go wrong, it will go.
Manager, I was...
Her name's Cecilia. She's a
Hello there, intelligent construct citizen. I'm Cecilia, special consultant for public security, comrade in arms who braved...
Billy, let's get down to business first. I know Cecilia doesn't look it, but she's a legit public security special consultant under the command of a.
Don't yourself. Even though you can use Nicole's ethereal card to participate, if anyone finds out you're not her, it could create issues. So from now on, you gotta remember, you're not Cecilia. You're Nicole Damara of the Cunning Hares.
Ugh, what a mouthful. I don't want to be this Nicole Darlama.
Manager.
Huh? Boss? Wait, I take back what I said. For the greater good. It's almost time for the competition.
Proxy, I know I might not be the best person to say this, but is she really okay?
There's an adorableness. See, technically, she's not a yandere. Leave that to Vivian. She's not a Cernade. Thunder. She's like Miyabi. But, let's be clear, she is more of that craziness. She's kind of crazy in her own right. It's like nobody's gonna know that she's the other one. Now she has like a plunge attack, which is actually not bad. Once you learn to use it, it's really good. Despite her being only supposed to have the poison attack, I have her way over attack more than I should with mine. I so look forward to having to use Billy.
Don't worry, Wise.
Staying safe is what's most important.
He's right. The company.
I hate Billy as a character and as a person you have to use.
Hey, Billy. Show some respect to your boss lady. And besides, this is completely how I really feel. Those points that got snatched away were real hard-earned, Danny. Don't worry, we'll make it to the next. No matter how many hollow arenas there are for competitive hunting, the number.
It's time for everyone to set out on the path of heroes.
I don't need her. I don't need the tutorial on how to use her. This was she. I'm more used to you.
There are so many high points ethereals here! You're amazing, manager!
I'll leave it to you then, Billy. Cecilia? Well, it's Nicole. Bus Nicole. Don't get it wrong again. Hey, Proxy. Are you short on Danny's? Not really. Well, why do you ask? Oh, perfect! I'm seriously broke right now, so maybe we can reconsider how to split the prize money. He and I are...
You really are just like Nicole.
Well, who doesn't like Denny's? You need Denny's to buy good food.
Billy's playstyle has not aged well. Okay? It hasn't aged well at all.
That's odd.
That's the problem. Billy's playstyle has not aged
I've detected your concern.
well in any sense.
Conclusion.
You mean the spatial fractures? And it's spatial fractures.
Correct. This equipment can manipulate at master. I've locked onto the location.
Coordinates received. Hey,
No matter how you try to make him useful,
asking how we split the prize money. Oh, hey, Foxy.
Master, your score has reached 23,900. Remember to pace yourself and avoid unnecessary stress.
Wow! Woo, that's a lot of points. Maybe I should prepare my acceptance speech beforehand? Isn't that a little flashy for a public security specialist? Specialist? A specialist! I'm Nicole, the boss of the cunning thing.
She's so into your character. You're just like her.
Alert. A large number of ethereals is lurking ahead. The targets match the profile of high-score ethereals. Eliminating them in one fell swoop is the recommended course of action.
Though doesn't work in this team.
Master, your score has reached 65,000.
How are you?
Keep it up.
Yes. What you got?
This is more tiring than I imagined.
I have been busy. What's your question? Curious. God, I hate using Billy. Billy doesn't work for anybody. Ugh.
Manager.
Everyone here is alright. People can be terrified.
Greetings, contestants. Out of humanitarian concern, we don't want your efforts to go to waste. With the help of technicians from
Are you still fat and retarded, sir? That will answer your question.
Hold up, Billy. I'm updating the
Have you improved the views on your channel, may I add?
Master, to resolve
Because don't bring your drama here.
What's wrong, Sissy? I can smell it. Proxy, we should really get out of here. With your amazing skills, we don't need to fight over those data piles with anyone else, right?
That's a good way to get blocked on my channel, by the way. Yeah. Cornelius is one of those special ed people who thinks YouTube is racist. Because he can't succeed at YouTube, so you gotta blame racism. Then he hangs around with other people who actually are. Because he sees YouTube. See, at least with the YouTube algorithm, I know when I'm inconsistent.
That's exactly why we can't leave now.
Yes, they aren't. You're dumb. It's just because you're not good with your algorithm.
Really planning.
I disagree. Oops, not there. For the point of it, the most important thing is carrot.
The event guide said the.
Well,
If I remember
last I
correctly,
checked.
That's not the sense of. Let me be clear.
So our next target.
I'm trying to get through this as quick as humanly motherfucking possible. The less I have to deal with this team, the better.
In one direction, pretty close to us.
Billy doesn't work well with any current of the combat systems.
The weak should accept their. Don't look at me like that. Consider yourself.
The problem with Billy is Billy's playstyle is utterly shit. He's been, no matter what you do to his humanly possible kit, you hang out with dumbasses, and please don't cloud up my shit.
Snap out of it, Cecilia.
Whether you're contestants or. Fine.
See, I suspect the Billy that we're gonna be getting is not gonna be the same.
Someone always turn up to mess with my plan. Because you're the villain.
Why would that be the case, anyways?
Minions of justice.
That's right. As Nicole, specialist
See,
next
Yeah.
Thank goodness we won. Proxy, did you see how amazing?
I'm very used to dealing with combat with her, but she doesn't. This team doesn't work. So.
It's no big deal. By the way, do you have any idea why?
Yeah, I know Corn's spamming.
We don't know.
He's salty his channel is dead, and he's salty his boy got... No offense, I had to ask a couple of other YouTubers what's going on with YouTube. Someone's live streams got dismantled. I'm not gonna ask, but YouTube's a very interesting place these days. When someone nukes their entire live stream catalog, you gotta ask questions.
Let me explain. We're heading out to investigate.
Leave it to me, manager. I'll get
Well, I mean, we're talking view counts, okay, sir? We're talking... Even me on a slow day, by the way.
You're from the city. You've got a big, cozy video. If I were you, I'd never leave the video store from the day I was born. I'd live there for 50, no,
Bye.
100 years.
Sounds like you really like our home, including us.
Well,
Let's make a promise. Once the competition's over,
you're the one.
Hmm.
When we're searching for data,
Okay, her dialogue is gonna eat at me for a while. Obnoxious characters, I don't mind, but over obnoxious are different.
sure to think it through carefully with you. Hey, be careful! Get behind me!
See, they don't kit these characters out, basically. The problem is when they do these trial characters are not optimized, by the way. They're equipped with the most basic shit in the world. Not good.
Nah, that beat me. Very, you're up. Let's see which one of these.
And they don't allow us to use our own characters, so...
Estimated comparison time, 90 seconds. Friendly reminder.
Yet. They will down about 3 months, maybe 2 years down the line.
AI assists.
Looks like
Notice. Comparison complete. Primary finding. The hollow route I calculated is consistent with the official. However, the conclusion.
I'm good.
I see.
I'm so glad YouTube is your life. I understand. I don't care about views. You do. You get offended by it.
But if that's the case,
Cornelius, you should really check with your own shit, by the way. How is Buff's dead channel? Oh, that's right. Your man does it. He had to nuke his whole live stream because he got copyright struck?
now that we've picked up some
You really attach yourself to wonderful individuals. But I'm not here to throw shade.
for no one.
I'm very glad.
Synchronizing decryption. Data breach located. Awaiting command initiation.
Now let me become everyone's proxy.
I don't dig this story. Yeah, this is the really bad, like,
The navigation on my ethereal.
very for the comedical, when you do not understand the story.
Idea you were this good.
Well, I'm something of a.
But
You're probably just seeing the data update took quite a while before we man.
are you still planning to keep taking?
Huh?
Don't you get it? Those people are nothing but greedy opportunists. I know that look. You've already
Eh.
done it. Why do you have to be? Didn't you promise?
See, here's what it's gonna be, because the explaining the golden eyes means the implants are at their limits.
Billy, I've sent you the coordinates. Come over as soon as you're ready.
Roger that, manager.
Why would you waste? Hmm.
Ethereals. It looks like they're frozen. Huh? Aren't these things just maybe?
See, the idea is if they wrap the tragedy inside of the story, I will be shocked.
See ya. Alright. I've actually been being super right, either active proxy. Maybe. It's not time to give up yet.
Right.
Okay, you have. Yeah. But why? The ether marks here are so messy. It looks like this isn't.
See, the problem with the story, you can't turn it around and make it serious and then don't take it comedical. Because the idea, eventually, yes, this game's gonna go as dark as probably Honkai Impact was. Because the problem itself is, yes, you make her as weak as baby shit.
Manager, I'm getting ready to go through the nearest fissure. See you in a bit.
Yes, you're a gamer on YouTube. You're about a gamer is about as much as shit. Gaming YouTube is about as bad as a dead. I reiterate that I hate the trial versions of these characters. Do I long for the days we can use our own characters for the story?
Ether traces look like chaotic current.
That's what we need. Interesting. Good. I long for the days we could use our own characters. But that ain't gonna happen anytime soon.
Cecilia? Too bad you won't have time. But, because the ones heading here aren't just us. Billy, right on.
Hey,
Sweeper, Black Wolf, Romeo. Don't worry, Cecilia.
we made it.
Contestant Romuald. We received a verified report from another contestant, Billy. Thank you for helping uphold.
I don't know why I thank you for the. Let's see, you run gaming YouTube, but you don't do it. You play a game that's like 3 years old or some other shit.
Looks like our teamwork is getting better and better, but
We're siblings after all.
Do this as quick as possible.
Hereby announce the Hollow Champion competition is temporarily suspended. Please await further notice from the Hollow Extreme Athletics. The Hollow Extreme Athletics League has announced that the competition will be temporarily suspended. Contestants will be informed of the resumption.
Else. You would think fucking around in hollows would actually lead to that.
Oh,
And,
Are you
you know, I don't know why,
not
corny, you want to start
that bad?
trouble with me. When we were clear.
Wait.
I
Was
mean,
it
I have
them?
no idea,
As for
bud.
the Tops Alliance, please rest assured.
As much as
They
I
have
seek
no
drama,
intention
I
of
don't
harming
seek
anyone
drama
on the
that
ship.
much.
They've also taken full responsibility for evacuating the injured from the Hollow. If you
Who
still
would
have
think
questions,
fucking around in hollows would cause such issues?
please go rest up.
Oh, really? I have not completed that event?
Well, Promia. Look at you with your nice new gig. Those cuffs suit you. Perfect for rule breakers like you. I told you, once you left the sweepers, you became a stray dog no one
You talk too much.
What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? Then come kill me. You've been dying to do it for ages.
I don't waste time on pointless fights.
Pointless. This
Intel gathering isn't your strong suit, Romuald. Say one more word, and Krampus won't mind taking you out.
Hmm.
fine.
Mr. Romuald?
Knowing the story beats help a bit.
You'll be answering questions from both the Hollow Extreme Athletics League and Tops Alliance
Or
regarding your
no.
potential involvement in the malicious incident.
I personally find him an obnoxious boss, but he is what he is.
Just you wait. By the time the competition starts, you'll all realize one thing.
Sir, you're arrogant. That's your problem. You got main character syndrome because you think you're important. You're anything but. The fact alone, Cornelius, you think you think everyone's racist. You're 20 something years old. You look like Luther Vandross when he was 40 and nearly had a massive stroke. You can't observe a peace treaty. Age has been very unkind to you. I have nothing against you. Stay in your lane.
Every last one of you. You're nothing but worthless strays.
Eh. They always like to cloak their most vile villains. They can't quite bring themselves for their villains to be murderous yet, despite people get sacrificed repeatedly. It's like that cold edge that Honkai Impact had for many years. As I quote, when Hareshwar the Void woke up, which was Kiana, or what? A bunch of the world got blown up. Yep. They portray these villains a lot.
Are we on his list?
Yeah.
You shouldn't be. Run! Judge Promia, Krampus Compliance Authority. This carrot incident involves classified Tops intel. Where if
Cecilia, wait. What do you want from us? I'm telling you, I'm a specialist in public security now. We're not afraid of you anymore.
I trust you have no involvement, have no interest in wasting.
Sorry, we understand.
The thing with Tops is like the ultimate villain, but they themselves are. See, Krampus. She is the fourth member of Krampus, by the way. She's the fourth member of Krampus. The other two are the Bunny and Dialin.
The second you saw Promia, and she seemed to know you.
Tell yourself you look like a man. Tell yourself you look well. You don't. You can tell yourself that. You don't look good. You're gonna age like sour milk.
Anyway, yeah. Huh.
And little do you know, Ramel can just basically fucking murder us all.
I thought catching Ramule would be the end of it. Can't believe things spiraled even worse after that.
See, Ramil is... The fact alone Ramil was shown,
Deal with that once the event
she's a Void Hunter. She's teased for next season. Again, she was basically the... I mean, granted, her rivalry with, we know she's gonna have a showdown with Lady Sunbringer, basically.
You sure are looking a lot better
Lady
now.
Sunbringer is also a Void Hunter from about 30 years ago, which is supposed to be dead. But she's not dead. Technically, she disappeared because she entirely killed the giant hollow, and she took over the Cloud City. She created the Bangboos. So Ramel the bird is a lot more powerful than she appears. But I don't think she's going to be the villain in Season 3.
Rocky? Oh, whoa, Cecilia! That's my last snack! I bit you for a reason. I'm interrogating you. So back in the competition, why didn't you just leave me in So you didn't even...
I don't know why you'd waste it, though. See, MiHoYo's leaving it in the lore for a bit.
Are you even talking about that Promia woman and Black Wolf Ramule? They're both sweepers. In the Outer Ring, sweepers only do one thing. Clean. Useless corrupted patients, rule breakers. A lot of people say they take orders from
And Krampus basically shuts down the corporations.
Doesn't that mean the sweepers are gone too?
No.
May have disbanded, but people like them. You've dealt with them before. Yeah, I only survived because that was ages ago. Back when there were a lot of people like me because we were weak. Even if we fought tooth and nail to get our hands on something, the city folks would just immediately snatch it from us. The biker gangs were the only ones who could hold on to anything out there in the Outer Ring. So we had to play by their rules.
So his wife says he's gay. I have no idea.
That's what the old Outer Ring was like. To those big shots, our lives weren't worth more than ants on the street.
Let me see the papers. See, there's a lot of other factions we haven't seen because the Outer Ring... See, technically the rest of the world is swallowed up by a giant hollow. See, we don't know how Genshin is connected to the Imaginatory. We don't know how this one's connected to the Imaginatory. But we know HSR is. HSR is connected. In this universe, it looks like it's a doomed universe where there's only a small section of the planet that hasn't been consumed by a hollow. Because it used to be, according to Honkai lore, hollows, or basically the will of the Honkai would purge places. We know Genshin outside the planet. In Genshin, the place is sterile. A lot like Cornelia. The other half is we know that the Wanderer there is. This part still connects to the Imaginatory, which is in the Sea of Quantum. Now, this is more futuristic of the universes. I wonder how long it will take him to respond to that one. But it'll probably be a stupid comeback anyways. See, people who live online too much are problematic. See, the Outer Ring is populated largely by biker gangs. Because technically, the section of the Earth that this is on is the last city. Because when you play the games, you learn about the lore. So a lot of this does all tie back to the same universe. Sadly. And the problem is MiHoYo very rarely wants to pull the shit they pulled in Honkai Impact. Because you can't really show genocide and mass murder. Not anymore. Because you gotta be fair. You can't show killing people. This game is the closest they come to it. It's usually hinted at their animations. Basically, whatever happened worse was the fall of the old capital about 11 or 12 years ago. And once we get to that part of the story is going to get pretty dark. We know if 2 of the Void Hunters are coming out next year, let me see, of the 7, we might get another. Because one thing we were supposed to get more of this year was of the teacher. Because the siblings are used in the grand plan. We just don't know how. Hence the name Phaethon. See, people like Cornelius are too stupid to know what Phaethon means. Even if he Googled it, he wouldn't know what it means. We know that the siblings are going to wind up getting sacrificed, or they are part of a greater whole. The fact alone, they already have the golden eye corruption, which stems from the end of the long good night, which we dealt with the creator, or the creator stone. Because they shoved that middle of the season. Basically. And they're dealing with worse pout before they unlock the new area.
Anytime I even heard a rumor that sweepers might be nearby. But then, one day, I ran out of food. At that rate, even chalky. That's when someone told me I could scavenge places that'd been clean. I was scared too.
So you worked up the...
Yeah. But I wasn't the only one.
This ring's straight up plastic. We fought her for nothing.
Snake tyrant blood on me.
Forget it.
Hence what I said. Give it a little bit, they'll go through it. Because they murder people knowingly. They're getting a little bit better about it. It's implied murder.
We just didn't want. Please,
Ew. As I said, it's implied murder. They get a little bit better with it. See, you can't conclude the story of Genshin without someone getting sacrificed or murdered. Unfortunately, they're doing their damnedest to try. This game, you have to imply murder or somebody's a child of sacrifice. Which, see, this is why you don't spoil yourself on the story.
That day, I ran with Chalky in my arms. I kept running and running, farther and farther, to somewhere I know how sweepers operate. Once I wandered in fear for now, word was Caledon had completely fallen apart. If the commissioner hadn't dragged me into
no wonder you panicked the moment
I barely survived once, so Proxy,
Yeah, she cold.
what I'm saying, right?
Some characters that are flat out cold murderers. Very obvious in the story, sadly. Because one of the biggest complaints I have about Genshin is they want to conclude the story without killing people. You can't deal with a crisis that ends an entire universe without it. Because they wanted to keep the kids' rating. Honkai Impact really didn't give a shit. They did the fan service. They also weren't quiet to pull the punches when characters see the emergence of the Hereshers. It's literally implied. Once the Heresher of the Void woke up, this was at the end or like right before chapter 3. It's Kiana controlled. She flat out summons a bunch of Honkai that goes on to decimate probably a third of the planet. And kills a third of the population. So much so, just the ramifications of it scar the story for the rest of the time in the entire setting. In the prior era, a Heresher of Flame awakens, which was Himiko, scorched basically an entire continent, ending all life there. Casually just dropped, all because it was based on the creator was definitely using the Hereshers as the angels from Neon Genesis Evangelion. Little do you people know. This game is the closest MiHoYo comes to actually killing people and depicting it. Genshin on one hand can never even say they sacrifice because they still want it. HSR deals with death and destruction very differently. It's implied the universe is largely damaged or destroyed. And the Lords of Destruction are basically capable of things. But they usually hint that the universe was already scoured. They cloak it in a very veil of its life and death struggle, but it's implied between. Hence why I cannot. I'm going to be happy in HSR once I get past Penacami. Because I want to see the Iron Tomb saga. Because Iron Tomb was supposed to awaken. This is one of the few games I actually get through. It's like I used to do with Honkai Impact. Right up until they fucked over their entire story. Did 2.0. And then I stopped advancing the story.
Will become Helios. Hollow. We faith Icarus.
And now, folks, we are to the very interesting little lore. Because, see, Cornelius is too stupid. Most people play this and they don't know the mythological meaning of it. Because, like, if I ask him the legend of Icarus, he wouldn't know it. It's been implied that the reason they chose the name Phaethon, he would have to Google the meaning of it to know why Phaethon has impact. Every universe has a lore. It's implied Phaethon, because he wouldn't even know who Helios is. Basically, Carol, the teacher, followed the old capital, which consumed nearly the city. It consumed Helios Academy. The siblings survived, because it's implied that the gold light, because it goes back to when the siblings survived being nearly blown up by the police chief as sacrifice. How did they survive? So the golden light thing is the evolution of dealing with the fragment of the creator. Now, how this plays into the larger narrative, we know 3.0, there's a new combat form that allows them to go as an avatar of combat into the Hollows. But this is part of the greater whole with the plan with Tops. See, I pay attention to lore. And you must know, our death has been predicted more than once. Same when it goes back to Vivian. Because we were going to inject ourselves with the anti-hollow corruption and be corrupted and fall from the sky. That's a vision that Vivian had. So, again, that was last year. This year, we're just getting to be the more advanced structure before we go to the Sky City. Yep. You don't bother me, by the way.
Go. Where? This isn't right. It shouldn't be ruins. Tell them I've already seized the sun. The sun.
Seize the sun.
What time is it now? When did... Run. over now. Cecilia and I were discussing sure, maybe... Looks like Cecilia's been watching over me since I passed out. I should let her get some rest.
I wonder why, though, they...
He let me lie down on his bed, so he probably had to sleep on the couch. Huh? Is someone there? Sixth Street feels unusually quiet tonight. Even General Chop isn't open.
Actually, I take that back. She was shown with white wings in the past. Because we've actually never seen a full body form of her. Ramel's in the actual lore as the one of the first Void Hunters. Her, and there was one that was over a person. He wields like basically a giant claymore. He's another one. One of the ones that is invented being a proxy is another one as well. Part of a mercenary group of 13. Those might be either crow wings or slight like angel wings. Now, granted, every pink-haired girl is a Leisha in some form. To a degree. You have two. You have one is Yae Sakura, which is going to be put into HSR here in the next banner. She is this game's version of Elysia. So...
Wait, Miss Rami?
Evening, Miss Bell. Have you ever played...
Yeah?
I figured as much. You look like a gamer.
Oh, character choice?
I see. So you've...
Hannibal? Sorry.
Did you know, when arcades first took off, quick, agile characters weren't actually that popular? I'm pretty into old-school arcade games, so...
I see. Still, it's kind of unexpected.
Sadly, a lot of what people do don't bother me.
You liked would be something lighter and more agile.
If you mean how I fought in the competition, you're not wrong. But in virtual matches, it's fun to mix things up. You don't exactly get many compared to me. You're a lot more consistent. All right.
Huh?
I asked which character you like.
There is some...
Long story short, we're after the same W engine. I thought it over, and a niche antique like that would be perfect for my collection. That said, if I want to stay in the event, I need to get my ethereal card fixed before the next stage of the competition. Someone...
You mean...
I input a cheat code.
That's a standard video game.
It wasn't just a rip. The scores were so tight today, so I figured...
Since it's happened before...
You can fix it. By the way, Miss Bell... Nightmare.
No.
Was your hand getting corrupted by ether? Or was it something...
It was something I've never seen. Sorry, I'm rambling.
That's amazing!
You're welcome.
I wouldn't call it trust. I'm just giving a citizen... Let me take a little look at that nightmare. I'm curious. What does a nightmare mean to you? I see. Looks like you do have something to hide. Anyway, I'll pay you back for this favor by...
Wait, earlier you asked me why...
You really like this little... See you around.
Because we know she's going to invade. She's the one trying to go into the city in the clouds, actually. Again, most people, if the lore of the original Void Hunters, she was one of them. I do enjoy. See, the epilogues are sometimes good and sometimes very short.
There you are. So you were wandering around outside? So a violent maniac? You should stay away from people like that. Anyway.
Sorry for making you worry.
Don't just thank me with
From what you were mumbling in your sleep.
And Severin is Set's brother that we've heard about for ages. He is going to be basically a character next season too. They have 7 confirmed.
Why are you staring at me like that? Well,
Huey, you helped a lot in today's.
what is it?
Finish chewing before you talk.
But, fine. Let me just say it. Proxy, the real reason you refused to quit the competition, it's got something to do with you suddenly passing out earlier, right?
What makes you say?
What a look! Now, I suspect you are withholding information.
Sia, this is the kind of trouble you usually try to avoid.
Yeah, it is a pain hearing you talk about your illness and all. But wouldn't it be worse if something actually happened?
That's very on brand for you. I've been relying on a specialized ocular implant to navigate the hollow. But wait, one of the competition prizes is a Porceloid W engine.
I see. So what you're really that if I said Billy and I will stay in the competition and win that W engine for you, and you can just withdraw.
I'm sorry, Cecilia. You need a skilled proxy. In the past, Wise would be able to help, but he recently disabled part of his HDD connection device. He did it for me, but it also means he can't be a proxy for the time being. And since it's a problem with my eyes, using EOS will only worsen the...
Yeah, all right. Swear eating and sleeping at your place. Okay, let's look.
Wait. Since when was this even a plan?
Idiot. I was kidding. But remember how So listen up.
Hmm.
And as a snake Thyron, I can see and track the ether traces left behind. Just so we're clear, at all times, my top right, this is the conclusion I came up with after really putting my mind.
Okay.
Good. And
Fortunately, a lot of these are more normal.
When I first laid out your mission objectives, I believe I was perfectly clear. Don't you agree? Choosing silence now. How unbecoming. Find a way to thin the herd. Make them drop out. You're the funnel for the first round of cuts. I distinct now. Perhaps you'd care to explain this to me. How exactly does that directive get interpreted as indiscriminate slaughter of contestants and the ethereals they turn into? There are 1,000 ways to force people out of the competition, yet you chose the loudest, bloodiest one. You dragged civilian deaths into it, blew the whole thing wide open, and put public...
I don't owe explanations to some mid-level lackey like you. Take a good look at what's left of these
Technically, he is the boss for the chapter, or one of the, at least the first chapter.
That said, it was just a bowl of rock.
Wait, is she? I think 18 and.
Oh, you're up too, Belle?
I say you
This
found.
is Ia.
Put the proxy on the line.
Sir, what proxy?
I won't repeat.
Yes, sir. Proxy.
Hello?
I'll keep this brief. I know Cecilia entered the Hollow Champion competition using your connections. Honestly, the fact that my subordinate thought to go through you means she's not completely inept. As for our investigation target, I assume she's already told you about it. That's fine. Sharing this information,
In that case, what?
it's a special form the fated ethereals may not pose a threat to humans, but whoever wields this ability might. They've infiltrated the competition. Our mission is to identify them. And this mission comes directly from the city of Mel. In any case, I'm calling to make it clear. I won't interfere with Cecilia's choice to work with you. As long as it doesn't obstruct the investigation.
No. Don't let Proxy turn into a demon, too.
Please excuse me for a moment, Proxy. I must take an urgent internal call. Everyone, the situation has changed. The Hollow Champion competition's prizes have been stolen.
What?
Wake that sleepwalker up, Proxy. And
I've got all the prize money and the rewards for no registration, no qualification. Don't kid
Romeo.
unfortunately, last night, before Romeo's arrest warrant was officially issued, he snapped the neck of the guard at the temporary. About an hour ago, Romeo broke into the Hollow Extreme Athletics League where he released that declaration online before entering the hall.
So you're saying...
Full of fanatical opportunity.
Oh no.
Cecilia, this is a Proxy, thank you for providing.
Can I join your operation?
Well, not so inflexible.
It's fine. You're willing to let me.
Very well. I'll set.
Belle, are you... Wait, hold on. I'll go instead.
Wise, listen to me.
Whoa, hey! Are you... Seriously,
Are you sure you're up to this?
you've seen what I can do. Just so we're clear.
I wonder.
I'll contact Billy right now.
Let's move, Proxy.
Huh?
I really do wonder.
You sure you want me?
Being annoying.
Oh, I sense someone's peepers on us.
Cats. Yes, you can finally use your own.
You sure you want me?
See, the problem is you're supposed to use her and trigger. Unfortunately. They give trial use, but it's the only freedom you ever have. See, you're supposed to use her and trigger. Seed and then trigger, because trigger is the other one in a team, but see, she replaces 10 Soldier Ambi. Actually. But she has a poison effect that's see, hers is ability which they limit her to it. But there's a couple of other like teams you can run her with. She doesn't really have firm teams. She has a couple. Like she's one of the top electric.
The weather's not. I'll show you my real value this time. I'm here.
But
Need a hand?
she also has an addition to Aetherville. If you do not care about team composition,
Nice today. Maybe we could catch a movie together.
shits and grins. Seed.
You know, I really like your scent.
And you have to have a stun.
Foo-foo's here. We're up, Hooey!
See her seed. Seed works in the one.
We've arrived. Let's go. Roxy, stay close behind me. It reeks of something unsettling. Smells like blood. I really don't want to stay here any longer than we need to. Hands on me! There should be a lot of contestants gathered around the prize. Let's just head to where there's the most people. Does it have to be me? Let's find a good... There are quite a few fissures here.
Like, technically, I can use the other one. Depends if you want to go, like... Technically, if you want to go more stun, so be it. Yes, lighter, they don't matter.
Wait. All these people on the ground. Did you do this?
Manager!
I'm okay. This...
Hell yeah!
Billy already said everything I want.
We thought this competition, Caesar and the others didn't. But hold up.
No, this wasn't us.
Take a good look at.
Relax, Nick!
Hey,
Shut up, little.
lighter.
Wait, don't. We pulled a few big jobs together back in the... We were just staking out that pink-haired chick. That pink-haired little...
Wait. Someone shut this loud.
She went through the prizes we scored.
Wait, a small box? Just like I thought. The Portaloid W engine was the prize inside that box.
No way. Someone. Romeo himself,
Judging by the way he's...
But then.
It's like hiding a leaf.
Question is...
Cecilia, can you use your ability?
Yeah, of course. Give me that box. I'll show you what a snake tyrant can really do. Wait. Save your breath. Didn't those wanted punks already tell us?
God.
I can't.
In that case,
If that's the plan.
If you don't mind me asking...
I can feel it.
hit you up on comm?
Got it. Stay safe out there.
Alright, let's roll.
Yeah, I know.
Will Billy and the others be able to find their way without my help?
But don't worry about them, they're way stronger than we are. If anything, you should be worried about us turning into a mule. Oh, just so we're clear, I'm not taking him head on. If we actually run into him, we hide first, then call Billy and the others for backup.
Sure. Whatever you say. There are still some contestants fighting it out over here. I'll leave them to you.
Not many. I should be able to handle him. You lot, surrender now!
Manager, how are things on your end?
We've got it under control. There aren't that many enemies. Billy, why is it so noisy on your side?
It's funny, I'd have to ask somebody. Like, if people do not know what a rotation is, you kind of have to observe it. See, what I usually find, they call themselves gamers, but they don't know what a rotation means.
Stop! What's going on? It's not the Fisher. Don't you see the three...
Oh, you're right. Nice mate.
No way.
See, that's why I think, because a lot of this game comes down to actually having the right rotations.
Cecilia, report your progress.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I've got eyes on him.
Sir, I've just...
Oh, great.
So, you're currently fighting 3 targets at once. If I'm not mistaken, those names are all notorious wanted. Now, this isn't our primary objective. Eliminating fugitive, I assumed you would avoid.
Oh, hey! Don't hang up! Proxy? What do we do? If I get...
Hush. You're all criminals hired by the Black. Otherwise, oh,
That's right! I will...
Ghost Shade, Hedgehog, the Gardener.
You're bluffing.
I wasn't planning.
Oh, wait, what? Wait. What the hell was that just now? I surrender! I'll turn myself in! Even though...
Here, put these...
Ladies!
The respected PubSec officer...
The respected PubSec officers is...
The great Pubs...
The great PubSec officer!
You've gotta be kidding me! Where's your pride as criminal? I don't...
Looks like there's still one idiot. You know, Proxy, you had a straight face and you look. I never thought you'd come up with a move like that.
I don't build a career as a proxy.
See, Cornelius can't play a game like this, because he would not know the first thing about why rotations matter.
People were looking at me.
Nor could he ever clear like a score of 20,000 plus inside the deep end mode. That's the fun part. Why do team composition? That's the key. Sadly, Seed has been a casualty for the year. Like, if you ever run her without running her as a team, you kinda can do it. And you don't care about a team bonus. As long as you have a attack and a stun. But explaining that is different than how Seed really works. I mean, Seed is overkill for this.
Feels like we're getting off pretty easy combat-wise. Here is really low. There are only a handful of ethereals. Not a
And
single.
think about you, Fufu. Surprisingly, actually,
Yeah, it does feel strange. Look, Roxy! The route you marked out with. Not sure.
I probably shouldn't be the. Come to. And just now, we got a brand new lead.
I didn't expect to find traces.
You just focus on studying. Proxy, come to. I never thought working for the
see, this is the thing. A lot of the game does come down to it. It's like HSR, you sometimes need like at least two different other people to make somebody work.
An amazing.
Was that last part?
But usually people who are...
Still haven't found any leads?
Just a moment. Cecilia, try contacting Severian again. Cecilia?
Uh,
Run! No! You're supposed to shout I need you! What the?
Time to end this. Don't do anything unnecessary. I warned you, didn't I? If you insist on getting involved, don't
Wait! Premia, we have something. We absolutely.
Cecilia, are you okay? Put your weapon down.
Proxy. I guess I really should get ahead of myself. Premia, don't you dare lay a hand on the proxy.
I won't touch her. I have my orders. But what happens to you depends on whether you're willing to stand down.
Don't you dare touch Cecilia. What are you and Krampus really?
I think you've misunderstood something. He's not our target. These fated ethereals are.
Faded ethereals?
Krampus's jurisdiction extends only to tops. Matters concerning tops neither require nor permit interference from public security or the city administration. I will not allow any branch we intend to
Wait, are you saying?
Sorry, I can't disclose that.
I haven't lost to you yet. Unless you knock.
Orders have changed. Go ahead with pursuing Black Wolf. The branch of judgment shall not fall upon you for now. On behalf of Krampus and myself, I apologize for my earlier rashness.
uh-huh. That's a better character introduction than you think. Because usually the first time we see her, she's working around Zao. See, Krampus judges other corporations and tops. So each of them are warriors or strong in their own right. we knew about her, like, the artwork for every time they do a character, we learn about them about before. So basically, Zal's the bunny. Dialin is the other one that sees dead people. The other combat automaton. And then you get her. She'd be the fourth member of the team. So, one rupture, one defense with Aether Veil, and then the other. She's really actually a interesting character. Now, again, but yes, you 5 seconds, 5 minutes or so. Stretch second. Oh, but I think I know. It's like this chapter, you have to fight Ramel. Fight Ramel. So the thing is Krampus. And also the only person who wasn't at present in the three-pronged pact, which is going to show which showed the plans for Tops, which was to take control of the floating city. That Lady Sunbringer was above, was the head of Krampus wasn't there. Because we don't know who the head of Krampus is. We know who's the head of the entertainment industry. We know who the other ones are. Now, again, it's one of those organizations that the further the game goes along, that if she is a sleeper because the boss of this particular, which is A, is Ramel. Romel the Black Wolf. See, she was just released. So, compared to the other one, she actually has. I'm actually more excited to use her. But she's. Luckily, I only took 90 something pulls. Well, 9 pulls. But let's be clear, I saved up because I don't spend. I skipped all the AOD, and I'm not spending anything until the other one.
I'm under no obligation. I truly didn't expect you to.
Whatever orders she received, it worked in our favor.
Oh, nothing serious. Proxy, we can't stay here any longer. We can investigate.
I agree with everything.
Oh, manager!
We did get into some trouble.
We've been smashing ethereal.
Proxy, I used my tracking ability.
Got it. After we get through, we need.
No problem.
That's all the ethereal's dealt with. Let's keep tracking the ether trail. Huh? Proxy, look. It's those faded ethereals again.
Now, if Norma, I will say, is a backup Fufu for attack and rupture, she'll have a better future. Velena is going to be the first one of 3.0. Velena is going to be the harder one to predict. Because Velena is going to be the first wind. Norma is going to be similar to Fufu. She's a fire stun. So bear in mind. Do you need if you needed another one, that's probably the one you go for. But then again, a fire stun will suffer a horrible fate.
No kidding.
It really depends on it.
Two routes merge into the same spot.
What helps Fufu is the off the field.
Look on the bright side. At least we don't have to waste time regrouping. From here on out, we move us.
So, that Black Wolf Romeo and that.
Don't sweat it, Cecilia.
I mean. Let me see where the ether traces point to. Huh? That's odd. There should be 2 different trails here, just like before. Now there's only one. Need a shadow route just disappear? Well then, hope the one we're on leads us to the Black Wolf.
I was just thinking there's barely a soul here. And then these.
Looks like an even more annoying swarm of flies has arrived. You useless piece.
Save your breath for the
How irrit. Didn't expect you all to want this.
No need to spell it out for him. Romeo.
Seriously? Does he have...
Romule, if you cooperate.
Reduced scent still. They're using this event to complete some plan of theirs. I don't even know what it is. I dug through their communications and finally realized my role in the final phase. They were too arrogant. Never thought their own tool would bite back. Serves them right.
Keep talking.
Who are they?
Again, I hate this boss. This boss is an ass. This boss is an overgrown motherfucker. The only boss that has another fucking secondary health bar, by the way. When he was introduced, I was like, why? He actually has a special health bar. Quite literally. That's his own reasons. See,
Give him a full salvo, Senior.
Should have killed me when you had the chance. Omen Barrage, fire!
Definitely not my type. Going a little harder won't hurt.
see, there's a fine art to combat in this game. Once you learn it, it's just like breathing. See, people like Cornelius don't have the hand-eye coordination or the thought process to understand why this works. Me, I've done this for years with various different games. Chaining combat and chaining everything else. This is just like another Tuesday. No macros involved, no nothing. As I said, anything less than about 300 or 400 hits in Honkai Impact was fucking failure. Once you start chaining, you should always chain. Sadly, this game doesn't have it. But in story, I can do this all day. Easy as basically poning on Cornelius.
Got it. Finally.
It's the kicker.
I thought I warned you to watch out for suspicious individuals near you.
Ramel.
But you let your guard down way too early, Miss Model Citizen. Sorry, but I'll be taking this. I'm gonna use it to take back what's rightfully mine. I'll give you one last piece of advice. Next time we meet, don't ever let me get this close again.
That was...
What just happened?
Roxy, this feather. Wait, where's the Force Alloy W engine? Someone took the W engine.
The W engine is gone?
That person just now. Was that Ramiel?
I very highly doubt we could battle a Void Hunter. So...
Hard to believe.
she is the Void Hunter of Void Hunters.
Bell. I couldn't.
It's basically what we...
And Commissioner.
I think he already has a suspect. In that split second. I can't be completely certain. If she's the one who took the W engine. Roxy, you...
Look at you, Cecilia.
I got it first. Oh, right. That demon told me to pass this along. The culprit is Ramiel. But this Ramiel doesn't actually exist.
Huh?
Fake name, fake address, fake phone number, fake ID. Ugh, just thinking about having a tracker. Whatever. Let's not talk about that. This specialist is official.
Thanks to the great public...
Come on. We have a...
It really begs the question, what will be her release powers? It's just like Lady Sunbringer. Lady Sunbringer was going to be an actual playable character. I'll be damn shocked if she isn't. The question is when they're going to release them together. They're not going to release them together. They're going to be released between parts because it's not like she's really evil. Ramel is not evil. But she does want to invade the Sky City.
Well, well. Looks like you kind of predicted what would happen here. What are you, some kind of genius?
No. You could say the outcome aligned with our hypothesis. The process, however, was unpredictable. At the very least, we can confirm she did come to New Eridu and acted within our expectations. Before she returns to Rose Califer, we must stop her.
Because Ramel is powerful to her own right. That's the thing. Now, granted, it's probably going to be 5 versions before we see her. But she will be probably what? She's going to be S rank as well as.
Yeah. By the way, where
She got a phone call and...
for Cecilia to get that nerve?
Yeah, that's what... Apart from Commissioner Severi, if we want to locate her before...
That's where fair.
A reasonable conclusion. Notice, during your conversation with the second assistant, the search for information on the individual, Ramiel, was complete.
Nice work, Barry.
Logic. Second assistant, pink hair. Operates alone. Young woman. Kind of a bat.
Something's...
You're the one who's familiar with her. I can only
Reminder. Please provide... Understood. Refining the search result...
Huh? Coming! Belle, what's wrong?
Teacher? Carol? Who's that?
Our shop door isn't designed to let someone squeeze through while carrying snack bags twice as big as it.
Did I just...
Belle, are you okay?
I think...
Barbara?
Important message?
Fine. I want to say yes, but at best it's only a... Well, hold on. I'm not finished yet. The Demon Lord's paid leave, of course, comes with some extra conditions attached. He requires me to continue searching for traces of Ramiel with you during my time off. Just treat it as paid leave. Yes, that's exactly what he said. In other words, for the next week, I'll be acting not as
Is there...
Of course there is. Even if the communicator were still on, I probably wouldn't.
In other words, public security won't... I have a feeling... Commissioners...
fair.
Well,
You'll find out soon enough.
your AI assistant. Oh, I see now. So that's why the Demon Lord sent me to protect you. You must. Yeah. I knew it. Come on, let me see.
Response. These are search... Based on the keywords provided by Master, I performed a second round of filtering on the search results and identified the following different types of Ramiel. Shy Ramiel. Fluffy type Ramiel.
Ramiel? Wait, it's actually a whole family?
No, it's just a mistake in the search results. Don't...
Is this a
For efficiency, among hundreds, this maximizes the chance of...
I've never heard of such a thing.
Let me think. Pink hair, but no hood. Right! She has a black ribbon in her hair. And
New keywords confirmed.
Looks like a few more rounds of...
Filtering complete. Showing the image with the highest match.
That's her! That's the one! Ramiel type Ramiel! A photo of her was on the Demon Lord's desk. He wouldn't let me touch it or take a picture of it, but I've seen it before! That's definitely her.
So she's supposed to be an angel archetype. But I forget. See, that's what helps to understand a little bit of Apocrypha. Various little things.
Didn't expect her to be found so quick.
Thank you for your recognition. Fit AI assistant looks for...
the place in the photo is...
Come on, Vel. Let's head...
Alright, fine.
I'm kind of curious. Is Romeo and he? Well, that'd be more crazier than hasn't. Hopes and visions. Thunder of God. It's a fallen watcher angel. Someone really does their research.
Billy said he'd wait for us near the metro.
I thought she's a bird. She's not only a bird, she's an angel. Because, like, in the... Well, see, usually the art that leads up to Romeo, because we've seen her, she has, like, wings. Can tell if they were white or black. But then again, you're talking art of... You're talking if they followed arts from about 2 years, 3 years. Good luck to you if they follow it up.
Hey, managers!
You look like you're in a good mood.
Manager! You missed it because you weren't looking closely enough! Here! This...
It looks like...
That's right! As expected of you,
So...
Don't rush! You'll see when the...
Nicole, in advance on your salary? I really can't...
right. When I called her, the signal...
But isn't half a year's salary...
But still, I said I'd get it for you no matter...
Thank you, Billy.
Anyway, so where do we go look?
Let's go to the tea milk store.
I hope Coco is at the tea milk store right now.
Welcome to Richard Tea Milk. What would you like to drink today? Actually,
Fun fact, that's actually what they call their thing.
She did come by. Strange thing? Yeah. Welcome. If anything catches your eye...
They all look pretty interesting.
Of course. That's exactly what my studio is all about.
See, Sand Sea is actually what they call their stuff.
Creations are truly one of a kind.
100 years in the future. That confident? A lot can change over that kind of time, you know.
Ah, 2-hour video. He played Dead by Daylight 2 weeks ago. Wow. The Walking Dead garbage program. Link versus Canon 16 hours ago. 16 views. 22. Legend of Zelda. Fucking TP door. I'm sorry. Link Between Two Worlds? Eh. No one cares. Huh. 9 days ago. No way he got 600 views within a fucking month. Kiss my ass. Again. I hate liars. Can you imagine bragging about views? And he talks about playing Dead by Daylight with friends. Dead by Daylight's the game you basically torture your people with. It's garbage. Look, I would rather watch... It's like me, like someone watching me do basically Diablo 4 because I've been having to do like 4 hours trying to grind out gems. Which I did do. Because I needed gems to make things, and sadly, the game doesn't want to give me rubies. Eh. Fuck my life. See, the thing is, Ramel is going to be in the next. As I said, she's one of the ones. Again, the Black Wall got pushed back. That's the wall around the city.
I'm sure that even by then, I'm that confident.
If you put it that way, I kind of want to buy one now. Let me see.
This one's pretty popular. Most of its buyers are young.
I see. I'll take it. How much?
Sorry, but we don't.
Inspiration.
Yes. Whether it's so, if you want waiting.
All right.
And just like that, you traded a...
Mm.
It's okay. Oh, by the way, is there a place nearby that's...
There's a flower shop just outside to the left.
I understand. They just want you to basically go around to all the places you never went to and then go ahead. Murder me hold. Tell people.
A new clue. Ramiel wanted to watch an old...
Hey, Belle.
Huh? Did I miss...
What Haley said earlier about bringing just one person at a time to the cinema. What did...
Yes, I noticed that as well.
Feels like a clip.
Oh, well...
I keep thinking about her stopping by the cinema.
Ramiel. Is she planning to check out every corner of Lumina Square or what?
The woman in the photo did come by my shop, but there was nothing I see. You want to buy flowers to honor the departed. In that case, I would recommend white chrysanthemums or lilies. We do have them, but they're not typically used for funerals or similar occasions.
That's fine. I'll take a bouquet of withered blooms. Oh, by the way, how would I get to Route 6 in Minerva Quarter?
Route 6 in Minerva Quarter? That place was sealed off as a restricted area when the old city fell. These days, however, if you don't mind taking a bit of a detour, you could try heading to Blazewood. There are rumors that one of the hollows near there connects to Minerva Quarter. But they're only rumors. And the hollow's really dangerous. Please, just forget what I said.
By the way, the only other person more mysterious is her. She runs the flower shop.
A detour, huh? That sounds like a hassle. Blazewood. Another name.
Huh? You've never been to There's a cheese restaurant that runs off
Nitro fuel. All right, it's decided.
and she left after...
Thanks, Orchidea.
It was yesterday morning.
Yesterday morning?
That's fine. As long as...
I can't stop thinking...
Understood, Master.
Imagine having run from YouTube to Rumble. Or Kick. Because you're too stupid to do stuff on YouTube. I say that. Yay.
Oh, Proxy! It's been a while. You guys here to hang out in Blazewood?
I'm actually surprised the man didn't lose his channel. Considering he... Then again, I think it's something I said about him when I first identified him. The whole thing, if you do react streaming too much without transforming content, it sets your ass up for, like... Oh, it sets yourself up for entire... Like, trademarks are just the beginning. But yeah. yes, this is part 8. God sakes, this always takes a while.
Must be nice. Traveling around, making new friends everywhere.
Leiter and Lucy already filled us in on what happened at the competition.
Why does it sound like you're only compliment?
But the papers say some of the prizes went missing, and the whole thing got shut.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I see. Normally the Sons of Caledon would be all over this, but things have been kinda complicated lately.
What's been going on?
It's Tops. I have no idea what's up with them, but they suddenly flooded the outer ring. Over the last few days, they've sent a bunch of strange people and machines into the hollow near Blazewood. I mean, it's off, so I've called everyone back to Blazewood for the time being.
I see. But for Tops to be making moves now...
Could it be Rusty Cliff?
Where'd Cecilia go?
Her? As soon as we hit Blazewood, she took off to catch up with some friends.
There she is.
You go ahead. Caesar and I will keep an eye out for any clues on this Ramio girl.
That's a little bit heresy. But then again, in English, they call her Caesar. Really should be Kaiser. Hell, even fucking Fallout New Vegas gets that correct. But yeah, I believe it's always fun. Romeo. R.C. Rommel's basically. Basically, I play it. Get to see the other. I need to go put coffee on. Move. Move. Yes. Move. doesn't mean you get them. Right. Plus. Plus less. Quite honestly. It's like I gotta do about the what's sad is the stories it ain't this is actually quick to get through, but HSR I have to get through. This shit makes my eyes bleed over. But at least the boss fights are more of a payoff.
Thank you so much. Be
This is
careful.
just...
Keep an eye on tops too.
It's one of those things. These are not meant to be rushed. You can rush it. It's currently like HSR. But it's like HSR has like... You're supposed to actually be doing some stuff. I've seen some. They're like, hey, can you complete this, 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 and this in like 20 days? And I'm like...
We all came back to Blazewood together. If any of us...
You two know each other? Yeah.
If I remember right, back then you were going around saying you were looking for the... We all thought you meant Lighter. Turned out you were after the first... Oh, speaking of Lighter, there he is.
The first champion.
Want to hear the story? It's the Outer Ring's famous legend, the Reaper and the Champion! Not just big...
Old Demir. Yeah, if he had a hand in it. No wonder Big Daddy said it's not entirely true.
What's the legend? Don't leave here that interesting, huh? Long, the terrifying Caledon Reaper. It had a body made of Caledon Reaper? Do you know about it, Bill?
No.
Don't cut in! This is the important part! Until one day, the champion arrived. And challenged the Caledon Reaper. He struck first, firing gold then. He used his indestructible Wanderer's Keep and fire. With a rocket punch, he... This is the... So... The... What do you think about the...
Me? Nah.
What are you even worried about?
I feel like I've seen... No?
Come on. Trust me. My new form would make even the first... Wait, no! Legends of Starlight Philip. Woo! It's him!
Oh, what was that last part? Well then...
As for which one's stronger...
The fact they joke about this, it's not going to make him any better.
Put the Starlight Knight top.
Basically.
Huh? That's Bernice.
Belle, let's ask her.
Sure, let's go. If Bernice doesn't remember either, well, better just ask her. You're looking for someone?
She's most likely been...
Oh, her? A good friend? You? Of course! We're besties! We hit it off right away. I've never met anyone like...
You don't even know you're good.
Well, we only just met. I might have forgotten to ask her name, but spent the whole night drinking nitro fuel together. She told me it was her first time drinking nitro fuel, and she fell in love with it right away. I never thought I'd meet a rival like that. I'd thrown Outer Ring Fuel God his shit. What happened after that? Did she mention? Yeah, she did. She said she wants to go to this dreamy garden full of nitro fuel trees.
That's such an ambiguous answer. Is there something you can't...
Oh, no. I might have had a bit too much to drink last night, so I can't remember anything if I have another nitrofuelin recreate.
Hollow closest to Blazewood.
Ooh,
Yeah, that's because...
Master, I've gathered some information. The white witherblooms Romuel bought from Orchidea are commonly used as home decor. Besides their aesthetic value, their scent has these flowers are no longer used in memorial rituals. The most recently recorded use of witherblooms for honoring the deceased appears in a newspaper photo from about 100 years ago. It is believed to be a tradition from the old capital.
100 years ago?
what do you think, Brock? Of course. Now that we've got it.
Belle's right.
Cecilia and I are ready when you are, manager.
Well, it actually tells the player that
So many ethereals. Let's go around. That will take more.
Excuse me?
Though.
Coming through. Yo, yo, yo! All eyes on me!
Billy, what are you?
No need to go another way. I've been getting ready for this. It's showtime. Oh, evil darker than a black hole. Rejoice! You've earned the honor of being scorched by starlight. Dimension burst. Star crash. Starlight night. Transform!
How does this guy pass the forbidden fruit test?
Running into me today? Must be your lucky day.
yeah,
My brand new
Rupture
form.
Billy.
Upgraded with funds from Boston Wallet. Come at me.
More obnoxious than the other one. Oh no. Oh no, you fucking don't. You are not Himiko. You are not. Oh. Jesus. He's gonna be worse than I thought. You know, at least. Do you know at least a fire archon that has the bike attack where it makes sense? And isn't retarded? Sure.
Transformation complete. What do you think, manager? Cost me a fortune to get the super powerful form. Out of my way.
Motorcycle out of nowhere. That must be where the Denny's went.
Rider Dad! This is a must-have for knights. I'd willingly trade an arm for this.
He and I,
What are you looking at? Nicely done. We can go to the elevator ahead now.
Oh no, and he has the fucking. No, you don't.
It's a great day for a joyride.
Oh, and he also has the fucking rupture that he consumes life. Well, that's a joy. He consumes life.
Under the blazing sun, an unseen army lays claim to the land. My name is Beth. I may not say it out. Only then could I
I love using characters that kill themselves. Same reason I hate will never use Hutao in Genshin. Fuck my life. Isn't much better.
This thing fights just...
Don't worry. Enemies like this are Oh, come on! I just said that!
They're mass-produced?
Don't worry, manager!
Yo,
You...
You can talk too!
running into you here was well within my calculation. Your new toys look way
That way of talking. Why did...
Ah, right. Of course you wouldn't.
What business card? Oh no. What's going on? It's a multi-vector...
No, in a closed network like this, release millions of Trojans. Now then.
Yokai! Why are you here? And what...
Don't spoil the fun of our little.
Don't...
Are you ready, my prey? I'm gonna start counting down. 3, 2, 1.
The hunt begins.
What in the world?
Talk. Whose orders? It's gone.
Thank you,
Hold on. Come out.
It is an honor to meet you.
Are these mechs Rusty Cliff?
I have no clue.
Don't say anything.
Right.
Last warning. Don't leave.
But I'm not done monitoring the... Understood.
All right, I'll cut to the chase. It's getting more...
More dangerous?
How much do you know? Rusty Cliff promised they'd keep a low pro...
No. We can...
Reason.
We're looking for Romuel.
So,
I'll go with you.
you mean you'll help us look?
Yes. Rusty...
Wait,
I can't disclose the details of... I'm investigating the big guy that Contact mentioned. In addition, according to Krampus intel, Rusty Cliff is also actively searching for Romeo. So I want to find her.
So, the incident...
let's team up more.
It seems my colleagues left a good impression.
A comprehensive scan.
What was that last part?
Anyway, thank you so...
Things...
Pardon.
I said, this PubSec officer will be watching you.
Okay.
I'm curious. I've not actually used her yet.
Fall back, Sophia.
A little bit Jane. A bit. Interesting. She's a little bit like Jane. Jane Doe in a way. Oh god, she has that as well. Yeah, I was right. A little bit. Yeah, she's similar. Oh shit, Ramiel did that.
All right, let's keep going. Mandrake will enhance the defense of other Ethereals. And for efficiency, we should take it out first. Of course. If you prefer to toy with your enemies, you can save it for last.
We'd rather just get it over with. Right, manager?
Of course. Let's focus our fire on that mandrake.
Leave it to me.
Characters.
I'll cover you. Fall back. I will carry out your execution.
I'm Zenless, you know. You can't escape my gaze.
What are you looking at? The starlight purges all evil!
I've checked the map. All the routes are pointing to the same ether fissure.
If Ramiel was here, she would have passed through that fissure.
She's a strange character. Her character trailer has her basically doing sensory deprivation inside of a box.
Someone has already been through here and cleared the path.
Could it be Ramiel? Either way, works in our favor. More and more faded ethereals.
That means we're getting closer, right? Yeah, we're very close to the ether fissure. Almost there.
An opening. It's over. End it here and now.
Like a weakling. I see the ether fissure. Right up. Huh? It's the Chasm Memorial. Didn't expect the fissure to lead us back here of all places.
We didn't lose it. Let's not jump to conclusions.
The flowers.
But where should we go now?
Why did she come here?
Maybe they're for a friend who passed.
Over 100 years ago?
Did you think of something?
No, it's nothing. Over 100 years ago. Around the time old Eridu was founded. Could Ramiel be connected to that history somehow?
Anyway, the trill's gone cold.
Sounds good. Lighter in the other
I should also find a place.
Hmm. I love how someone basically lies about views. But, you know, the irony is people are very delusional. All I gotta do is pull up the fucking dipshit's channel.
What are you looking at?
Memories.
But your memories.
I'm looking at your memory. Relax. It's not an interrogation. You don't have to answer.
partnership. We should get to know each other a little better.
We have the same goal.
Eh.
It's not exactly the same, though, right?
She's a little bit too much of a serious character to be introducing through an epilogue. Just a bit. It's too much. She is more of a serious character you drop for a big storyline. Because the way she and what she can do. I mean, you gotta understand. She's more than mean. Like, she wants to go toe to toe with Lady Sunbringer. Now, granted,
The answers I want from Sunbringer, and the answers you all want from Sunbringer, are they really the same? Hey now, no need to be so tense. At least until I get my answer.
And I hope we can remain partners.
Well, that depends. Come to think of it, maybe it's time I paid her a visit.
because technically, Sunbringer was last seen.
Figures. Anything connected to Tops is trouble.
What goes on in the city is a
Thank you, guys.
Mysteries, mysteries. With this
Cecilia, need a hand?
Hey, Oliver.
My new armor's got fingertip micro thruster assist.
Ah, stop! Dumbass who almost got tricked by the enemy. Hands off my snakes.
Hey!
Shoot! Shoot! Go check.
Strange. Rusty Cliff is more impatient. The mechanical Ramule we encountered in the Hollow, and the big guy the Rusty Cliff contact mentioned. They must feel.
Threatened? Who could possibly threaten Tops? Those months?
Maybe they're running out of time. Or maybe it's Ramule. That W engine she took. She must know something even Tops's upper ranks would fear.
Looks like we need to find Rob.
Indeed.
right now, Sons of Caledon stretch pretty thin, but
Let's put that trouble.
then again, who knows? Maybe rumors aren't always trust. After all, plenty of people say the sweepers are demons who've done every terrible thing imaginable. And yet here you are, working alongside one of those demons.
Hmm.
Don't look at me like that. I have no intention of making excuses for the reputation I earned in the past.
I mean, sweepers are more deadlier than they look. It's kind of that weird one. You know, Oliver. You're going around looking for food. It's very, extremely weird. Long skills, 'cause I don't know the end of this one.
All right. Let's leave the past where it belongs. What
Shitty
matters is
AI
the present and what
thumbnails.
comes next. We still have to look for Romuald tomorrow, so everyone should get some rest. Cecilia, stop snacking. Oh, just... the bonfire is so nice. Hey! I'm warning you. I've got friends now. Guys, you good? Oh, we're good. What could possibly be wrong?
Sorry. All clear.
Weird gimmick.
Wait, this ring's straight up plastic.
Just two left.
Let's leave.
Not my target. Found you.
Don't come any closer!
Didn't get to pet a little snake.
Past?
It's nothing. You really are.
Then, at least for now, the next few...
We're needing some out of nitro fuel. Can you help me get a few more? Bro, this new look.
So what do you think?
Yeah, you sure do. An enemy could probably spot you from a mile away.
Lighter. You just don't get it. Look at these.
When I first heard you'd activated your ultimate form, I thought maybe the undefeated first champion, or maybe that so-called Caledon.
Wait, the first champion? And the Caledon Reaper? So the one behind all those wild rumors that Sia mentioned before was Billy the whole time?
Well, okay.
After all, the Caledon Reaper disappeared long before the famed first champion made his grand debut. Isn't that? As for when the rather ironic story of the undefeated champion beat the Caledon, some versions even claim to know how many rounds they fought. What?
So, the silent Ruth? No wonder Lighter thought Billy had reverted to...
Billy, I think Big Daddy might still have the old maintenance. You'd probably be even stronger than before. It'll also suit this place and its survival of the fit.
Yeah, you're right, Lighter. That road only leads back to the old Billy. The one who just followed orders, reeking of oil, fear, but now...
So, you're killing the ghost of your past with a new identity.
Oh, that's it! Oh, and check this out.
We've got to continue our investigation tomorrow. Better get some rest tonight.
I would rather have this entirely done.
Where am I? Is this a dream? Or... Wise? Are you here?
Yes. Icarus. No. It's not enough.
Romeo? What?
Easy there, Miss Model Citizen. If you raise your voice, you'll wake everyone up. And besides, our Q&A game works in turn. Last time, the final question you asked me about your nightmare, I already helped you with that. Waking you up from your dream wasn't easy, you know. So, now it's my turn to ask a question. What? No need to be so tense. We're just chatting, like before. All right, let's start here. In your eyes, what kind of person is your teacher?
My teacher? Why would you ask about her? What does that have to do with you or the...
Answering a question with another question is a serious foul in a bet. If you really don't want to answer, I'll give you a little hint. In a game like this, the one answering can't lie, but they don't. So, let's get back to the question. What kind of person do you think your teacher is?
My teacher.
Don't take too long. Or
She's my guide. I trust her. Maybe there are still things I don't...
a guide worthy of trust, huh? That's a very interesting... All right, then. By the rules, it's my turn to answer the question you asked earlier. My real name is Remiel. Well, I suppose most people would recognize me better by my family name. Dan. My full name is Remiel Dan.
No, that's impossible. That name, it's from over 100 years ago.
I knew you'd react like that. After all, that name probably only exists in history books for you, doesn't it? Lieutenant Colonel of the Guard of Staves, one of the first generation Void Hunters.
But how can that be?
It's not completely impossible, you know. Time tends to be a little kinder to a person like me. But if you still think I'm lying, well, even though you haven't asked yet, I'll give you one more answer for free. Something I'm sure you're dying to know. Our game time always runs out so quickly. So let's keep it short. To me, that Porcelain W engine is a key to the past. There's something I need it for. So I'm afraid I can't give it back to you just yet. But I promise you this. When everything is finally settled, if you still need it. Oh, and though you might not have realized it yet, just like those phantoms in your dreams, you're chasing after something. In that sense.
I don't understand.
Greedy, aren't you? That's a whole new question. Let's save it for next time,
Belle! Are you okay? Lady, I'm warning you. And if I get hurt...
See? This sharp little snake can always find you with uncanny accuracy.
Don't worry, Cecilia.
At least not for the moment, huh? I'd love to keep talking with you a little. I really do prefer one-on-one conversation. So, I suppose this is goodbye for now.
Wait, Remiel, don't leave just yet. Huh? A first-generation Void Hunter? That woman? Oh, come on. And I'm the mayor of New Eridan.
A first-generation Void Hunter is like on the same level as the original hero from Starlight Knight Chronicles, but if she's telling the truth. Damn, how old would she be? Like over 100 or something. I mean, Ross always says don't judge a woman's age by her looks. But come on! She doesn't look anywhere near 100.
Actually, she said she needs the porcelain. Same with the whole first-generation Void Hunter thing. She doesn't gain anything from making that up.
Right.
What is it, Promia? Did you...
The big guy I mentioned earlier. Big guy is just a code name. Its actual designation is Anti-Void Hunter Riot
A mech designed to suppress Void Hunters?
I don't know. At first, Tops treated it as nothing more than a classification, a metric for combat, but now it seems more likely it was never just a label. Tops's upper ranks may have known Remiel's identity long ago, even the Hollow Champion competition. You, me, Romuald, and every other participant. We may all have been unwitting pieces on rusty cliffs.
So, if that Porceloid W engine is important to her too...
Wait, what? So you're saying she might actually be a first-generation Void Hunter? The one from the Legends, who can level cities with a single strike?
Maybe. Because her generation of Void Hunter, there's another one too. There was a trio of 3. One invented the proxies. Well, there's 13 of them. 13 mercenaries. One was the one invented proxies. Or first learned how to navigate the hollows. Another one is a giant robot with a claymore. As soon as we've seen the figure as recent as what's her name? I forget her name. The one was the boss for a couple of chapters. She was in Rubble before she pulled herself out. Then she became the creator thing and we fought her in 2.5. There was a silhouette of a giant robot with a claymore. Now, that was back then. 2.3, 2.4? Somewhere out in there. So she was supposed to be. She was part of the Void Hunters who pushed the Black Wall back the furthest. And that's the wall surrounds the city. Or the little country that they live in. But it wasn't enough to able to basically that. But she definitely wasn't. It's kind of like my Obby's family tree is supposed to be in there too. It's one of the. So. They don't actually say what about year it is after, but she's more powerful than she lets on. Oh, fuck. I'll get off after this. I'm at least going to finish the story, or I'm never going to finish it. At the rate I finish these stories, sometimes it takes a while. I let like 3 or 4 of them build up. Kills me. That's why I said sometimes it takes like a Genshin. I'm actually a full version. I'm a full version and a half behind. So my story currently is at 5.0. And the idea of Void Hunters they are just vastly powerful. Because Miyabi, to prove her worth as a Void Hunter, she went into a hollow and slayed a giant ethereal. A Hydra ethereal. So it's not beyond the realm that they have big power. So. And Yejuan basically contains her power. Shinguan on the other hand, is very powerful, but she's limited by being the wielder of the Qingming sword. Lady Sunbringer, who she wants to fight, almost fight, basically subdued and killed, freed the Sky City by killing a ethereal up there. As I said, this is pretty big lore for basically a epilogue. A lot to dump. And they expect people to remember this before 3.0. Sadly, most of us only know this if you've ever followed the actual lore. Again, her actual in-game is probably going to be god tier. I mean, again, she's more of Elysia, especially by that full angel Elysia, but Elysia's more depicted as her, well, a lot of these are more their Resher forms. Ugh. I gotta get the coffee. God, the brain farting is terrible. And we didn't actually know her full name. We only knew of she actually was in the beginning. There's a whole lore primer that shows like the seven Void Hunters. But currently there's only 2. And we know, so season 3 is gonna have 2. I'm assuming they're just gonna do Lady Sunfire. Lady Sunbringer. We have to learn her name eventually. We know Ramiel's gonna be 1 as well. It's gonna be rather interesting because even Yeshiguang basically is just an artificial one. But it's more of a title designated by the city. But they do limit it. They do limit them if they're in game to a degree. It's kind of like brain farting. Because it's usually identified that they are super powerful. As I said, brain farting. And at this 4 hours straight, so you have to think and then play is always the worst. It's always. But yeah, there's the first generation of Void Hunters. It's in a trailer for the original. It's in a trailer with the lore of the original world, basically. They've kind of hinted at it over the couple of years, but it's something that gets referenced. Ramiel's one of them. But as I said, there's the one that invented. There's three, and we know of them from the question never was because Yejuan was supposed to be a Void Hunter, but she is a Void Hunter level.
Is it too late to run? Oh no. I can actually see it now. Faded Cecilia. Just like...
We need to confirm Ramiel's true objective. Now.
Tracking a first-generation Void Hunter? Damn, that's...
excuse me. Okay, just to be clear, I didn't do it on purpose. You put a tracker on a first-generation Void Hunter? Right when she was saying goodbye to you? I mean, I didn't. Chalky did. I'm serious, I didn't eat. You're amazing, Cecilia. I didn't.
You don't need to panic, Cecilia.
This direction.
No.
Cecilia, is that thing of yours even legit?
How would I know?
Tracker's final signal coordinates retrieved. Location, near one of the Persenis companion hollows.
And the signal dropping must mean she went into the hollow. No.
Understood. I'll wait.
Oh my. Didn't expect that naughty little... Now when did she even manage to stick this thing on me? Why do I get the feeling she wasn't taking me seriously?
Stop wasting our time. Phaeton and Toxic Pursuit Units are closing in on your position.
Yes, got it. Don't worry. I'll take care of them. I don't mean Phaeton, of course.
Don't let your guard down. We don't have any intel on Toxic mech, so no way to be sure if it's specifically designed to counter you.
Aw, are you worried about me? Or is it something... Relax. I know what I'm doing. But before I open the treasure chest, let me waste just a tiny bit more time doing something like going to play a little game of hide and... Right. And before that, I should return this tracker to that...
Wait, why does everything in here look all faded too? Hey, don't freak yourself out. Woo! Oh, thank goodness still. Something feels...
Oh, fucking Christ. Oh, fucking Christ. Reused assets like a motherfucker.
Doesn't matter if it's a trial for the Void Hunter. Starlight Knight Tilly is always...
I'm gonna say this. Reused assets at its motherfucking finest. By the way. This is a fucking... What is that? Goddamn mode's called. It's, it was a special mode from,
Huh? Oh, this is...
There's also a note.
What does it say? Is it...
Oh, is it trash talk?
Stalking.
Stalking is hardly an honors no need. Oh, and this little one, I traded a story for it. Back then, I thought it was quite a look-alike.
Stalking is hardly a habit. Oh, and this little one?
Okay.
I mean, if you want to fuck with a first generation Void Hunter, sure.
Gave us a gift? It sounds like both a warning and a prompt. But is she trying to protect us? Remiel? Remiel! Over there!
There?
I'll go on and catch up with you all ahead.
Wait, don't go! What did you mean?
Manager!
I've checked the area. Doesn't.
Sorry. She was here. Illusions. But... Don't worry, Cecilia. I'm okay. Don't... Sure, I will. These illusions again. Over here.
Protect yourself.
Showdown time!
End it here and now. An opening. This is the will of Krampus.
Wow, he does the fucking retarded thing where he can heal himself too.
Face your judgment.
Something strange up ahead. Over there. She's talk.
This is a nice place. A world of pure white. If I die one day, I hope someone can leave. What are you talking about? I'm a void hunter. How would I ever get corrupted and turn into an ethereal? Well, it's a promise that you'll be the one to, and then bury them here. That's not what I meant. Why would you bury me here after I've turned into an ethereal? That's hideous.
There's a fissure.
See, there's a little bit of there's a story of one of the
Where is this?
it's like
I didn't know you were capable of this. I'll give it a try too.
I feel like I should.
Whoa, what is this?
yeah. So this is there's an ability that we're gonna get. Oh, this mech.
Damn, look at his armor! And that energy output! Too bad for them, they caught me on a perfect day.
That's an anti-Void Hunter riot suppression mech. The Decider.
Oh, this thing. I've seen this one.
Whoever is piloting that mech.
Lady Comia, why ask what you already know? We are simply following the will of Pops.
What exactly is hidden here?
Hey, you don't seriously think I'm just gonna answer your questions, do you?
See, I was wondering what this was, because this is a boss I've seen before. Usually run into these bosses when you do other content.
Withdraw.
Sure.
Just look at this lineup. A Krampus judge, a public security specialist, and the mayor's little favorite Faithen.
I mean, reality is, sure. I run into this thing because I did the, well, B just came out, but this is an old enemy. But
What a troublesome bunch. So, I'm afraid.
there's a version of this you fight.
Your execution!
This thing's not as difficult to deal with as I thought.
Anti-void hunter. In name only.
A starlight purges all evil.
Fucking consuming health is a good way to get yourself fucking killed. I hate those mechanics. It actually is what makes, look, Hutao and Genshin, loved by the people, but Hutao consumes health. It's the same with, who's the one? Sorry, I'm blanking the name at the moment. Zhao. Zhao does too. Very easy to kill your characters you're using. Same with Billy. Billy's gonna have to be stacked with fucking HP.
That so-called ant. Wait a second. Doesn't that mean if word gets out?
Then I'm getting myself an I'll even let you name the movie.
No.
Wait. What are you?
Well, this is where we say goodbye, my old friend. And I truly hope that we never see each other again.
Okay.
This power.
She's in danger!
Wait! Everything around us is getting pulled in!
Is Belle inside that thing?
Subdue it to get Belle out of there.
Break the outer shell without damaging the inside.
This is the new anime.
You can't escape my gaze.
You and a motherfucking half applying different attributes. So there was Discord, there's Windswept, and there's Vortex. This disorder will not be triggered. The Vortex will be triggered. Roshan will be finalized. So that's gonna make Belina, if Belina does what I think Belina's gonna do. Ah, fuck, you have to give me. Character's gonna need. That character's gonna need at least 20,000 health. You and be.
This is the will of Krampus.
Bill's still in that thing! We need to get her out!
But it's huge! Where do we even start?
How should I know? I'll take the top, you check the bottom!
Wait, it's not over yet.
No, it can't be! Is that Belle?
Manager, that you? This doesn't look good.
Experience tells me we should retreat, observe, and come up with a plan. But my instincts tell me, if we don't defeat it right here, right now, Belle will never come back.
Damn it. It's too powerful.
Not good. At this rate.
Oh. I'm gonna fight it with bullshit that I'm not familiar with. Ah. No shit. We get our asses kicked. Yeah. Yeah, we get our asses kicked.
What is this?
I know. You don't want to hurt them. You've already tried your best. You did better than I ever could. Don't worry. I'll take it from here.
Oh boy. That is Elysia. That is Elysia, but that's more of an... They keep getting more angel form of Elysia at this point. Okay, fun fact. The more popular forms of Elysia that get adopted is actually the one. Like, you used to see the normal forms of Elysia, but when HSR got theirs, she was more angelful, which is more based on shit. At least a couple of the Hireshers have that one. And I have to fucking remember, there's like several forms of her now. It's the ice one with a bow. And then they're pretty much adopting her, that form now. It's kind of like Hireshira Thunder is the most popular form of May. It's gonna bother me.
I know what you want to ask. I'm sorry. I should have come here sooner, warned you to leave sooner, and erased my trail sooner.
I want to say human. I don't know. You could say it's like the not the normal. Like there's a couple of it. Like High Lovely Elf is more of a new one, but Hireshira of Human, the Hireshira of Human, which is the ice form, which is very similar to. That's a form that gets used a lot more. Hireshira Human Ego. She are currently human, known as.
I'm always like this. Only realizing things when it's already too... Though I didn't expect that this is my fault. So, now, what is hidden here was once my Void Hunter's weapon.
Fumio.
Those golden eyes of yours, those nightmares you can't shake. I know why they exist, Helios. We both know this name pretty well. And yet, it holds completely different meanings for us. It was once the cause tied to me. Your condition. It stems from opposing forces inside you, and your contact with Thamiel has only accelerated your fall into the abyss you were already but. This isn't incurable. It's just... If you want to cure these symptoms once and for all... No. If you want to uproot the chronic blight, go to Roskalifer. There, you'll find the doctor best suited for both of us. But before that, don't make your friends worry. Before everything becomes...
Hireshira of Human Ego. I'm not entirely shocked.
You're awake.
Right. Billy, and Cecilia, and Promia! Are they okay?
I mean, that's definitely that.
They're all fine. Billy and Cecilia were here the entire... As for Promia, she left after making sure you were stable. Oh, and...
Fumio.
Sorry for making you worry again.
I mean, the idea she's Alicia coded isn't nothing new.
It's okay. It's over. You're safe now.
But there's also Serene as well. So Serene is what she is in HSR.
Really over?
But yes, basically. I mean, it's not really that much difference, but
Back in the hollow, I don't even know why. And the moment I touched it, I think I blacked out, but teacher, that incident I caused.
It's okay. Are you hungry? I'll get you something. You kept repeating Rose Califer in your sleep.
Rose Califer. Before I passed out, I think I saw Remiel. She mentioned, and she brought up Helios Academy.
Hey, it's fine. Oh, speaking of Remiel, Billy and the others brought back the competition prize, the Porceloid W engine.
Remiel. She kept her word. What she said back in Blazewood. Don't tell me this W engine is the key to unlocking that, but somehow. And Remiel's goal. From the start, it was probably to retrieve her Void Hunter weapon. But again, who put it there to begin with?
Belle.
Wise, can I go downstairs for...
Okay.
Better check on Billy and Cecilia first. They must have been worried sick.
I killed them.
Belle! You're awake! How do you feel? Anything hurt? Dizzy? Want some water? Or...
Manager! Finally! My log shows you were unconscious for 5 hours, 14 minutes, and 33 seconds. This was easily the longest wait of my year.
Hey, don't freak out. But I really owe you an apology. I must have really scared you back there, huh? You guys didn't get hurt, did you?
Hurt? What are you talking about, Manager? This new look?
Yeah, you seriously underestimate our battle-hardened survival skills. We handled it, but you... you're our pressure.
Billy, if you...
That's not a problem at all.
So, what? She picked up another shady, high-paying job? Or messed something up and went into hiding?
Well, technically speaking, Nicole, Anby, and Nekomata have all gone off the grid. Last thing she sent me was this.
Whoa, what is it? This photo's awful. Can't tell a thing from...
Looks like this was taken in the middle of chaos. Is she... running?
From a bunch of night boo.
Based on my extensive survival experience as a proud member of the Cunning, but don't worry, Nicole's got a talent for scamming and...
Who's Califer?
They're the kind who can claw so, Manager, until boss makes a...
Me too! Me too! That demon lord heard what happened and gave me another month of paid leave. Telling so wherever you go, I go.
Why do I feel like our living cost...
Oh, yeah. Here, this is all she left.
Don't trust Tops.
That's it?
Alright.
Hey, hold it.
Has to be a long wait till 3.0. It think a very long way off.
This feels strangely familiar. I told you we're on official business this time. Why you gotta keep stopping us?
Norma, patience. We must.
You two didn't come all this way just to bully my baby. Oh, good to see you're all right. Yeah, whatever, doesn't matter. You'll need official clearance to get in anyway.
Manager Bell, please excuse Norma. It's rather important, so she's quite. This is a special assistance request jointly issued by Mayor Mayflower's office and regarding your recent experiences in the Hollow and symptoms. We've concluded that you require immediate comprehensive examination and treatment. Therefore, on behalf of the Rose Califer External Strategy Department, Norma and I formally invite you and your brother to temporarily reside in New Eridu's classified airspace zone, Rose Califer.
Go to.
That's right. The name may sound unfamiliar to you now. We were only authorized to introduce ourselves in this capacity after receiving approval from both this. Norma and I belong to the same department. We typically operate under the name of the Marcel Group. As for further details, I'm afraid I can't disclose more until the time.
Then it's settled. We've already. Getting treated in Rose Califer.
Wait, you said.
She's always been enigmatic. And that.
Is that so?
Perfectly rational, well-intentioned proposal. And that troublesome fugitive beat us to it! Wait, fugitive?
I suppose we have a responsibility to clarify the danger she poses, Manager. Ramiel Dan is currently listed as an S-Class fugitive by the the attempted assassination of Rose Califer's High Consul, Lady Sunbringer.
She tried to assassinate Lady Sunbringer? The first generation Void Hunter Lady Sun... Hey, your face is practically screaming. How is someone famous from 100 years ago still alive? Not exactly polite, I'd say. Relax. Lady Sunbringer is alive and well. Make that mostly well.
Norma?
Anyway, a lot of complicated things happened, and that dangerous individual almost got her way. Just stay away from her, got it? Otherwise, who knows what kind of...
Manager, Ramiel is directly connected to what you experienced in the Hollow. No matter what she told you, and if she contacts you again, we ask that you please inform us. Your condition is already unstable, and now you're entangled in some... Please, trust us. Trust Lady Sunbringer. Rose Califer is here to help you, and we need your cooperation. For your sake, the clearance process will take a bit longer, around a week. Given the urgent...
All right, then! So much information. My brain's about to short circuit. I should go talk to Wise.
So,
Rose Califer, first-generation Void Hunters, an attempted assassination? Everything Valina just told us sounds like someone slammed the most dramatic chapter of it, especially the whole attempted assassination of Lady Sunbringer part. We've met Ramiel, and she's been impossible to read. So...
Based on everything we know so far, she's probably this dignified... What kind of place is this classified airspace zone under her leadership?
But she and Ramiel, they're both legendary first-generation Void Hunters, former partners.
Error. Insufficient data access permissions. Unable able to retrieve.
So, this classified airspace zone. What? Is it literally floating above everyone's heads in New Eridu? Ramiel or Valina who
Yeah, Valina's offering a pretty solid solution.
And Ramiel, even if she's a wanted fugitive now, and she mentioned Helios.
There's probably something bigger going on. If Remiel hadn't stepped in this time.
Which leaves us with a single
Rose Califer. It's not just our only shot at fixing what's wrong with me.
And Rose Califer was mentioned in the Yidhari section because they betrayed Lady Sunbringer in New Eridu. Basically. Now that's going to be an interesting chapter.
There are way too many people.
Come to think of it, maybe this is exactly what Teacher would have wanted. She always said.
Yeah, and for a bamboo, when you think about it, there's...
Good work. It's kind of rare to see you like this.
It's nothing. I'll clean it up before I report in.
No, I didn't mean that. So, how'd it feel, traveling with Phaethon?
You, or rather, Boss, already saw this coming, didn't you?
Boss saw a connection between Phaethon and our objective. Figured she'd be an important variable. So, I was told to pass along the order for you to team up. As for what happens next, well, it's like a die that's already been thrown. Until it lands, no one knows what number's gonna...
That's it.
Okay. Do you have to be that blunt, Promia? It's such an uncute habit. No wonder Dylan keeps trying to avoid you. I just think being around Phaethon might actually be good for you.
Good for me.
You've seen it yourself. They're different. They risk themselves for people who don't matter to them. They believe in promises that shouldn't even be possible. I think getting a little of that foolishness on you wouldn't be such a bad thing. Sometimes investing in an unexpected partnership brings return far beyond what you planned. For me, this is also a long-term investment in your future value as a partner. So, and besides, the fact that you're standing here patiently waiting for an answer that has nothing to do with efficiency kinda proves my point, doesn't it? Alright, take it easy for now, before the boss calls you in.
Phaethon. Come in. Promia, reporting in. I've already read your report. I failed to keep... It's fine. Sometimes a few unexpected variables aren't necessarily a bad thing. As for that anomaly, she's already brought... Perhaps... Still, nothing at all. I thought you'd say you hadn't given it any thought, just like usual. Raise your head, Promia. Your eyes. Go tell Phoenix. It's time to move. Destination. Celestial Nexus. Rose Califer.
New Eridu hides a secret. Its prosperity springs from an endless stream of data. Originating from a place far removed from the knowing of the city. The Celestial Nexus. Rose Califer.
It'll be a hell of a place.
Heads of the decision.
3, 2, 1!
There's a couple.
Why is the output?
It's good that you stay focused on your work, but perhaps it's time I take a closer look at your research budget.
Why, Belina? You already cut it last month.
The wind's picking up. The storm is coming.
Huh? What agreement? You need my signature too? Since when did Flint?
See, these are actually all the characters.
Please, don't make trouble for Dad.
Now, tell me that's not sick ruse. Now, this one, I kind of just want because.
What I mean is, your tactics are sound, but your execution still needs work.
And yet, prosperity is nothing more than a fleeting illusion. The source of that endless stream is neither human ingenuity nor a gift from the heavens above. It is a chasm of suffering.
This is Phoenix.
Really the
We all know their names.
those who gaze into the abyss?
This is the other siblings that survived. Basically,
Their past cannot escape being hunted by it.
Rose Califer.
That towering ideal now stands on the brink of collapse. The old vows may no longer remain.
All I want is an answer.
question is how long.
Sunbringer.
Now, see, the big deal is it's a lot to dump. Technically, we know all of the characters. That's 7 of them. Well, it's usually 7 in a region. Now, which one of those are S and which ones of those are A? The Sick Ruse is probably an A. We know Norma is an S. Velena is going to be 3.0. Phase 1. Velena is 3.0. I'm going to be very curious on Velena's kit. Because the thing about Velena, if she is wind, it's going to be a form of anomaly. But that is actually the first depiction in full body of Lady Sunbringer. Now they choose for Remiel. God, say it. Remiel is basically her extra of human ego. Basically. She's basically going to... Well, the theory long ago, she was basically the pink elf of the game. So, there is a... Because in Rose Califer, Lady Sunbringer defeated a very powerful ethereal. So it's separated. And it's not like she's a... It's not like she's in totally but the concept itself is so there's at least two fires. I assume the one that looks like Sikru's. I'm really hoping she doesn't play like Sikru's. The one sitting in fire is Phoenix. Again, it's definitely going to be interesting because Vanilla Velena is going to be the first. Velena is definitely the first at 3.0. Now, reality is that's a long way off. 40 days to be precise. We got 40 days. 38 days. Roughly about 38 days. You can tell I've been a busy little boy. Very, very, very busy. I'm already here. I've been very, very busy. But I will say that here's the thing about Ramil. I'll be so curious what she does. So, as a person who generally only cares about characters with absolute abilities, that's why I have half of these, majority of them, except for a few. One time she was meta. This was first. She gets lost. Free. These are the result of numerous lost, He still is so out of place. Same with her. It's gonna be a lot. She's never gonna be any good. He's never gonna be. See, even worse that the 3.0 banners are going to be that.
Understood. Leave it to me.
I am so tempted to figure out how to get her to work.
Just tell me the target.
I mean, technically, we now have. See, Krampus now has their fourth. See, I want him, but I get so tired of Ruptures killing themselves. It's nice to have it. Like, she doesn't have to be underage. A couple of them. But that is 3.0 is probably going to be bigger. But I only saved the exclusive ones. It's like a cup. But reality is there's only a couple of wholesome Yuri relationships in this game. And they're that way for a reason. That's because Yidhari and both Ye Shiguan is basically only alive because of you. And Ye Shiguan is basically just designed to be the player waifu. Regardless. It's one of those weird stories. It's actually nice you get to choose between. The speculation, I'd be very curious. As far as looks, I mean, you're talking about... Now, it's a little bit of Bioshock Infinite look. You know. But Rose Califer was known as far back as about 2.3?
Huh? Do you have a secret you want to share? If it's you, man.
And we still don't have the head of Krampus. Because, like, technically, as I say, Yisha Guang is probably the only one. I will admit, though, I found this chapter not as punishing. I'm not sure about it. Like, I'm still not a fan of the AOD. I'm not a huge fan of them. Like, overall, like, I thought that chapter would be more painful. But, to be honest, they're just embodiments of the music of the game, to be very perfectly honest. Entirely fan service. Drip fed for about 2 years, and then you get the other parts. I more care about the other ones. I really have a feeling that between this next year, I have a feeling that the beginning of this year. See, like, this is a race of, so there's very different races. These are, like, They're like cyber enhanced. Because you see them in various areas. Because what's looking like Hugo and basically Hugo's people as well as Vivian. What's interesting about Vivian's let's see, so Vivian, like you have your full, like you haven't seen really any other goat people. Tiger Thyrans are rare. So it's gonna be so weird when we have like 20 people that have to go through a list. I think this is my only regret pull this year. Then again, she's not entirely useless. See, Vivian has that elfier look, like a vampire. That's clearly like the sky people. Which, technically, if we got 3 Bloom characters, I'll easily take it. We have 3 about Bloom characters that do Bloom. But the problem now with the meta is it's very weird. It's like Seed is still good, but the problem where you want Siege you can't do. Because year 2 is finished out this team. We probably won't get the last one. Now, the big deal in speculation, I would say, is I'd be very curious when we get Ramel. If we get her sooner rather than later. The interesting part now is... See, Obel Squad is fleshed out. See, at the end of year 1, or about here, we only had her, and we really had her. So we had Trigger, that was the other one. Victoria Housekeeping is finished. Cunning Hairs doesn't have it. Sons of Caledon have 6. Lighter counts, but there's going to be another. This team isn't flushed out yet. Mockingbird is probably never going to be fleshed out. Youngquay Summit is really that. Spook Shack is finished. Usually when they're at about 5. Krampus is at 4. AOD is still missing their last one, which will probably be that. Now, the interesting part is four. Hold on. Severin. I guarantee you, Severin. Severin's going to be here. I can already see it. It's going to be Severin. 4. Because if they're going to switch it into Metropolitan Order Division, that's going to be entirely separate. So that's going to be Severin. And the question is, what does Severin do is a big one.
Huh? Do you have a secret you want to share?
Understood. Leave it to me.
Technically, it's been a while. See, the actual lore with Vivian. Vivian snuck into your house and sniffed your clothes. Because she has an obsession. And the problem is, it's not the shippers aren't as weird in this game. Yeah. But yeah, basically the form we're supposed to get as a combat form is a by proxy of it. Again, I saved the... You save the, basically, the other one. Though I do find it interesting. Her normal animations is she walks around in handcuffs. But though, considering the awakened form by Helios, nearly killed both of them, or all of them. But it's also her, basically, weapon. So... Something significant. Trust. Oh, yeah, that was. But as far as Starlight Billy is concerned, I do not have the urge to do Starlight Billy. That shit's a fucking walking disaster area. Waiting to goddamn happen. I want to see this. I swear to God I did this. Unless this is new and... Shit, this is like fucking like a while back. The problem is every time you have to do something with fucking...
Right to the point. I respect that.
What Magus means is that...
Sorry, Proxy. But I assure you, this commission concerns...
Don't worry, I won't...
Not anyone. Not even the mission target.
If you're ready, let's... This all sounds very... First, Proxy. Related matters include, but are not limit... Second, the Proxy...
Reading them one by one.
All right, last... Such flair...
Perfect. With a confidentiality agreement and...
Captain, you're scaring the Proxy.
Is that really... So, can you tell me already?
No surprise. It's about Seed. All those who know about it are here now.
Since Soldier 11 joined later than her, she doesn't know the whole story, so we didn't bring her along today. We're hoping you can help us keep Seed Senior's death a secret from her.
Ooh.
Seed Senior? You're talking about the intelligent construct that Seed pilots, right? But didn't Seed say he's been sleeping? Did something happen to him recently?
Not recently. Seed Senior was a self-aware intelligent construct, but that was years ago.
11 years ago, his logic core suffered irreversible damage. For an intelligent construct, that's like a terminal illness. He held on for many years, but passed away shortly after joining Obel Squad.
Oh, that's a lot worse.
How could this happen? But in Seed...
We've been working together all these years to keep this from her, creating the illusion that Seed Senior has fallen into a long-term hibernate. Her understanding of death is limited, and she kept... After witnessing how Isolde crafted those soldiers with miasma, she's been spacing out.
And not long ago, she straight up broke into Hollow Zero and set up a little... Setting up a safe house in
Her aptitude for ETH. Anyway, I'm worried that she's been influenced by Isolde and started having doubts about the seeds. We're counting on you, Proxy. You might be able to get closer to her and find out...
I think I get the situation now.
If you can say stuff like that, then we've definitely...
Well, see, Magnus is basically a person who fought during the fall of the Capitol. Then they grew Orphe. Basically, she's a living gun platform. So, when did this story get released? That's fucked.
The ether levels here are so high. Before my body was enhanced, I don't think I could have stayed here very long. Everything here, and the tent. Did Seed set all this up on her own? Yahoo, Proxy! Yahoo, Seed! Mag... You think it's dangerous? That's not what I meant. I mean... Just kidding! I've set up some traps around here. Any theory... I get the feeling you're not just here for a... I just thought I know, right? That battle was like tossing mints into nitro fuel. So that's what happens when you drop a mint into nitro fuel. Give it a try sometime. What do you mean by minefield? Oh, no. So it's a literal
Usually when I say she was found... She basically was found as a girl near Helios Academy, or down near by Seed Senior. His core was damaged.
What's wrong, Nothing. They've been here since I built this safe house. They used to be in the dorm with me and Seed Senior, but after I moved here, there was... I see. I know. Ether doesn't really bother me, but for these little ones and some others, it can be a real head. I've been looking after them for years, but I've never seen them this lifeless before. Hold on. That isn't water you're using, is it? Engine oil. noticed a lot of things around here that are tied.
Yeah. Isolda and lots of the citizens of Wi-Fi Peninsula saw their loved ones in the miasma. So I was thinking, I've grown taller now, and if I don't let Seed Senior see me soon, I might not.
The miasma only.
I'm actually still talking.
Huh? For real?
Of course! Though it's always when I'm asleep. Why do you look so sure? Like me, are you starting to realize that Seed Senior...
Oh no, I reacted without thinking when she said.
No need to stress, Proxy. I'm pretty good with machines. Once I fully understood how intelligent constructs are built, I realized Seed Senior isn't. At some point, he woke up without me realizing, but his consciousness had already left this body. Maybe it's been uploaded into cyberspace? I'm still not sure where he went, but I plan to get to the bottom.
Seed, what's your plan?
You used to feel like me, but now you're starting to seem just like everyone else.
What are you talking about?
Was I just imagining? I've got other guests coming soon.
I don't remember this one.
Guess we can't keep using sleep as an excuse. Who would have thought her mechanical knowledge had reached the point she can accurately diagnose?
No wonder she asked me to go buy books on
More importantly, what's up with Seed Senior replying to her messages on Knock Knock? Seed Senior's phone has been sitting in our squad's common room since.
I thought about it.
It wasn't me either. But that's not the point. Our immediate task is to make up another... Proxy, how's your hacking game?
Are you serious?
Someone from the under...
You're really starting to. All right, we.
Perfect.
But
Since Seed believes identified...
See, I don't remember this one coming out.
so theoretically speaking, the
Is something else bothering you?
covering up one lie with another.
You disagree with my plan?
Captain, the proxy didn't mean to.
I know.
I mean, fooling her thinking her adopted dad is dead is a fucked up thing. She's always...
Maintenance didn't wake Seed Senior, so engine oil doesn't work.
This place has so many twists and turns. I can barely catch my breath.
When did they do Stora? 2.2? Christ on a fucking stick. That's how long this damn thing's been here. That's after the next to last Isolde story. Christ. I will tell you how often I check that damn thing.
You're too kind. I'm Veronica. I served as a medic in Obsidian Division. And I was both Seed's doctor.
Seed?
Oh, sorry. I forgot. You're Seed now. He's Seed Senior now. Anyway, we go way back. This isn't actually our first meeting, Seed. When Seed Senior brought you out of Hollow Zero...
Really? I had no idea. But that's not what we're here to talk about today. Those little ones are the flowers I planted. Doctor, since you're friends with Seed Senior, you must know how much he loves gardening, right?
Oh, so those... But back to the matter at hand. Seed, after all these years, I'm sure you miss Seed Senior just as much as I do.
Yeah. Whether he's in some kind of tech-induced sleep I don't understand, or he's awake, but I tried a few things on these flower. Doc,
you're the...
I don't quite get what you mean, but that's...
What do you need me to do?
No, it's not time yet. Seed, how do you feel when you see the flowers you planted wither away? Do you actually know what it means for something to wither?
I think it's all the same.
It's as I thought. You haven't truly grasped what Seed Senior went through. I'd heard you'd achieved remarkable feats in your missions, if that's the case.
Did you really come all the way to Hollow's?
Don't give me that emotionless smile. Truth is, I've been promoted.
Mission? Is the target?
Neither. Sure, your gun might...
Ooh, new game rule.
I'll be with you on this mission. Show me how much you've grown.
Well, this has been in since 2.5, 2.2.
No, I really like your scent. Yahoo! See, at your service.
See, when I say that basically characters are very dark, because see, he was an intelligent construct. Depending on how you feel. See, with her, you can mix and match. As I said, some combos are more stronger than others.
Oh, I sense someone's peepers on us, Trucky.
But she is stronger in with one assault, one attack, and then one stun. But usually for team cohesion, you have to have the other one.
If it's you, manager, we can go out anytime.
But it also allows you to test combinations. Again, the problem with physically the
distress signal's coming from somewhere deeper in this area. But before you go in, we still don't know how many people are injured or how bad it is. Your job is to get as many of them out as possible safely, without casualties.
Doctor, I found a shortcut. If we break through these, we can save some travel time.
No, all that noise is gonna bring more ethereals to us.
Target spotted.
Are you guys alright?
Still breathing. We got a lot of wounded over here. You gotta help us.
I'll get you out, but once you're safe, you're gonna tell us where you hid the items you've stolen. Keep them safe. You don't know how bad they're injured. Tread.
She's an odd one. As I said, she gets a bonus boost in damage. So, here's the thing. If, and this is I say if, she is more of the days.
I'll clean up these ethereals in no time. Zenless. I'll who's the prey. That moves too. Every melon needs a greeting. Time to water the plant. Sonic concerto. Doo-doo-doo. Let's go.
I really want to get her to like 2,000 like attack or so. That 1800 attack, as nice as it is, it needs to be higher.
What? No!
No can do. My mission is to get you.
There's no way that's ever.
Alright, break so. Stay still, or Seed's seen all the more reason to get you out safely.
I object. Sure, but we've been wandering the hollow. We've taken heavy losses in the. Please let us make up.
No can do. Anyway, don't worry.
Wait, hands.
Mm-hmm. See,
You gotta be kidding. We.
whoa, that's a.
Cut it out, Seed. Stop messing with them. This isn't a game. These are people's lives.
Like, then again, she doesn't think they're dead.
Getting these Hollow Raiders out of the Hollow.
But I got the story done. But that 3.0 is going to be really big if we get the other.
Just as I thought.
Really?
When someone comes to you, afraid of death, and asking for help, you're
Death? But they're hard besides. I've already eliminated.
You are the source of their pain, Seed. You can't use ignorance as a shield just because you're young. Ever since Seed Senior left, you really haven't grown at all.
Ooh, that's brutal. That's more brutal knowing Seed. Emotionally, Seed hasn't grown since, well, technically, she hasn't grown since she was a child.
Figures. You're not really human. More like something that just resembles one.
And Seed, pretty much, even if,
I don't
is...
need to discuss cooperation any further. I'll complete my plans on my own. As for you, since using me as your nitro fuel for Seed Senior didn't work, feel free to try salt water or plant juice next. Whatever suits you. Your mission ends here.
It's like nobody's ever told her Seed Senior's been dead. That's actually worse, knowing that this story's been here the entire time. It's like, do you tell her that she does think that? But yeah, no, 3.0 is probably going to be really big for Season 3. The thing is, I'm just not sure Team Comps is going to be really weird.
Proxy, you're here.
Oh,
What's going on, Seed?
it's nothing. Just some spilled nitro fuel. But forget about that. Proxy, what exactly is death?
Huh? Why are you...
Seed Senior told me that life is a circle, and death is just a dot in that circle. Something doesn't quite add up.
It's probably because I don't do the side stories.
Why would those Hollow Raiders be so afraid and hateful of death? Why is it that instead of confusion...
Relax. Yeah. For certain reasons, we can't get radio signals in the hollow.
I thought I heard someone call.
Yes, please!
Now seeking next mission update. The following intelligent construct units have detached their preliminary core iteration completed. The list includes Chromaconda, Special Notice, during training, all forms of non-encrypted private
So Seed Senior has been on a secret, but... What?
That's probably because of the self-defense system built into military intelligent constructs. But I'm sure, even if Seed Senior can't Seed, let's wait patiently.
So, if that's the case... I guess I'm okay.
I mean, well, you lie to her and tell her that his core got damaged. Actually, that makes the story of his... God. That's a fucked up... Oh, that's just... Guess he didn't do it. I don't know why I didn't say I hadn't done it. Nope, I haven't done it. And usually when I say these stories are tragic, it's because she was introduced with Seed Sr. found her in the hollow post the disaster. And I guess he was already dying, and she just never realized it.
You've grown taller lately. What's wrong? Humans only get stronger.
The cockpit's starting to feel really cramped.
You've got a point. Maybe I should think about modifying. But growing up is something every human.
I wish I was an intelligent construct.
Growing up is nothing to be scared.
Feel better about.
Well,
Go ahead.
no. Not just a normal break. I'm going to be sleeping for quite a while. While I'm gone, you'll have to take good care of yourself.
Will you come back?
No. But if you don't, I might just end up sleeping.
All right. When will you wake?
Let's see.
That's so vague.
How do you know something like that? In that case, come find me when you're taller than the flower.
Which hollow?
One day you
Just smile? Did you fall asleep at night?
Someone's here. There are signs of life. Someone's still alive.
See, she was basically emotionally stunted. See, the thing is, she never got over the death of him, or never was told. Though it doesn't really affect. Basically, she has very good ether aptitude.
See at your service. I sense someone's peepers. Hello, Rep 2493 at yours. Ta-da! Your top-tier customer service rep is here. According to the mission, we just need to wipe out every last ethereal in here, right?
So dial-in. Stunners are a weird spot in the game, to be honest.
Leave it to Seed. It'll give him a full salvo, Seed Senior. Seed Senior.
I mean, literally, Orphe is just an AI construct. Not AI, she's a backgrown gun that is actually used as a weapon for Orphe. I mean, Magnus.
So you signed up for Oboe Squad just so that mysterious girl you picked up from Hollow Zero will be taken care of after you're gone? You've got guts laying all that out right in front of us.
Captain Magus, that's a little harsh.
A candle in the wind. But I've heard through some less official channels that you're not just an ordinary squad. So the rumors were true. I knew entrusting.
So, what are you at?
Yeah. How did she survive in Hollow Zero for half a month without being corrupted? Why was she alone in the ruins? I need answers.
You really don't hold anything. There have been several accidents.
Magus!
It's just a logical deduction. He's a man. And you heard it too. He destroyed his own logic core to save that girl. It identified the girl as a dangerous target that had to be eliminated. And he went against the system at the cost of his life.
You're sharp. During a rescue mission a few months back, she stowed away in my cockpit. She witnessed the death of... It took me a while to realize that those mech accidents were connected to her. But I don't think it was intentional.
Let me be frank. Intentional or not,
Exactly. You dumped this hot potato on us and just...
I'm really sorry.
At least tell us how to interact with her and how to keep her condition stable.
Does that mean...
Isn't that obvious? Why else would I...
Captain's a little blunt, but she means it.
Thank you.
Enough with the sentimental stuff.
See, basically, her body was destroyed.
Maybe we could have done more for...
See, Magnus's story is more or less she was very critically injured. They copied her consciousness, put her into a gun, then they attached her as a tail
Just being able
to Magnus.
But unfortunately, I'll tell you everything I please.
Yeah.
she doesn't lose control of her power again.
Yes, like I said, witnessing the death of others has set off her power a few times. But she seems to be slowly getting used to it. I don't know if it's good or...
You should...
I know you won't just stay. After I'm gone, I was created as a weapon for the military. The concept of having a heart, I just wanted to go on a journey.
Seed, stand at attention.
But I did great.
Do you even realize how out of control you look just...
Like what? In any case, that was a...
Listen here, Missy.
Why would they put me in a containment room? I'm getting stronger. Seed? Why are you suddenly... Seed Senior promised me... Captain... Orphe... I don't think I'm the type to just sit there and... Seed... Don't you want to see...
Listen, Seed. Maybe it won't be long, but take a break, Seed. Cool your head.
Okay.
Huh? You're not...
I'm a soldier. Following orders is my... Never thought I'd hear Seed say...
Glad you're cooperating for once. And hey, if you ever...
Captain! You're a mother hen.
I knew it. You are...
Calm down, Magus! Okay, according to the captain's orders, Soldier Seed shouldn't carry out missions or enter... And now, it's just ordinary girl Seed, looking for a partner to explore the hollow...
She is one of my favorite characters. More ways than one. But see, for this year she was, or last year. When she came out, it was more or less.
Hi, Proxy!
She's basically emotionally stunted.
Everything engine oil refers to a...
Basically, they want you to convince her to lie.
You actually explained these concepts properly.
But she's very, very smart. Basically. She's... Yeah, this story goes back as 2.2, apparently. believe.
Sounds like you had several bet.
What? We made a promise. Even though he's on a secret, he'll see it.
This is the first time.
Proxy, to be a but it's like something
Seed. You know, why isn't
11 years? Oh,
We miss her a lot. Just on some nights when...
but aren't we all on the same circle?
Yes. Life is a circle. You and Seed, and when that happens, the
Pal, that's such
A way to
Yeah. Take a good look at these things that remind you of them.
thanks, Proxy. But Proxy, if Seed Senior and I
I don't
So
know
you
if
can
we'll
go
be
back and complete a lot of the side events.
mankind,
But I already think I did a lot of these side stories. But dead wrong. Like, Seed's kind of crazy in her own right. Because she's very tech savvy. Like, I always said she was a combination of Eureka 7, the girl from Eureka 7, and basically Diva. Because of the mech. It's one of those weird characters. But it's also, she has really, character has good iframes. By iframes, I mean if you know how to use her, she's very powerful. But at the same time, she's actually was a very good character at the time. But you need a basic, well, you need two different characters really to make her useful. You have to have an attacker and you have to have a stunner. Without an attacker and a stunner, you're just doubling up attackers. Which works as well. I mean, if they ever overhauled her Vanguard system, like if they overhauled her combat system, I'd be totally shocked.
Who is it? Can't a guy enjoy...
Yahoo! Mr. Hollow Ray.
What are you doing here?
I wouldn't call it stalking.
What do you...
Chill.
Mr. Hollow Raider.
You're asking me, a hollow raider. Just so I'm pretty well connected among... That's classified military supplies we're talking about. If anyone managed to pull it off, they'd be bragging about...
If it wasn't the Hollow Raider...
All right, let's talk about.
Stop calling me a hollow raider! People are starting to... Oh, and the trackers? But something's fishy about when I checked the trackers early.
What do you mean?
That's gotta be it.
Huh?
Call it a hunt.
What?
Someone's eager to...
What do you mean by that?
Your reaction doesn't exactly scream gratefulness.
A lot of stuff with her story. There's a few things I have not wrapped up in the thing.
Yahoo! Seed at your service.
But if you do double attackers, it's entirely separate. Because the base, if you see what they stick them with, they don't really tell you. Oh yeah, no shit. Mine's like fucking stronger than this one. Oh, mine's a fucking monster. Wish I could use mine. Mine's a bloody ass monster. You know? Compared to theirs? Nah. Fuck that shit. I mean... Look. I mean, everyone wants the crit rate at 81%. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck if they have 81%? Doesn't matter. Double down, they double down. But as I say, they stick her slightly different. Because her equipment, you can kind of see it. Like, they give her rotator, which is strange. Like, personally, I've never agreed with how they do it. I mean, personally, it's... I really need to make mine stronger. I really do, one day. One day. Part of my reason I sometimes complain, the other ones are... so much. Like 10? Like, they increase her crit rate, basically, which is her multiplier. But her whole thing is basically the highest initial. So, I mean, her Vanguard thing, it's one of those that makes her super strong. It's actually her chain, which... it's like an off the field. It's not best explained, basically. And it triggers both if you have, like, a stun and then the other. So basically, it's like you can keep her weaker, but you can also keep her stronger. She can be the same force, but she cannot work by herself. That's kind of one of those things. She can't work physically by herself. Unlike, other units. Like, you could stick her and, like... you're not going to stick her, like, if you stick like this. Like, I actually did with her, like... my god, I did not realize her shit was that weak. Unknowingly, that might explain a lot. To a degree. It's too bad. As much as I actually physically use her, you think I would actually have these leveled up. But you don't stick her with an anomaly, or you don't stick her with anything else. But you can't stick her with, like, any electric agent sometimes. Are kind of strange.
At your command. Today's reading is Be a Hero.
Soldier Orphan.
I'm not late, Am. A new case to solve?
See, Quinn Yi is one of those weird ones that has aged out in an odd, very, very odd. Sadly, I've been...
Those military signals were coming from. Something feels off. Why do these robotic enemies look so familiar? Wait a second. Why are they even here?
Did you notice? They're the same ones that Eric stole.
What? You might be right. Wait, where's Eric? He was just here. Consequences.
Let's provide cover fire.
Understood.
I'll warm up.
Easy work.
With pleasure. You walked right into this one. Don't hesitate.
Arguably, I will say Quinn Yi got nerfed it horribly at some point.
Seed. The stick. Following order.
Looks like there's more waiting up ahead. Maybe Eric's there too.
I have no idea where he went. Still in one piece.
Probably I use her really well, actually.
Am I keeping up, Captain? So many mechs. I'm seeing more mechs than ethereals now.
Someone's modifying military mechs and sneaking them into the hollow. Who's behind all this?
Magus and Orphe, though, was my favorite character from that season. Seed is up there. Seed is something that's... Though Magus and Orphe were the first to be really paired with her.
This fissure is not stable. It'll probably collapse on its own in a few hours. Now that I think about it, the closer we get to the fissure, the more mechs we're seeing.
For a long time.
Is it possible that they're guarding the fissure to keep people away?
I think so.
How did you find this place?
Doctor?
Sorry, I lost my composure.
Doctor? These intelligent constructs look like Seed Senior.
Yes, like Seed Senior. They were all intelligent constructs born to serve the military. Spending their of course, they were all my friends. I was in charge of the
Faded away.
You don't know what that means, do you? If I told you their logic cores were all destroyed, would you understand? Just as I thought. You may not understand the concept of life. How ironic. Even you can feel it.
Miss Veronica, those military...
You witnessed it firsthand, so it's not a hard guess.
Can't believe you just admitted that. Are you not bothered that...
What I did was justice! By new Eridu law, intelligent constructs are listed as legitimate citizens. All military intelligence... That alone was hard enough to stomach. Unacceptable. I will not allow it, that's why...
But taking out the damaged logic cores and replacing them with functional ones can bring these intelligent constructs back to life, no?
I can't believe you just said that. Are you seriously suggesting that if you take someone's brain out and put a different one in, they'd... I knew it. Breaking off our cooperation was the right call. I don't care how strong you are, I don't want you on my side. Working with someone cold-blooded like you makes me sick.
Cooperation is a two-way street. Doctor, you said you had a way to bring Seed Senior back, but I didn't hear anything about that in your... Were you lying to...
I told you, don't give me that cold, creepy smile of yours. Do you really...
To be honest, the bad part about Seed is she basically has that cold, creepy smile. That's the weirdest fucking part about her. It's been that way for a long time.
I genuinely wanted to work with you.
You've laid out your big plan openly.
Oh, please. I've been working with intelligent constructs longer than you've been in...
Doc, I think the proxy's got a point. Deep down, you know it too. This whole plan to fix the logic code... You're closer with Seed Senior than with... You could have tried every possible way to snatch Seed Senior's mech from me. The fact that you didn't? Well, that just shows...
Oh, shut up! I've got a ton of mechs set up around here. Try anything, and they'll take them done talking. Time to take the intelligent constructs through the fissure and leave. You idiot! Do you realize what you've done? Those machines were modified to protect my...
Looks like your plan's going down the drain.
Cut the sarcasm!
Seed, now's not the time for this. Let's take care... That's exactly...
Seed, don't hurt the intelligent construct. Don't let those mechs get to the island. Please, keep them safe.
You didn't break your weakness. Doc, there are far too many of them flapping around. I suppose I'll have to take care of that terror raptor first. The mech slipped past. They headed straight for the intelligent constructs. Yep, from the looks of things. Yep. Hut.
Chose a really wrong lineup of shit. Fuck you and a half. Why did you?
Back up here.
Alright, these aren't meant to deal with sheer force.
Here I go. Definitely not my type. Going a little harder won't hurt.
gone. The intelligent constructs. All destroyed in the fighting. Their logic.
Sorry, Doc. When facing that many machines at once, you gotta hit them hard to get anywhere. But once you amp up the firepower, something always gets caught in the crossfire. Still, with both the machines and the intelligent constructs wrecked like this, it's gonna be hard to report back. No way Doc, let's try 3D printing.
What are you talking about?
I saw it on a tech site. With the right materials, let's gather up all this wreckage. I'll take care of this. We can even restore the damaged logic cores to their original state. Then
Why do you always say such cruel things? Whether it's logic cores or human brains, once physically destroyed, they can no longer be restored to what they were. You know perfectly well Seed Senior's logic core was damaged beyond repair. How long are you going to keep playing dumb? I suspected as much. And it turns out I was spot on. You're a mechanical genius. You must have already checked Seed Senior from top to bottom, and that includes his broken logic core. You knew it from the moment you saw his logic core, but you always found excuses to keep lying to yourself. Even now, you still don't get what...
Ooh. Well... See, I was unaware of this side story, because I don't ever do this. I do the side stories, but I don't do these. Because I never walk over to the bookshelf.
How long are you going to keep running from reality? There is no such mission.
Oh. And then we're going to get caught up lying.
He is long. I was right about you from the start. A heartless monster who can... If everyone else insists on protecting you, I'll be the one to tell you. A logic core like Seed Senior's can never be restored.
Ooh.
Dead. The dead can't come back to life. Two things caused his death. One is the damn Iron Order failsafe, and the other is you, Seed.
Oh shit. Okay.
Destroyed his logic core just to save you.
Seed Senior is dead? No, that's not right. He's just rest. If the logic core breaks, he's dead. Death means we'll never meet again. It was because of me. From the very beginning, we were destined to never meet again. Why? Couldn't he have...
What's going on? Just as I thought. Everything I'd heard about you was right. This is your true nature. A monster capable of destroying everything. You finally unleashed your demonic powers. If you plan to kill me too, then do it already!
What's gotten into you? Calm down. Stop all... Have you forgotten what we talked about? Look at the cockpit you're in. Think about the flowers that you planted.
Shit.
Seed Senior. If it's by your hand that I die, well, that's better than getting caught in the black.
Never close your eyes when you're in a hull. You have to watch out for ethereals. They can show up at any time.
Seed? Is that you, Seed?
I'm Seed.
No, I wasn't... I see. So it wasn't him who saved me. It was you. You just going berserk.
You're talking about those machines exploding. That's over now. The proxy reminded me of some ways to...
Why didn't you kill me?
I'm a soldier. I don't...
So plan, the mechanical malfunction, the property damage. Everything except Seed's ramping.
Me too! I won't say.
Maybe this whole thing was a complete mistake. I'm sorry, Seed. I promise I'll tell you the truth about Seed Senior, but please, I really...
Roxy, tell me. The doc says Seed Senior is... Seed. I get it.
See, well, this would have been after 2.2. This would have been after 2.2. Yeah, see, 2.2 was the operation Wi-Fi.
Can't let Seed stay stuck in that headspace.
Roxy, this wasn't... It's such a long message.
Hold up! But Magus and Trigger said outsiders wouldn't be able to access Seed Senior's account.
It's his actual account. You seem pretty flustered, Proc. No hacker would dare break into a military personnel's knock-knock account.
I had nothing to do with it.
In that case, we can start mixing the
If I'm one of correct.
You look perky.
Veronica.
One must take responsibility for their mistakes. I turned myself in to the military. Before leaving, I was granted an outside visit. Not happy to see you, Seed.
Like...
Still as irritating as ever. But I guess it's time to return what Seed Senior left in my... It has the coordinates from Hollow Zero 11 years ago. Seed Senior told me that's where he rescued you. If he's hiding any secrets, I couldn't figure it out back then. Now I get it. He knew I wouldn't be able to resist watching you, testing you. I have to give you these coordinates after completely shattered. But I won't thank you. See, you tore away my disguise and made me realize that what the saddest part is, when my friends were... You are a brave soul.
Doc, I promise you, when I see Seed Senior, I'll tell him everything. I didn't know so many people...
Don't bother.
Huh.
Proxy, these coordinates are from 11 years ago. With the rate of spatial shifts in Hollow Zero, it's probably useless for navigating. But I'm sure you can find... I think I'm ready.
I'll take care of it. Could you help me?
No problem.
Yeah, I mean, I'll need to wrap up stories from this season, but
Master, I've conducted.
most events done.
Seed, I don't think I know. The plant juices stay alive until.
Actually, I've never done this one. I'm actually shocked. Yeah. But that's not the order you would have them in.
Proxy, how are...
You mean like physically? Compared to me?
The plant juice is my last...
Stop overthinking it, Seed.
Yeah, I can take a deep breath.
See, I've actually finished now. The idea 3.0 is going to be that.
Okay.
Yeah, Soldier 11 would not remember shit.
Take a deep.
That's kind of her problem. She's basically Anby's clone.
To think the best way to protect you is to wrap you in some perfect little world, even if it was built on lies. So did you afraid you would lose control? Afraid you'd get hurt? You handled yourself better than I ever imagined. You handled everything with Veronica better than anyone could have hoped. I'm proud of you. I am proud of you. Maybe I've been too stubborn. Maybe you've already grown up. It's time I finally let go.
We're all in this together. That's what we signed up for the moment we joined Obo Squad. Remember? Nah, dude. Sounds like those parenting books are actually paying off.
There's not much left for me to say, huh?
Come on. I like it when you ramble. You sound kind of like Steve Senior when you do.
If you want, I could always channel my inner Seed Senior for you.
No. Trigger is just Trigger. This is your lucky day!
Homing barrage! Fire!
Target locked.
Is it cover me, Orphe?
See, the problem with Trigger is extremely weird to use.
Like, what?
Yep, that's the Soldier 11 I know.
Seed,
Yes.
when the mission's over, let's go have extra spicy noodles together.
Hey, you're wanting to know a more fucked up story. You should see Soldier 11. Soldier 11 and Ambi both.
Adjusting for wind. I'll take point.
Proxy, do you need a break?
Everyone seems to be holding up fine. I think we're good.
If you're...
But yeah, a lot of like Trigger is like that weird because Trigger was easily skippable because her combat style doesn't work with anybody the fuck else. It's always been the issue. But reality is she's the only stun that works in the unless you really don't give a fuck about team sharing.
We're almost there.
But most CU defense still has them together.
Captain, I'm not trying to sell. The knock-knock messages Seed has been received.
Right.
So you actually don't.
You mean...
Wait, you know him? When you joined the squad, he was already...
Seed has mentioned him many times. Whenever Seed...
Hold up.
What's wrong? Everyone's been feeling down after the military so I dug out his old phone. And not long after, she started cheering up.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
I know what it's like to miss someone. Sometimes you never get to see them again. And that hurts.
You know, that's what's interesting to see. Soldier 11, despite being one of the worst pulls, because half this team is all fire, may I add, which makes this team entirely impossible to use. And Soldier 11 is related to Anby. And that leads to 10 Soldier Anby. That leads to 10 Soldier Anby, and 10 Soldier Anby is slightly different. Which she's basically, they come from the same super soldier program, actually. Now, technically they don't remember anything because Soldier 11's the leftover byproduct of it. That's from the 10 Soldier Ambi storyline.
The first time I saw Seed send a message...
I thought so.
Sorry I lied.
Oh no. Don't tell me Seed's gonna...
I knew it was you. Like I said before, this just isn't how Seed Sr. would talk. Plus, the DMs are...
Then why?
I've already started this journey. Every step along the way...
Though I usually say Soldier 11's patterns I've always said they're very off.
That was easy. Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill.
Time to water the plant.
Time to pin them down. Pierce them through.
But see, Soldier 11 is one of those ones that you think has aged well. But she has a very weird attack pattern that doesn't.
Adjusting for wind.
Need a shower? It's raining showers.
Which is usually the problem with this game. They don't ever believe in giving their trial characters defense. And this goes along the lines of they never do. Oh, no, no.
Seed, don't go darting too far ahead, okay?
Increase firepower.
waiting.
Target the weak spot!
Hit the core.
Your son's about set, buddy.
Time to focus fire.
Seed, based on the data we've collected so far, the fissure up ahead is very close to the target coordinates.
Here.
That's where we're headed.
Hurt them to kill them fucking about.
Yep.
I want to.
No. What if they're
Captain, the radar show.
Still no.
Can you tell us why you want to...
I just know I'm gonna look like a total mess.
Understood, Seed. Don't forget about the super spicy noodles after this.
We'll be right here when you get.
Plus, if you know anything about the Honkai Impact story, was her and Ambi are based on Verania.
Seed Senior, are you there?
They're based.
Never mind. I don't even know if you can hear me.
Oh, fat cat.
I'll just record this anyway. I hate you, Seed Senior. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Why couldn't you stay just a little longer? Why does it feel like I can't breathe in the cockpit even though it hasn't gotten any more cramped? Forget it. Let's talk about something happier. I'm taller now. I can handle a ton of missions on my own. And I made friends. Oh, and I found my people. Proxy's a lot of fun. I really like her. If it weren't for Proxy, I'd still be stuck. We used to say life was a circle. I think I get it now. Only maybe it's a lot bigger than I imagined. Some people run ahead, some fall behind. But if you want to see someone, you'll meet them on that path eventually. Now that you've stopped and I'm still running, surely I'll catch up to you, right? And when I do, I want to tell you, I miss you, Seed Senior. I miss you so much. Seed Senior, are you listening? I kept my promise, you know. Even Captain Magus and Dr. Veronica said I did a good job. I can take care of things now, all by myself. And look, I've grown taller. Even taller than those flowers in the hollow. See? Seed Senior? Why aren't you here? We made a promise, remember?
Special sample detected. Sodium and potassium ion concentrations match. Pilot identity confirmed. Biometric synchronization level 100%. Now playing Seed's final message.
Final message?
Sorry, Seed. Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. But I couldn't bring myself to imagine how much the truth think life truly is a circle? Just an enormous... Sadly, but that's okay. From the day we met, when I stopped, and someday in the future, but now...
Seed Senior.
Don't be sad because of me. I've already achieved more than enough.
Hmm.
The seed I planted has...
Good night.
Good night.
Flowers. And familiar words? Helios.
Oh. Well, that goes with theory. She was at Helios Academy.
Something feels different here.
Because technically, she was at Helios Academy. That's odd, though. Confirms a theory I had for one.
Here, this is picked straight from Hollow Zero.
So these are the flowers that Seed Senior planted.
You can also make some...
Looks like Proxy's getting used to Seed's style.
Well, we are the... Oh, that reminds us like you
What? You're from... What else do you know about that place?
Sorry, I only remember the name. Most of my childhood memories are pretty hazy.
Well, there's actually in reality two others. One that looks like Child or Tataka from the other one.
Almost forgot. This is Seed Senior's phone. We don't want anyone with bad intentions to take advantage of it.
Don't worry.
Seed,
Of course. Oh, by the way...
I've been cleaning it regularly. Are you thinking of moving? Give us a minute. Orphe and I will go get it ready right now.
Ooh, they're way too excited. Besides, I never said I was giving up this...
Well,
Hold up! Can you fix this? I swear, I didn't do anything. It just broke down. Maybe the combat...
leave it to me.
See, technically, I have most of the side missions done. I haven't fully finished these.
We won't tell.
But again, that's at least finished. I don't know. I think what? I mean, technically, you got 40 days until the other. Let's see, it's about 40 days. But I thought I already did that one. Guess not. Kind of shocking, by the way. For the most part, I usually do it. See, technically, we had a couple of events to tie us over until, See, that's the thing is, downtime in this game is not always... Fuck. This is brand new. See, the good thing is you can usually go back and claim permanent that you never claimed. That's the one I was thinking of. Here. Well, see, you think where you spend most of your time, but... This game's always been that. Like, I hate Simulated Tower. I really do. See, this one came along, I never quite got finished that. The fuck did I miss? The fishing one I never cared for. That's obvious. Okay, yeah, this was an Angel of Delusion side event that I never did. Ban Youth Store, that was actually a weird one. But a majority of this stuff I usually have ever completed. I did that story. That one too. Well, not entirely this one. Got up to about half of it. To be honest, CU Defense basically unlocks and changes. I mean, once you do these, you never have to do them again. It's like, see, currently it's only Deadly Assault, and then... I mean, technically, it's going to go really stale for, like, the next few weeks. Like, technically, she's in the reruns. But, as I say, she's not like one of those ones, like, if you miss her.
I'll watch over you. Concentrate.
I use her way too much not to know what she does. See, my thing is I use her way too much not to know how to use her. Now, interesting part about Rupture teams. She's core of them. Now, we're going to be going into a year that if you don't have her, I mean, each one is going to be big. Thing is, she's still a powerhouse to a degree. Like, if there's a Rupture lineup, Lucia's there. I suspect she's going to age really well from this season. Both of these will. But the thing about Lucia is, oh, her is one of my favorites. Like, it's very weird. Now, I will say the problem with her is when you start getting the others. Now, this one, I don't know. Trial by cold. Learning. Oh god, I hate this shit. It's easier than it looks.
The will of Krampus.
Don't let me know. It might try sturdy little.
An opening. Farewell.
Why the fuck would you pair her? She might have more of a future than I think. But I don't think you pair her with Yuzuha. The problem is with Vivian. It's all the math we're gonna have to figure out, like, down the line. See, I usually play it for both the story as well as the game. When it's not 10 times annoying and I don't have other shit breathing down my neck. Or I'm behind. I'm very naturally skilled to deal with characters with E abilities. Basically. But I know what she's capable of. I don't know what team the fuck he gonna stick her with. Like, you could easily stick her in any Bloom team. But yeah, technically, you got her on 19 days. You're gonna have Billy on the other one. That's on 37 days. Yeah, this shit's gonna be like one of those ones that's gonna take forever. But yeah, goal was to finish out the story. Fuck you. Why do you fuck up my outfit? Thank you. Usually I just do dailies. But yeah, story's good. It's a lot to catch up on, because I hate to say it, like the one of... Now, getting characters to be precisely powerful is a separate story. You know? Not to mention, I still have a shit ton of commissions I have not done. Top to bottom, and then you still have the old content as well. I needed a break from Diablo 4. Now, the only thing that hurts is you have to pick characters up. They're not exactly. Because I'm assuming that 3.0 is going to give away a free character, too. I wouldn't be surprised. But that's going to be the question on what that one is. I mean, a lot of us just live in the end game, where the end game is just trying to clear out stuff. As I said, it's going to be... But the next setting is going to be very, very interesting. But we're probably going to have a couple of more events before the end of the season. They're not going to exactly leave it to just rot. Like, they're leaving this to be done. They got this. I mean, technically $5 a month, right, gives you the free gems. But some of this actually does pay for itself. But, like, I do think the story's good. Now, the problem itself is when people come into the game. But this is very early on for... This is very early on. Now, do I think this is going to actually make it easy? Do I think certain characters make stuff easier? Probably not. I mean, we're still living with god-awful fucking shit for, like, the next fucking... Be that as it may. Look. I prefer stories compared to some of these things. Like, CU Defense doesn't get better. CU Defense makes you just hate it. Like, this keeps people busy. This is what keeps the ones around, right? It's like ice and aether, and you're gonna force things. Electric, you could try to force it as well.
I sense someone's peepers on us, Trucky. Number 0, Ambi. Standing by.
I despise these conditions. So one thing I don't like about the current ones, like, this is an CU defense for, like, I mean, you're talking for like the next how many days? Oh yeah, you'll hate it. It's worse than Abyss.
I always feel at ease with time. Oh, I sense someone.
Sadly, this is where you lose most of your time.
Standing by.
Fortunately.
You know, Soldier Orphan. I'm not late, am I? If it's you, manager, we can go out anytime.
I have a crazy idea. Really do. I don't sometimes think it works. Sometimes these crazy lineups work, but they don't always work. Because the problem itself, right, is these, like naturally they're resistant to fire, so it actually fucks everything up to high hell. By the way.
Do you have a secret you want to share?
Understood. Leave it to me.
A summer day with. If it's you, manager, we can go out anytime. I'm here. Need a hand?
Strangely enough, Pamela works with disorder teams and bloom teams. So that's usually the way.
Oh, I sense someone's peepers on us, Trucky.
And the big thing with Norma, right? If Norma does the same thing Jufufu does, we'll be in luck.
You know, I really like your scent. Today's reading is Be a Hero.
It's like everything is minus 20 fucking percent though.
Fufu's here. We're up, Hooey.
Doesn't work. This is how they keep the old ones in. And the potential archives have been really weird. Like, technically, Lycon's supposed to be. Grace is the next one I'll probably get. All honesty. You can't really force an entire,
The weather's nice today. I'm here.
test this before I get off.
You sure you want?
Usually you'll be bashing your head against the wall repeatedly trying to get this right.
Understood.
Come to the seaside.
You'll go subtly insane trying to figure it out.
Anytime. Standing by. You know. At your command.
See, the error is not in say it's going to be in the other one. See, all my electrics are usually very bound.
See that your service.
So,
Number 0, Andy. Standing by.
it's natural to use basically Jufufu.
Hey dear, what kind of fun job have you got me into this time? Hello, Rep 2493 at your service. Fufu's here.
Here's your problem.
Reading is Be a Hero. We're up, Hue!
And oddly enough, the problem is when you get to this point, it's like, sure, should you use Mercury? Yeah, no, Mercury makes more sense. But you're not bypassing defense. Sadly, this is how I spend most of my time. By that, I mean beating the various burning off things and then burning off the quickest way as possible to end these things quicker. Figuring out the quickest way humanly possible to do it. Unfortunately, this is the look, the day I can get him.
This is the will of Krampus. Obstacle removed. We'll take over.
Okay, let me know. Off my feet! Now! I'm here.
Switching.
There's one more wave after this one.
I'll cover you. Anything else? Got you. Big farewell. Your tomorrow. Face your immobilize them.
I'll show you how it's done. Friday flex, bounty whirlwind. Love the show.
Switching.
My turn. No one interrupts Lord Phaethon's vacation. Not ever.
I'll cover you.
Okay, let me have. Whirling wave.
I'll take over. An opening.
I'm here.
Switching. I'll cover you.
Let me have.
I wish they would cool up, but hey.
Switching.
I like the proficiency.
Face your judgment. Vision revoked.
Go away.
See, the thing about usually these are... That's why she needs more of an attack, in my opinion. You can stun like a motherfucker, don't get me wrong.
Final warning. This is the will of Krampus.
Take too long on phase 1 now. Hmm. Damage threshold. See, sadly, this is what I hate about the current. Like, when we get to this. Because there's an entire rant. I do not know how to do this. I tell you, they despise normal. Like, they just... The elemental resistance, like... Honkai Impact, you could counter it if you had a high enough attack. This, you just can't. Like any other time, that just does massive damage. The air is still in the first half. See, the thing is, we need an electric Jufu. Okay, we get that, it'll probably be the other.
Definitely not my type. Going a little harder won't hurt. What's a girl gotta do to completely tear you into pieces? Time to strike.
It's the resistant. That's why I despise the other. Yeah, that won't work. Ignore me. And usually just I experiment. Sometimes to my own detriment I experiment. But yeah. Usually this is how. It's not the tower, right? It's like usually these myriad finals, etc., etc. So, you know, I'll call it here though. It's like a lot of this. I just have this to finish, and usually I just finish my dailies and weeklies. I have just despised this, and this is the current rotation. Like this was fine. That moment you get past this, oh Lord have mercy. This is the chestnut you have to crack. And this is always the thing that takes time. It's like Deadly Assault is as well. No matter how much firepower you chunk at it, it's just very pointless. But yeah, story's finished. Or don't even try this, cat. Stop. It's fucking morning. Stop. But yeah, basically, this is gonna be like we're gonna only have a few events till whenever. See, Billy's gonna kick over in about what? After her run's done, which is about 19 days. See, she is still very useful. We don't have a new Bang Boo yet till... But rerun-wise, she'll be on her last. She's required. See, she's good with the balloon. So... As I say, it's one of those ones. The end of season is always obnoxious. To me, there's nothing ever to do. So... You can sometimes have these events that you want to clear up before they get rid of them. Basically. Because I got a few that they'll always be nuked before the end. This is here, 4 days off. But there's a new Boo. Again, if you ever get really curious and hate yourself, you can always do this one. And there's the past stuff you can always do too, so... I run out of stuff to do, so I just wind up making the characters more powerful. That lineup is missing one character. I need a third electric. That's my curse, by the way. It never works. See, mistake was... Again. It is so annoying she is almost a must-pull. Now. She is a must-pull. Like, if you need to replace an electric attack on that team, you're good. Fire attacks, I'm good. Sometimes it's literally throwing a
We can go out anytime.
fuck, knocks down her proficiency. See, I need her to be. I need her to be like +3 attack. Like that 9-10% attack would bring it up. Like if I can get her honestly to about 22, I'd feel a lot better. But that's been my problem for a very long time. You're basically trying to play to get something. And then the only other time is you can just play to their stats. But this also isolates the teams too. As I said, she and the rest of the Angels of Delusion are going to age differently. She is still a stun agent at her heart. But I would rather have her than not. Because, granted, it's like the same with, same with Promelin. She'll be good, maybe not 100% now, but she will be good now.
If it's you, manager, we can go out anytime.
It's trying not to overspend is the deal. Like, Bernice is good, but there's like a lot of these characters that if you look into them, that they're better than they actually are. But realistically, right?
Standing by.
The problem is she's in the free, but you never pop her ult. He's only good if there's single targets. She will have a meta. She gets a little bit better year by year. As I said, if you get blessed to get screwed up enough 50-50s, you wind up getting enough of her.
Hey, don't look down on me.
Bernice was never really terrible. Bernice is basically off the field damage. And she still is very good, but the fields is so anti-fire right now. It's all, everything's so anti-fire for this year. Good luck making any use of it. Like, I'll be honest, there's a lot of characters I like, they're not really well used. You get them for free, but reality is some of these aren't exactly the greatest. She's still the best at physical defensive in the game, with the highest days. That and Seth.
Take me along. Need something?
So,
Go ask my colleagues.
again, we'll see who comes out free with the anniversary. But as far as Rupture goes,
Blue bandages are kind of annoying, though. Never mind.
So you probably still get that outfit normal. See, the ones that I passed on, they're all passed on for a reason. Hugo is too odd at the one time a year. He requires 2 stuns to work. She's useless. She's be the main on the field. He popped up at a really bad time, but he has fire rupture. She isn't gonna age well. Despite that, in a physical meta, these will be picked up at some point on the thing. But her perk is she only works. See, the AOD work together as a package. But the worst part about them is they don't work as well as you think. I find them too slow to attack. And plus, for team bonuses, they have to be in the same team. She is Aetherman, which is the same as the other. But she is lost in a sea of supports. She is an anomaly unit that can basically stun a lot. But I already got 5 units for that one. Dialyn came out this year. She will age very well with physical. People who skipped her will probably regret it. She is still the biggest chunk of physical damage. But for Rupture, you have to have at least maybe her. She is going to be the key support for any Rupture lines going forward. Yet Hari is good, but usually where you see her, you see her. So Yuzaha is still very good. But a lot of these are very much, I call them traps. Like Jane Doe, you think is good. But Jane Doe is only useful in a certain aspect. Her attack patterns don't allow it. She got the buffs that it's not terrible, but she is still down. But her internal nerves, she requires a different. She really, I need to finish her stuff out. Like, I gotta finish her stuff out. Her stun multiplier. Like, her stun multiplier is, I swear to God, she needs. Like, she's never gonna get a rerun. By the way. Ever. She might get a rerun, they might give her away for free. At this rate.
Officer 148, Juyuan, ready.
But a lot of these lineups languish. That's the problem going forward. Like, Yagani? Oh god. Speak right now. She is only really good, even though I like her. She is an anomaly, and she works an anomaly and disorder lineups. So, Yanagi is basically stuck like that. Magnus and Opie are really good. But usually the problem is a lot of these lineups die on the vine now. And I'm really hoping that 3.0 doesn't get any work, doesn't exacerbate this issue. Because a lot of these that are like the free-to-play routes, I suspect a lot of these will grow. Because we already know Billy is going to be Rupture. I don't really like him. She's Rupture and kills herself as well. You know. But again, there's like a couple of these I gotta get good equipment for. Like, I really do. Like, I need this set up. I need this set up, but I need the attack. That's what I need. Unfortunately, yeah, that 3% attack will add up. Fortunately, a lot of these as I say, about 14%. Look, you can't do nothing with these damn things. Even if I rep switch some of these out. This is mostly farming anyways. I got a couple of others, but they don't really help. So, it's kind of the internal problem. Fishing for stats is what is the difference between a couple of zeros and a combo or so. You get one, you fix the crit rate, maybe. But this is a result of a lot of farming. And I need to farm better. So ignore my stats. The thing about this is a lot of characters are good. As I said, ideal, I need her above. So, who knows? Pin ratio does nothing. So, anyways, I will catch people another day. Story is good, but I rushed through it. I had to rush through. Next project is going to be getting her done over a couple of weeks. I'm going to have to 3, 5, 9. So what we were talking about, 3 weeks? Yep, 3 weeks goes to this one. Then she'll be a lot better. But that's the thing, you have to unlock her cores. And these aren't always the easiest. And it's about 2 weeks if you save up at the start. So, sadly, I have characters done before her. And anyways, I have more games than that. Probably stream later today. But yeah, a lot of these characters, when you're talking stun, but the meta right now for the CU defense and things are just ass. They're totally terrible. They aren't good, and they're really, really bad. But as a discussion on what the current in-game is. The current in-game I've had a disagreement with for a very long time. So, and the special training programs don't matter. What the stats they tell you don't matter either. So, but anyways, I go catch people tonight. I'm going to go to bed. I could say go to sleep, but probably do some stuff at night. Thank you for bearing with me. Because I do play this season in and season out. I just don't care for certain characters. Never will. There's characters that work, and then there's characters that don't. Some of these characters I used a lot. Others I didn't. No offense. I stand by my statement. Super Billy is still going to be shit. Because that is a state of rupture. Because I can tell you personally, physical means nothing right now. CU defense is in it. The worst shape it's ever been. Between CU defense and assault, deadly assault, a lot of this stuff, it doesn't work. If it has weakness to fire and ice, you know what I mean? It's a lot worse. Like, yeah, she's weak to physical and electric, so be it. But she's from one part of the era. Some of these are not. Like, why is wind and ice both here? But they're resistant to here. These stay in rotation for over a month. At least over a month between the two. There's a cycle between two of them. Sometimes I'll phone them in. Sometimes I won't. I like how they give you squad building guides now. So, this is slowly coming into the game, basically. But this is also the point of they're using metadata. Basically, play and figure at your leisure. Some of these have guides, other things you have to look up yourself. And then pray you have the builds for it. But as I say, this is likely the end game. This is mostly what the end game is. So this is like the completion rates. Based on the entire meta. Which, again, is kind of interesting. But this didn't used to be here. Sadly, I kind of wish there was a recommendation for CU defense, but this is where it is. Not like it used to be. So, again, it's like pretty much pick your poison. Yeah. But this is usually what I do between my time. This is the stuff you don't see when they don't tell you. Then you have your weeklies, which this never changes, by the way. These change every week. These change every single week. And they just expand out. You have your stories, and you have a bunch. Yeah, but then it's all down to RNG to make the characters work. So, and I usually phone these in by the end of the week. And anyways, I will probably stream Division tonight. Unless I stream Diablo. Diablo 4 has been where I've just had to grind to get to the point. But, as I said, story is good. If you like this, you're going to get good for story. They give you trial characters to work with, but everything else is just... Look, getting lucky with banners and just building teams. As I said, skip the people you don't need and go for the people you need. That's the best I can tell people. Fortunately, some lineups shift like the wind. See, like, she is going to be vital for down the line. I don't know why, but I just know. So. Then some of us just have to figure. It's like, you got this bullshit if you wish to bash your head against the wall further. You know, getting lucky and not getting any kind of issues. And then you still have a lot of the hard missions and the other stuff you haven't done through the story from the the HDD missions. Like, I still got a bunch of those I need to do. And that's from the video store. Always stuff to do. Basically. You can catch up and you can do stuff from seasons past. Till you have this 100% done. Thank God they finally got this shit. This was not here. So, like, you can do easy, you could do hard. All here. If you've never done it, you can do that. Very easy. Again, it's one of those things you can start from zero and still get to this. Now, realistically, characters are utterly different. Some characters will age very well.
The brightest. The most dazzling. New Eridan's rising star.
I just stepped on a quest. I did. See, this is what I do in my mean times when I either streaming or when somebody I have to be on a stream or something. Dirty little secret that I have. I usually play something very brain dead. Unless I have to 100% focus when I'm with somebody else. So, there's a lot to do these days on here. Story you have to experience yourself. It helps a little bit if you know the lore. And motherfucker, not mean to do that. As I said, I will see people tonight. Call it bash my head against the same wall multiple way to get the things. That's kind of like the reason why you do MOC, and eventually I might get to the point I'll stream HSRs. HSR, I gotta get past 100% Penacami. I despise where I'm at. Genshin, I'm at Natlock. So, that's less sufferable. HSR, I'm not past Penacami. 100%. I'm at the tail end of Penacami. So, once that's done, I just have to hardcore go there. This is an easier game to catch up. So, and we'll catch people another day. As I said, questions and that usually ask, because usually all I do is figure out. I'm just at the point now that I just figure out how to create as much damage as humanly possible. But a lot of my stuff is just that. So, yeah. And to people who just want to sit back and troll, they really need lives. But yes, there's a lot of heartbreaking stories. Like, eventually, if you come into this game in this year, yeah, you'll have a lot to work back towards.
Just tell me the target.
Sadly, some of these aren't going to be needed, and you'll have to pray for reruns. Unfortunately. Some people will not be blessed to have a bunch of these. Blooms are going to become very vital down the line. That's why I pulled these three. She's the best physical stun, but she's also an attacker. Her and Ju Fufu both. Both of these are stuns, but they have the attack power of basically a... They have the attack power of basically an attack, by the way. So they are very deceptively powerful. Some of these people are very powerful to have. Other ones are you just have to have them, or you have to have something equivalent that works. And if not, you just tap out of the 100% in-game. Or you find a way to cope. As someone said, find a way to live with an A. Or a B. Sometimes I do that, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I just forget those things exist. And then I just do the bare minimum just to make sure I'm done with everything. But one thing's for sure, I always get through a majority of this. I usually get through at least 50 every single season. Anything past this is just extra. It's just icing on the cake. Time and time again. As I say, I will catch people another day. I'll probably stream something tonight. But I've been meaning to get done with the story, but I usually clear it out. And I guess whatever. These are the current events, but again, as I said, this is in a good shape. Just depends on how you spend your time. Again, and I do recommend her.
Understood.
I recommend her for reasons. She's ice, she's blue. Now, the thing with her, if you're lucky enough to get her, she's not a must because she only works with the ruptures. Vivian, on one hand, is extremely powerful. The lineups that I like for Bloom, I'll be honest. You can take 2 Blooms and stick them together. She is probably going to be not in a rerun for a while. It all depends on the reruns. But if you only have 4 stars, you're not in such bad luck. You can clear most stuff without issues. It's just slower. See, I expect she will get a rework eventually. So, again, some of these characters next season will get reworks. I just don't know when. Bernice already got hers. But then again, Bernie, a lot of these characters are semi-useless currently. That's due to the in-game structure. Currently. Because CU defense and deadly assault do define the meta. But that is a topic for something entirely. Because for all the games that I play, sure. I play almost all of them. Realistically, some of these are obtainable. Grace of the original, still good. But she is still weird. She's an insane build. But this whole electric meta for CU defense and deadly assault is ass. And it needs to end. But I don't expect MiHoYo to fix it. They've been in this slump for like 4 months. 5 months. It kills the momentum of the game. And when you take a lot of breaks, if you take breaks, it doesn't help. And a lot of guides, if you don't shove power into them, it's no point. Like, they want her to be an anomaly stun machine. And these don't 100% save your characters, by the way. You think they do, but some of these do get it. This is going to be the way they bring the old back into line. So, but then again, we will see what happens next year. Next season, I'm hoping for better. So then, honest opinion is that. But I'm a long time player of the game. If you come into the game, you're fine. A lot of these free to play, they're good till a certain point. Then they're not. Some of these that are free, some of these you'll use, some of these you're stuck with till you need it. You'll have your trials. Then sometimes you can just get past a lot of these. Some of these are mainstays. Then some aren't. He was given out for free. Some of these are. That's why I said I may just do this periodically, like once every version or so. But a lot of these I usually only play when there's a lot of stories. Like she goes above and beyond. Basically. Astro Yao is another one. Very vital. But we'll have to see what's given out for free now. When the anniversary or yearly events come around. And it happens every year. Some stuff you can kind of skip and not lose sleep over. Other times you will have these and you'll just have to use them. Luckily enough, in the normal banners, there's ways to make them work. So, Evelyn is good, but Evelyn is one of those ones. I have her, but I can't recall the last time I used her. It's been 6+ months. It's like if you look at like HSR, what I used. Shit. Largely, oh god, that's even worse. My year report. I cannot wait on my year report here. What it's going to be. This year. My year report's going to be insane, by the way. It's going to be so different than the prior year. But more stays the same than stays different. But story is good and questions. Till tonight, and I usually stream. But I've also played this a very long time. I know what's good and I know what's bad. Some people I just need to find the right stats for. Then I'll be happy. When she gets above about 2,000 attack, and if I can get her to about 23 or 24, I will. But I don't think that's going to be the case. So. But some of these characters, people are not going to be able to get for a very long time till they rerun. And they never do triple banners. And the thing is, I don't see a lot of these characters getting rerun for a long while. That's the downside to if you're missing somebody. You have to pray and wait. Because I guess I could say really quick on the banners, because what's going to happen. Because we all get what we're about to. So, Purosis is releasing, and that's going to be the free. Belena and Norma. 2.8 banners are 2.8 banners are going to be Starlight Billy. Now, second is going to be Magnus and Orphe and Magnus. Now, if you're talking 3.0, we kind of already had the 3.0 banners. Reality is, I don't know when they're going to be releasing a lot of the other characters. We know of 7. The question is what's going to be their release order? We know Norma. It's going to go. Basically, we know Norma. And basically. Sorry. Norma is phase 2 of 3.0. And then basically Velena is going to be the front. Velena is going to be the first wind. Norma is going to be fire stun. Which, unfortunately, the banners are going to be all fucked for about a good little while. I'm going to be... I think someone said it. 2.8, 3.0. But then again, give it enough time, you might have a rerun of like Seed and everybody else. So we will see. That's the only downside to this game. You gotta wait for the reruns. Somewhere I actually saw the reruns for 3.0. And I know it was a legit source. I want to say it's going to be Dial In and somebody else. That's going to be the problem. Because currently, right now, the reruns are very much. So, that limits a lot of teams. And I kind of wish it didn't. But then again, if you're trying to go for Magnus and Orphe, sure. The problem with her is she's not strong in anything else. She's not strong in an anti-fire meta. So, till then, I will catch people another day. I usually play this. I do play HSR. Again, there's nobody... Actually, the only person in HSR I'm going to be pulling is going to be Yae Sakura. That's Evanessa. But she's going to be vital for old teams. That's why I don't care about Silver Wolf. The new Silver Wolf. No, don't really need her. This game, I kind of stick with the old standbys that actually just work. So, some of these I've had and I just maintain because they're not terrible, but they're not at the best at their jobs. But then you're just stuck. You know, you just pray you don't go to the wrong banner. Not ever pulling her was a mistake. Lessons learned. you know? Lessons learned and things said, but she is going to pay off down the line. Do not know how, and I want to say she might get a rerun here, at least by 3.0 or 3.1. Dialin is probably going to be next. Because I want to say I saw Dialin and her in one of the next. Because if she gets a rerun, that's going to be the one to pull. But, again, she's a Void Hunter, so... Anyways, I will catch people tonight about 6 or 6:30, hopefully. Unless I have something else planned. Some of these characters, like, I always say pull her if she's in a rotation. Because you will definitely need her. You don't have to go insane with her. She does a lot by herself. Now, her kit is something entirely different. So, again, a lot of these kits all depend on them. Some of them have changed over time, others haven't. So, alright. Till tonight. A lot of stuff to do, and you'll have a lot to catch up on. Because a lot of the stories and a lot of the end. Some of these just come natural. And a lot of the ones that aren't good, you don't have to worry about pulling. And then they will adjust the metagame accordingly. I have a strong suspicion the metagame is going to become very stale at some point. If they're popular, they'll get reruns. Because I suspect these will all get reruns next year. These will. Anyone AOD is going to get a rerun. She's going to be harder because she's a bloom. If she isn't popular, Vivian will probably get a rerun eventually, right? But Vivian's bloom as well. Missed her, you're probably fucked for a little while. She hasn't had a rerun in a long time. She's popular enough that she'll get a rerun. I don't know about Bernice. Bernice and some of these might go free. If they're popular enough support, they'll go free. So your free 1-3 pool every anniversary and in the beginning of every one. Some of these are in the basic pool. So take it for what it's worth. Some of these are very hard to use. That's why they're not really in high recommendations. Like you use her if you got stuck with her. Grace does have a use. But Grace is also the weirdest one to actually use. Because she's ranged. She's actually ranged. She's like a ranged version of Billy that stuns. But she uses the oddest setup known to man. So, again, a lot of these, it's just what you pull and you build out of. Some I have my favorites, but sometimes I just can't force them. It's like I like Bernice and I like her. Like she's not useful at the moment. She'll be useful down the line. She doesn't get rerun. So she's a defense and impact. So I'm not broken up. I find myself, like, I can already tell my end-of-year report's going to be ridiculous. It's going to lean towards about 3 different teams. So, combination of Seed, a combination of Vivian, and a combination of her. And I guarantee you, she's going to be one of my top used. She's going to be one of my top used. That's why I said my HSR was very heavily slanted. They had to give you more of a detail. So. You know. As I said, some of this is just 100% lineups that are good. We often find them. Ice, I'm good on now. Electric, I am not good on. Physical, I am good on. If it's physical, I am god tier on. Fire, I am good on. Any other fucking other ones, I am not. Aether, I'm good on. Right now, it's all lineups for the end game that are not in my wheelhouse. And there's only so much damage you can force. But hey, story is story. End game is end game. They never really talk about the end game. It's not that it's impossible, it's that the story is sometimes better than the end game. So, like physical, doesn't do well. Like certain physical, doesn't do great. That's why you get it ranking at the end of the year, I might have to just run through and test it. That's why you never see rankings. So, again, a lot of these, fine. Still viable, still work. Basically, the same teams cover the same ones. It's making it work. Oh, but let's see, I log in every single season. So, I at least check the banners. Some I just skip. Like, I skipped all of AOD. Except for Nangguang. Why? Because she's useful. These were the ones I skipped. See, these were year 1.
Want to see the red scarf?
It's like year 2. Like 1.8-ish in that realm. Glad her. She's not going to be really good. These, maybe down the line, I'll pick up. But I ain't going to just pick them up willy-nilly. Him, I'm kind of glad. A lot of these that aren't picked. That is the only one I'm kind of regretting I never pulled. Because a lot of my CU defenses would be so much better. Because if they're seed-based, you have to have her. Unfortunately, she's the only electric stun. But there's workarounds for it. But your times are not as good. But we'll see, though. Again, I don't know. I'll probably stream this before the end of the season. A lot of these are builds. So they're builder meat. Some of these aren't necessary. Some of these, if you had them, they're fine. Some people find better use. but it's not that bad of a miss. That's the only one that her banners come up at the worst time. The thing is, we're going to need another electric stun. So, but that's a matter for another day, though. A lot of these, when you see them, some will be highly damaged. Like her? Ridiculous, by the way. But then again, pray to God that we don't need sheer force. Okay? Alright? This is what's gonna bite people in the motherfucking ass. Yidhari, you need for sheer force. Only several of these are sheer force. Luckily enough, he is free. Okay? But a majority of these are all sheer force. So rupture and sheer force. I'll have to look down the line. Because if rupture is going to come back in a big way, because Norma, it specifically says attack and rupture. And it depends on how much the focus of rupture is with 3.0. And ignore the bad crits on. Okay? Work in progress. Honestly, I probably haven't. Good luck. You have to have basically all HP. Okay? She sucks. It sucks horribly. You know? But this is how it goes. That's why some combats don't take that long for me. Others do. Then it takes hours to farm these. Or very much luck. You know, and I just give up. Basically. Like I had to give up on this one. Right here. I had to give up. I was like, oh, well, fuck. That's going to stay that way, and I'm not going to refarm it. Till I do. Some of these just stay. Then it's randomly going in and restatting your characters that haven't been used in a while. Some of these are blink and you miss them. See, she's an alternative attacker for C. That's electric. It's not that Seed is entirely useless without other things with Vanguard. It's just the question she's not as effective. The problem itself is everything has resistance to fire. And all half her team that most people have are fire. But you can blame the deads. A lot of these are just teams you just got to make work. And if you get stuck with Lucy, there's nothing wrong with that. Lucy is still viable. Grace is still viable. She is still viable. A little slow, but viable. But then again, each of these characters each have their own. I have mine I prefer, but to be fair, it's more or less the other ones. I have a soft spot for this one. Same with this one. one's more viable, but she's Aether attack. She's one of the few Aethers there are. Jane Doe is good. But a lot of these each come and go in least usefulness. It's kind of like Genshin. They all become useful at some point. Sadly, a lot of these units in these lineups you'll find, you have to wait till they do. Because I didn't want to miss her. It's like, I don't want to miss her either. Fucking defense. Defense. The flying fuck. Huh. Some people, some teams, you never know. Her defense is absolutely ridiculous. It's just how the cookie crumbles and the way stuff goes. But yes, as I said, I'll be back later tonight. I might stream something different, or I might do that. I know I need to do... I might show off Division 2. Division 2 is not in a bad spot. HSR, I just need to finish playing. But I am officially caught up here, except for weekly events. That fucking defense. I didn't realize I had that much. But I say, as I say, that's a lot of these. It's going to be depending and catching banners. 3.0 is probably going to have events and free banners. I have a and there will probably be a load of stuff when fucking 3.0 arrives. We just do not know yet. And then it's going to be up to decide which is going to be worthwhile. And I'm going to be very honest. 3.0 is going to be big. And then, that's the trick. Sadly, it's save until. If you do miss it, just save. Best thing as I could say, if people miss from the current, do not pull Starlight Billy. Not going to be worth it. He's going to require other units to make work. Basically, you have to pull him. You'd have to pull Lucia to make work, and then pull him. Basically. But a lot of these other teams work because they need it. Fortunately, I have majority. I was good on electric for a long time. So, again, agents, events, a lot to do. And ironically, I still have a lot to do. I have a lot I can do. There's a lot I haven't checked for a while. Used to be you used to find stuff here, but not quite. Kind of like in-game. Yeah, but I think I'll be good. Yeah, but if questions ask, some kind of things make sense. Other kinds don't. But all it goes well. And we'll catch people later. If you guys have questions on builds, I'm usually good with them. Sometimes you just have to make use with what you have, though. And that's what a lot of us do over the years. Sadly, that's the only thing that does work. Because a lot of my lineups, it's that way. Till then, I will be live tonight. Eventually, I'll get back, and I guess, well, now that this is clear, up till for days, I can get back to my other games. I just took a healthy break. But it is also, we're going to be waiting a while for rotations. Like, I don't have anything I really need. Doesn't mean other people do. I need a trigger. I need trigger. That's the problem now. This shit has haunted me for a while. Sadly, I don't think we're going to get the rerun of her for a while. So my seed lineup pays horribly. So, seed is real easy to make work. Other people are real easy to make work. Other than that, you're kind of stuck with who you can pull at the time and who you log in and find. Some of these you don't require. Some are just old standbys. It's very much Honkai Impact all over again. Now, realistically, is it still worth investing in? Yes. There's still hundreds of hours of content if you haven't done anything. You have past events and you still have the events you've never done. Events do save, carry over from one to another. The only events that don't carry over are time-sensitive events. And there's very, very few of them. And they give you enough time to do them. So. But I wanted the story out of the way. And I'll be happy that I'm just happy with what I have. So. And meanwhile, the only thing I gotta finish is CU defense. But, hey, that's not for everybody else. Story-wise, it's really good. Now, people who skipped her probably pay for it. But I can guarantee you, in the free one, there will be free ones. She will be there. Sadly, a lot of these aren't going to be in the free. But we will see. Bernice and a couple of others. But I suspect 3.0's release is going to have at least 3 with additional stuff. Depending on when people see this. Sadly, I don't think the metagame's going to get any better going forward. I mean, the metagame right now, at least by CU Defense's standards, is nothing but electric. and other bullshit, so we're all screwed. But that's the Abyss problem all over again. So, till then, I'll be streaming tonight. I mean, I do play Diablo 4, Division 2, I still have Honkai Impact, but I never stream that here. Genshin, I mean, I catch up in the story once in a while. The rest I'm running around the world just burning off stuff. Gear farming. So I need to get farm gear for Lene. That reminds me, I need to do that this week. I did it. Then I have Diablo 4, Crimson Desert. Crimson Desert's on a break. That single player Diablo 4 I've been busy with. But largely I'm having to gear the Paladin up. So. And then I just wanted to take a healthy break from it. But a lot of my lineups, and I know how to build, it's the same with Genshin. I don't do redundancy. So, it is what it is. This game is still worth investing in. It's just the question now is, how redundant are we going to get? And how quickly are a lot of these going to fucking age out? Because look, some of these lineups are interchangeable. Like, it feels weird to have her and still have Kesset. She's a core of the lineup, but any electric attacker fits. A stunner, there's not a lot of electric stunners. Basically. And it's all going to depend. The end game is a whole separate scenario. So, and then what you have access to. Like if these are ever up in the running, you get them. I have a suspicion they might rerun Jufufu at some point because people are going to need it. And the same with Norma. Norma's going to get run once or twice. But maybe not after her debut. But see, a lot of these all depend. But people like Miyabi, Vivian will see. She at least gets 1 to 2 reruns a year. Some section. Seed might not. She just came off at least 2 reruns this year. Yuzaha has not been rerun in a while. Dialin might get a rerun. But I know the AOD. But we'll have to see when a lot of these get reruns. Because when a lot of these get reruns, I want to pull their engines. That's kind of my thing. Basically. She's going to be very impressive for a while. So, some of these depends all on the meta, and it actually depends. I have a sneaking suspicion they're going to go easy on us for a little while. But with the new one, I don't know. Because I know damn well with the current fucking CU defense and assault coming in, both are going to suck horribly going into 3.0. And that's where I live. I don't care enough for it. Because CU defense is not very good. I'm just hoping for a better one. You know? CU defense is worse than the fucking other in HSR. HSR has their own stupid-ass meta as well. That's where I live over there, too, when I'm not doing story content or side. It's the same as here. But here I can make stuff work. Over there, it's a little bit harder. Like her, I firmly believe is going to be really good. For her, it's this. Anomaly is... See, Freeze and Disorder, right? She's Freeze and she is Disorder. But it's going to be unlocking a lot of these. But I strongly suspect she is going to work with this. So, again, it's all going to be the lineups. So, I don't know who the third would be. You could always shove Vivian, but again, it's still very short. But she's definitely worth getting. If you don't have an anomaly agent and ice, she's really easy to build. She'll be fine. Current banners are about Lucia, right? She'll be there. But a lot of banners, we don't have it. Till whenever. Till then, we are at the mercy of whatever they decide to rerun. So, that's the only downside to this game. You don't have somebody, you gotta pray for a rerun. And some people, when you don't pull them, you'll never get them. It's not the story of Genshin, but it is damn near close. And we don't get triple banners. So, till then, as I said, I will be live tonight, and then I said this before. I play this very periodically, and it's not out of thing. It's just I play this in spurts. You know, you don't get lineups like these for no reason. Then it goes back to being just normal. A lot of these, as I said, we're going to be on a... This is going to be a really weird break. So, again, ZZZ has a lot of content. You just got to play through the story, and it's relatively getting good. The problem is you just learn to play with what you need. And pay attention to a meta. CU defense, just suck it up if you're not going to clear it. Sadly. Some people just go with what they know. Like, or just get basically an ice and figure out what elements you need. Like, I can't fully endorse certain people unless they're just really broken. She's broken. She's broken. She's generic support. She's always good. She is always good. She is always good. Because her and Dial-In both double up as stuns, but they're attacks. She is one of the most blunt anomaly builds you can ever have. The good thing is, we exist in a meta that stuff is covered. So if you don't have somebody mainline, you can force it with the right lineup. It's literally shoving the round object into the square hole. Now, is it the most effective manner? No. You can make do. But it's not like my hobby is going to get a rerun within the next 6 months. Quite honestly. I say that, but they might actually do it. You get 2 banners a month. Okay? 2. 2 banners per period. And you're lucky if one of them is one you need. If you don't need the main one. Outside of the debuts, they're never good. It's like her, she was given away for free. I have a sneaking suspicion she won't be rerun for a while. She has been rerun about twice this year. 3 times this year. Because the Vital. She's been run like 3 times, I swear. She just came off a rerun not long ago, period before last. Meanwhile, she hasn't had a rerun in months. 6 months, 3, 4, maybe 4 months, 4 periods, 5. You can go back and look the last time. Yet she's general physical support that duplicates. Evelyn hasn't had a rerun. So don't bother. Quinn Yi hasn't had a really rerun either. She gets a rerun. Tin Soldier Ambi was on a really weird one. Bernice will probably be in the free. Quite honestly. These are going to be exclusive. She will probably show up in a really weird spot. But you can always count on a lot of the big ones to get reruns. The question's just when. Both her, any of the Void Hunters are all going to get at least 1 rerun a year. 1 rerun. I have a sneaking suspicion it's just going to be really a long while. Because I know if one of the banners I saw was correct, she's coming up on with Norma. One of the 3.0 banners, I think I saw her. That's if it's true. But never fear. You miss Bernice. You miss these. Never fear. They're not needed. I mean, she's good, but she's going to get at least 1 to 2 reruns. Guaranteed. Him, not so much. A lot of these others, no. Jane Doe, no. Quinn Yi, no. You have them, you have them.
Let me finish my cup of hot water.
And to be honest, sure. Just don't count on it. And to be honest, some of these have aged out very horribly. By that, I just mean they're dated. Their kits are dated worse than hell. They've revamped her, and she still is okay. Some characters work as hybrids. That's why I pulled her. And I don't regret it. The only problem right now for the last 4 months, fire has been useless. It's all been electric. In basically in-game metas. it's not balanced. So a lot of fires aren't getting used. Because a lot of these in the weird lineups for real, the dream is to run Ju Fufu and run Bernice. Okay? But this shit doesn't work in the current meta. It doesn't work in the end game because of the reasons. It works in everything else, but it doesn't work in CU defense. You know? It just doesn't work. Tower's an entirely different. It's fairer. But to be honest, a lot of these characters all have second and third lives. Some are pure redundant. Like, they just reworked her. Okay? They just did this to her. Okay? That's the problem. What are you gonna do with her? Same with Soldier 11. Soldier 11 is the same way. Oh yeah, I got her as scary as a motherfucker. Well, I got Soldier 11 as scary as a motherfucker. But she sits entirely fucking useless. Because there is no content to use her on. That's the downside. Some of these characters will sit on the shelf for half a year. And that is a rant if you look at a lot of videos. A lot of people have not realized this. It's not that Bernice is bad. There's no place to use her. Like, you could use her in certain places. Go build a lineup in Tower. Like, I'll show Tower. Here. Okay. If I go to Tower for this, and I will show this before I get off. Because the end game is a very just subtly different place. So, right. Some people. See this? This gets worse as it goes up. I mean, it goes up to like 40 or 50. You know. Level 70. But here's the trick. You have to actually get a character through this. And then you can just reset the floor. Then you set the environment. You can see the enemies. But you cannot change the floor until you get through here. And if any of these characters die, you're bound. Now, these do go in cycles. Now these do cycle a little bit better. There's more time. And if you reset it, it's not as, I say, bad, you know. Like if I went back through gold and just went back through 4 and just did this, it wouldn't be as terrible. But this is the more the permanent end game. Like I could probably go back and replay a lot of these. And not care. Something generic and just go through. 52. 9. Some of these, because I didn't try. Sure. It's not the impossible. This is more your bragging rights than it is anything else. You know, these are more bragging rights. Sadly, as I say, you just have to take time and do it. That's the old saying, if you don't take time, if you don't make time, you never take time. But the game has a lot to offer. Metagame is very different than it used to be. So a lot of these will basically, I suspect, with new units that are all firepower, it's easy to clear. Some are a little bit harder to clear than others. But depending on story to end game, this is what I'll be doing for a while. Then between games when I'm playing other things. But, as I said, if you come into this game fresh, you've got a lot of content to get through. Living here is just testing your limits. So, again, portion of the end game is testing your limits. That's what I do. Okay? I don't recommend this. If you just want to see if a lineup is good, bring it into one of these places. These are the places you farm your things, right? You farm your mats here. These are where you farm your mats. Let's set these weird people. This is like the... And then if you just want to see how good a unit is, a team is, take them through here. More or less just straight bragging rights. Nothing official. But story-wise, a lot of story to do and easy ways to farm. Me personally, if I didn't have Diablo 4 and a bunch of other stuff breathing down my neck, I would have already been up tower. But I might get to it later. So, there's a lot to do in this game at this point. Some of that is permanent, some of it isn't. But with 3.0, I suspect there's going to be more. That's a new region. And if you ever get curious, this is all the other additional regions, by the way, for the record. You know? You get over here and you can still go into here. They don't take this stuff away, by the way. this is all still going to be here. Because they don't take that content away. Some of us have it, and other of us don't. So, I will catch people later tonight. The thing about this is, I did the story. It's very good, and I do recommend it. The other part is, I got her done, the current one. I'll be passing on Billy. I don't care about Billy. I'll be saving for Velena. Velena will be the one that at least pull. Velena, I have a feeling, is going to be the combo one. By then, we'll know what's the 3.1 banner. We might know. I'll be very curious who the 3.1 banner is. If people think they know the banners for 3.1, I do not anticipate. So you got Billy coming up on the second half of this banner. Here. Because on the second half of this banner is going to be Billy and Orpheus and Magus. Okay? 3.0. No one will really know because I don't suspect until. Let me see if I can find it. Because in reality, I should say this for this section. 3.0 characters are going to be very. We know what the 3.0 characters are. We already know who and what they are. Okay. We kind of already have them. The problem is when they run them. The problem is, let me just reorganize this a second. Here. Make sure this works. I want to make sure there's no pop-ups. We know what they look like. So I'll show this. If you play the campaign, you know who they are. So, first up is going to be her. Second is going to be her. Okay? She'll be the first. Now, this is Secruz. So, these are the 7 that we know. By the way, this is totally not Secruz, which you're calling Roxy, okay? This is Bernice meets basically. This is Bernice meets Ceci, basically. We know that this is the lineup going into here. Starlight Billy is on the problem here. Now, You're either going to pull her, all right? Her kit you can find. Okay? Of the characters, I strongly suspect Ramel and Sunbringer are not going to be within. I'll be shocked if I make this prediction now. Won't be within the first 3 seasons. I'll be shocked if they are. I will be totally shocked. Interesting thing about Sigrid is this is Durandal. Okay? This is Phoenix. Phoenix is fire. He looks like he's going. See, some of these we don't know who they're going to be. I have a sneaking suspicion that we will not see Sunbringer or Rimmel till probably 3 or 4. And they're probably going to space them out. By the way, Sunbringer is very much, I suspect, is going to be Peresher of Flame Scion. So a lot of these you're going to get. This is 3.0 part 2, 3.0 part 1. The rest of these are going to run in one order, and then they will go into about reruns. I'll be very surprised if she is not wind right here. She has to be fire. I will be damn shocked if she is not fire. But she will be the debut. I'll have to look up her kit. Because a lot of these are kits are out, basically. And a lot of these you can find, at least within 1. But once you get close to release, we'll have their official kits. She will be wind. Now, here's the biggest problem with people. Predicting them. Wind is already in the game, right? That's a brand new element. Now, the problem is she's going to be the only wind. If Velena is the only wind on the horizon, she's going to get pulled. Because 2.0 launched with her. Okay? 2.0 launched with her. Vivian came out before, Hugo launched before, because at the end of 1, you had her, then Hugo's rerun got lost. She was run, then she was run. Both were actual meta defining for the entire run. Now, I have to see if I remember that correctly. And I might be off at this point, but not by much. It's very similar. But, again, Norma's kit is out there. What we think is Norma's kit. Norma's kit is out there, so is hers. Velena's kit's out there, too. Look, you can... If her actual kit is out there, like her actual kit, it's on the Chinese testing sites. The problem now is figuring it out. The problem now is going to be... look, you will know official when her kit hits. You know, right now, what we know of her kits... I want to say, too, that Norma's kit is around if you can find. Because I know we know more about Norma's kit than anything else. I mean, let me see. I think I might have an idea. Some people. See, the problem right now is, are these kits subject to change in about a month? A month. I want to say if they are subject to change, they are subject to change. That's the problem with a lot of these units that you'll find. Because here's one of the other ones. You cannot take these as verbatim until you see the official. And it's usually till about... I'll be honest. The problem with someone like Velena and something else, she might be too good to be true. Again, she is only... if I can explain what the idea is. She will be a kit that... This is speculation from the test servers. If I do anything here, and I'm just buried in this, is this. Velena. Velena is basically a wind. She uses a fan, and I guess we will see if she's going to be that different. Judgment Call, she'll be days. Now, the question itself is how good is this effect? Again, this is the other one. It makes more sense if she is just wind. Now, she is anomaly. So anomaly is that. So, look. Definitely anomaly and definitely the other. Now, if it's the case that she is a standalone wind unit, if she is a standalone wind unit, she's going to be a lot harder to use. I'm going to be very curious if she can create wind puddles everywhere. If she can create wind puddles, we're talking good. Now, this is being considered Jufufu 2.0. I'm not sure about this one. She's one that I want to see in action before I would judge her. Because she is stunned. From what we know, she looks like a range. Like if her basic attack is a basic attack, that's the trick. This is probably what's going to hurt her design the most, is because, look, realistically, where does she fit? She's similar, she's like a ranged Jufufu. Now, it's going to be the trick. Velena is going to be something interesting altogether. Because she'll be the first of her kind. Now, there's no guarantee that she's going to be 100%. Yeah, so comparing her to Yizhuan is going to be very key. Quick forward. Involved wind. And this is what's going to be weird, is because these are the first 2 units to come out. And it's very much the case of, is she better than the other? Because I don't see her being pulled as... Look, her being pulled, it's very weird. Her being dazed, look, we'll have to see the numbers on it. It's not impressive. Me personally, no. If you have to choose between, she might be better down the line. The only way she becomes worse is if they nerf her entire element. There's your problem. But then again, here's the big question. Towards Vortex, therefore. A lot of this truly depends on Lane Mastery. See, this we need to see the raw data for in numbers. Because this is only going to come from the test server. So a lot of this in general is an extreme. These two will be both brand new. I mean, personally, I see her being pulled because of wind, as I stated before. She's kind of like Yijuan. You're using her for range. Sadly, Norma looks too specialized. Now, kits are subject to change. And the fun fact is, if she isn't off the field, she's definitely far usable. That's the problem. This is different. She doesn't feel it's a wide support. So when you look at a lot of these units that come up, you have to figure out. Now, the question is she a dance? Well, I'd have to look at it because I'd have to say for sure. But I'll be very honest. She has a style that's going to play into the other. On one hand, she can be entirely shit and not get any support within 3 months. But I have a high doubt about that. The question is, it's this right here. If that is true, and this isn't atrocious, right here, she will be one of the most powerful units we ever have. I mean this. This is just prediction. Because here's the thing. Her dodges can be dodge as well as attacks. Now, sound duh, but it's also the same way. But what's going to hurt her is if anything comes after wind. If they do anything to wind, anything is resistant to wind, she's a waste. That's the downside. Because we already have bosses in Deadly Assault that are immune to wind. Okay? That is a troubling sign. They're not immune to rupture. But they're not immune to that. They're just immune to wind. And it's not like you can pray for rain and pray for a rebound. Norma is too, as I said, she is too, and you're already looking at, if anything is an indicator to me, it's going to be here. Something is extremely troubling. Right here, she is set up for wind. Here. Some of these bosses are already set up. I guarantee you there's going to be bosses that are extremely set up against her. But you have a couple that aren't. You have some that are rupture that are still usable. Now, reality is that's what's going to hurt her down the line. If some of the new bosses have any kind of wind resistance, she hits a roadblock the size of the Titanic and sinks. And you aren't out DPSing. That comes from experience. It's not like you can just force an attack. Okay? It's not like you can just force one. As an example, if something isn't of the element, you cannot force it. Because their weakness is electric. Think of it as a duel.
Understood. Leave it to me.
A summer day with Lord Pathan.
Because a lot of these will say that they don't do it, but you'll be here. A lot of these are not going to go as recommended. If you assume.
Huh? Do you have a secret you want to share?
I can help you ward off misfortune and disaster.
Used to be, we could actually just force. So let's show this.
I'll handle it.
Used to be, you could just force a meta. Oddly enough. Do I believe that's possible now? Probably not.
Huh? Do you have a secret you want to share?
Let's go ahead and demonstrate this. Used to be. One of the most popular lineups you see, believe it or not, is this.
This weather's perfect for a little exploring. Come to the seaside with me, Lord Faith.
Understood. Leave.
Today's reading a summer day with Lord. How about a little late?
One of these is the most.
Promise we're going now?
This lineup
I'm away.
is one of the most you see,
Huh?
potentially.
A secret you want to share?
Now, hypothetically, get interesting.
You sure you want me?
It is more trickier. Electric isn't gonna work. But let's say if you do, let's say if you force it.
You sure you want? Yahoo! See at your service. Is the concert starting? I always feel at ease with you at my side. I wonder where my next memory will begin. The weather's nice today. Maybe we could catch a movie together. I always feel at ease with you at my side. You know, the weather's nice today. Maybe we could catch a movie together. I'll show you my real value this time.
Demonstrate this. Because used to be, you had issues with a lineup, you could just straight force it. Now, realistically, that's not entirely possible.
I'll show you my real value this time.
Let me see if this is a wise idea. Because the power of a character.
Need a hand?
You might not. You might be able to force it. But this is not how it used to be. Now, a lot of these, see, you can. Example. Eventually, it will clear a couple, but it won't force. Totally missed that one.
Leave it to me.
But the moment you start hitting something truly hard, unless your stuff is super broken, you're not doing it. There's another version of this lineup if you do it. That uses Yidhari in the place of the other one. Which is utterly similar. But at that point, you're just forcing it. Which I'm expecting this totally not to be a good run. Because there's no way in 2 minutes you're clearing this. See, like, technically you'd go a couple of them and they're just god tier, but... I'd be shocked if it works, but... See, if you force DPS, this is the problem.
Frost spreads. I cut through the darkness. The king means might. Rend the heavens. Leave them to me. Careful. I'll bite back. What do you need to do?
Oddly enough, I think there's a good lineup you could actually use with her. The problem is these, by the way. Those are gonna always be a bitch. Like, if this were resistant weakness of physical, oh, Christ on a stick, would you things just die horribly. But it's not to say you can't force just solid DPS. If you really wish. So as I said, if you're trying to force DPS, it's just a question, don't expect an S. Like, that's usually the problem. If a unit is top tier, you're not gonna probably get it. I fully admit.
My turn. The line is drawn.
30 seconds off. But it can be done. You can force DPS. Oddly enough. Dead serious. It's one of those things, if you do not have the units, you can force it. It's not entirely. It's not advised. I wouldn't advise it. Elements are chosen for a reason. Okay.
No matter where we go, meeting you is the real reward. Let's go. I'll stick by your side.
Now, interesting enough, you'll sometimes see the other. Some of these lineups are absolutely there. Actually, hold on. I have an idea for a lineup that is... like, you can use her. It's kind of a nightmare. It's a thing of nightmares.
How about a little late night adventure? I promise you'll love it.
No matter where we go, meeting you is the real reward.
Thinking. See, some of this, if you work it out, you can just kind of throw it together. You see the difference?
Stick by your side.
Because there's no 100% guides.
Huh? Do you have a secret you want to share?
100% an idea. If it works.
You have my complete support.
If it works.
Just tell me the target.
I sense someone's papers on us, Trunky.
See, the funny thing is, if you're the first to discover a lineup, it is interesting.
Leave it to me. My turn now. Don't worry. Sit back.
Strawberries. This one? I am ready. Wanna play a game?
See, the thing about Ijuan is she forces a lot of DPS down.
Leave it to me. Switch it still. Scatter.
He became really famous for forcing just DPS down people's throats. See, now the biggest problem here is
Let me help you chill out. Yin and yang. Leave this part to me. Leave it to me. Cycle of yin and yang. Release. Don't worry. I am strawberry. This light is shadow. Step back. My turn now. I'll watch over you. Leave it to me. Please fall back, Hari. Leave it to me.
looking up.
I'll watch over you. Yeah, I'll face the enemy head on. Don't worry. Step back. Leave it to me. I'll watch over you. An opening.
Damage is good, but too slow.
Ruthless beam! Attack with me! Leave this heart to me. Your fate is sealed. You hit a dead end. The next page is the end.
See, this is what you say it's too. Like, you can clear these with any lineup. It's a question of what you think is respectable.
Don't worry.
Too slow. Yeah, I can already tell that one's too slow. That's a good idea in a lineup, but that's far too fucking slow.
My dream seems to have become a reality. This weather's perfect for a little exploring. Come to the seaside with me, Lord Phaethon.
Thinking disorders up.
Eradicate all evil. My blade is ready.
I can help you ward off misfortune and disaster.
This is the path I follow.
Someone who usually causes good proficiency. Oddly enough.
Huh? Do you have a secret you want to share? Eradicate all evil. Fufu's here. We're up, Hue. Today's reading is We Come to the Sea. If it's you, manager, we can go out anytime.
Thing is, you want 2 attacks. See, here's the big difference, right? Because actually, I want to test this down here, because this does what I think this is able to do. It might be too impossible. It might be way too impossible. In one aspect. Because see, she buffs disorder.
Come to the seaside with me, Lord Phaethon.
Problem is... two attacks. See, I don't think that works.
Ooh, we really Huh? Is something the matter? Is the concert starting?
Just tell me the target.
See, here's where you start getting inventive. Because normally,
Let's start the experiment.
I'll keep it like that anyways.
Come to the seaside with me, Lord
I'm spinning mind.
Understood.
2 proficiency.
I'll handle it.
Officer 148, Juyuan, ready.
Oh, that's the wrong lineup. Close.
In position.
That's the right scatter, though. That's the right scatter.
Huh? Is something the matter? Eradicate all evil. My blade is ready. This is the path I follow. Ooh, we really harmonize.
See, it goes to show a lot of the old units, like Astro Yo, if you're trying to force a lineup.
I'll take over.
Alright, I'll take the mind.
This is what I say at the end. This is what breaks a lot of things.
I'll take over.
Why did they have to go all out of the fucking way?
This is the will of Krampus. I'll take over.
Alright, I'll take the moment to rest in it. Please, watch closely. This way is for you alone. Let our souls resonate. What an eyesore.
Vision revoked.
Oh, for Lord's sake. Alright, I'll take the moment to rest.
I'll cover you. Switch.
By the way, you always lose time on something.
I'll cover you. Switching. Anything else, it's over.
No one interrupts Lord Phaethon's vacation. Not ever.
I will carry out your execution.
Don't underestimate. Alright, I'll take the moment.
I'm not expecting it to be the greatest. If it does work, it works. It's spread out.
I'll cover you.
They're too spread out.
An opening. Farewell. Obstacle removed. Judgment approaches.
See, this is the problem. Certain stuff just spreads out too much, and especially those. Unless you have a unit that basically goes over, you can't.
I'll take big farewell. Tomorrow.
I want to stick her down on the bottom with Cassia. See, predicting the bottom or the others actually to get it to work is a separate story.
Vision revoked.
Go away. Together, Lord Phaethon.
Execution. Too slow. This ends here. This is the will of Krampus. Obstacle removed. Anything else I should know? The outcome is set.
Oh, for Lord Phaethon.
You're not an AoE. It's a great idea, but doesn't work how you think it works. See, this is when you start getting into experimentation. A lot of this is just, you see what they're capable of. Here's the thing, Grace is...
futile. Okay. Every effort counts.
Ray saw a big jump in performance once they did the whole performance update. The not what I wanted to do, but
In pursuit. Mind and body. You rang? Secure the perimeter. Waste of time. Okay. I'm here. I'll handle it. Surrender. You rang? Initial impulse. Secure the perimeter. Press the attack. Okay.
see, the problem with her is she is so dependent on goddamn. Like her thing is she is so dependent on basically disorder. That's Yanagi's greatest weakness.
Weak spot located.
Reality, that's her greatest weakness. She is so dependent on that.
Black enemy to section 6 shall pay.
That is the absolute difference in all of her damage. I wish she was not tied to that. Because the problem is, when you try to force DPS, currently, yeah. In an ideal world, I have an idea for a lineup. But, bear in mind, entirely work. I have to get to the first part. Ugh. See, this is where I say you experiment with lineups, because if I could shove her here, that would be a separate story.
Just tell me the target.
Because it isn't the issue with Vivian. That's kind of what I said. This gets to be the where you spend a majority of your time.
Let's start the experiment.
Give or take a few units, you'd be good.
Is the concert starting?
Understood.
Our day with Lord Pathan. Sukashiro Yanagi, awaiting order.
Just tell me the target. Copy that.
See, in the ideal world,
You have my complete support.
you don't have that issue.
Yahoo! Seed at your service. Let's go, Seed Senior.
See, this is where you have to figure out numbers, because
We can go out anytime. Come to the seaside with me, Lord Phaethon. Sukashiro Yanagi, awaiting orders. Eradicate all evil. My blade is ready. I'll handle it. Right. I'll handle resistance is futile. Yanagi. Good. Secure the perimeter. Sorry, I'm late, My blade is already sheathed. Roger. Okay. My turn. Yanagi, I'll handle it. Our enemies of Section 6 shall pay. Victory, the only option. Yeah. We succumb. Right. Secure the perimeter. Sorry, I'm late, Yanagi. Off my
The Yukon Force usually in my hobby works with me well.
Good work, Chief. I'll handle fine.
See, this is the problem. Like I said, a lot of these characters you can get to work together. And inadvertently.
A preemptive strike. I'm unstoppable.
One of my chief complaints is actually
Such provocations don't go unanswered. Oh my. Okay.
you know, ignore what I'm doing. I am entirely fucking around. I mean, if worse came to worse and no resistance to ice at the bottom, you could probably shove my Abi and both Yanagi at the bottom too, and not really care.
Sorry, I'm late, I'll handle it.
But see, this is where I usually experiment. So yeah. Normally this would work, but bear in mind, right now, these days, it doesn't work like it used to.
I'll handle it. Secure the perimeter. Weak spot located.
See, the problem is, the other thing is not in the vicinity. And she's single target, so... That's why I say a lot of this, you can force the DPS. But this is the problem when you get to here. It's not like... It's supposed to be easy. But it isn't. It sounds incredibly weird. Which is probably the case of wanting to screw around, but... Like, these nodes are all different. Like, if there's 1 to 2, they ignore all resist. If there's electric, there's a bonus. Because the actual end game is more of this than anything else. Again, this is kind of how it's just utterly insane. At some point, this is what keeps units different than the other ones.
I really like your scent.
And that's one of the biggest things is towards the actual, I say, end game. When you're just doing the story, it's a difference. It really, truly is different. What sounds easy is not easy. Because the biggest problems come from you need this and this to cluster up. You need those to cluster up. They don't always do that. That saves on time. These will cluster up. One gets a shield. The other one doesn't. So that's going to be resistant to fire. It's pointless to bring fire. Fire clears it out, but it doesn't work the same now, does it? Ideal world, yeah. Oh no, I can already see a lineup with Sissy, or Sissia, Prom, and then somebody else. Oh, I can already see it. But in an ideal world, yeah.
Huh? Do you have a secret you want to share?
God, I just wish she did more damage. Man, I so wish she did more damage. I am so just tempted. See, that's why I'm going to probably have to restat her. Quite honestly. She can't really. I can probably move this one if I had a different. If she had slightly more attack. I'd feel a lot more comfortable. But it's very similar to HSR when you do these. Because they're very different. Because that's why I said CU defense breaks. It's more time. Tower is entirely different. So a lot of this is where a lot of your extra resources come from. And that is 3 rooms. So while this looks easy, it isn't. I'll be very honest. I've looked at the CU defense. Some people say it's easy. I don't think so. Because you can look at the builds for CU defense, and it still isn't great. But then again, I don't particularly like it because, sure, it makes more sense to have the other ones at the bottom. But as I say, they give you that. But this is more the end game when you're trying to go for scores or the other one. This is what the game looks like eventually. Now, does this make or break what's good long term? Potentially, yes. But there can be a meta shift. Because reality is, but this is usually what makes or breaks something and makes it worse. If this condition is utterly terrible, then you're looking at something that is annoying. Tower, it's just endurance. This problem is right here. Problem is, I wish I had a stunner.
Understood. Leave it to me.
Okay? Hence what I said when I don't have trigger.
You sure you see that you're
Hence what I said when I don't have a stunner. But then again, a lot of my stuff is built into seed. There's dial in. Dial in, dial in, dial in. Really? I'm passing her.
Hello? Rep 2493, beep beep. Work orders are open.
You have my complete support. Eradicate all evil.
Come to the seaside.
Just tell me.
A summer day with Lord Pathan.
Problem with her is she is short. I swear to God, if she wasn't short attack, she would be perfect.
I can help you ward off misfortune and disaster. How about a reading before we go? What brings you here this time?
Officer 148, Juyuan, ready.
Hey here! What kind of fun job have you got me into this time?
And see, the issue is, yes, you think that one is what makes sense.
Hello? Rep 2493, at your service.
But see, that's one of the bigger problems. Because if you need a stun, that's different. Because figuring out stuff that actually works.
What kind of fun job have you got me into this time?
Try this and I'll get off out of this. Problem is, I'm trying to figure out a combination that works. The bottom combination is what's killing me.
Leave it to me. Bid farewell. Your tomorrow. Obstacle removed.
Thing is, you need those to cluster up and move. The problem is, you need those to cluster up and clear early.
It's over.
Switching.
Out of my sight.
Final warning. I will carry out your execution. Leave it to me.
I'll cover you.
I have always hated this particular dog. For reasons. This thing has more health than it should.
Restrictions lifted.
This ends here. This ends here. Leave it to me. Obliterate form and spirit. Scatter.
Oh my.
Evil shall be purged.
Switch a gap. Farewell.
I watch over you.
Just this one.
Leave it to me.
See, the issue is when they're mass, you have to get them to... So Genshin has the issue of something is single target. It's not going to work.
This is the will of Krampus.
Now, this has the other opposite problem sometimes. Some skills entirely are just single target.
Out of my sight.
Final warning. Purge corruption, restore clarity.
Vision with
See, I'm thinking it. If.
Leave it to me. Big farewell. Your tomorrow. Face your judgment. Obstacle removed. An opening. Farewell.
So you also have to learn your characters too, so.
Strength and finesse.
Go away. My face is just so tight. The wind is perfect today.
I tell you, you're an ass. See, then you have to figure out your lineups if they work. THSR, you gotta figure out the top lineups.
Step back.
Oh my god, I have never seen something. I have never seen something take that much damage. In an ideal world, I would have her and a different team. We're too spread out, ain't gonna work. We're too spread out, ain't gonna work.
Switching to business mode. Give him a full salvo, Steve Senior. Steve Senior. Got one for complaint. Dial 2 for a chat. Shocky and I are. Is it my shift to spot an ethereal? Shout for help! My finger? You can't escape my gaze. Pay close attention to what I'm saying.
Annihilating all hostiles within visual range.
Definitely not my type. Going a little harder won't hurt.
Lock on.
The verdict is unforgivable. Hello, hi. Need a shower? It's raining too. Hey, Senior. Is it my attacks from behind hurt the most? Count on me, Senior. Switching to business mode. Not over yet. Is it my shift? Yes. Switching to business mode. My things are ready.
I have a theory for the top, but it would weaken the bottom.
Don't leave just yet. This won't take much. What's a girl gotta do to completely kill you?
It'd be funny if my idea for the top I have works.
Give him a full salvo, Steve Senior. Switching to time to strike.
That's an abysmal time. It's like I said, when you play this, it's like where we spend most of the time. But yeah, that's what I say. Like, usually you can figure it out, but it's one of those things. Some lineups you have to fuck with. Look, I have an idea for a dream lineup. Question is if it would work. Her and her. Let's see if you choose her. Take her from the bottom. That one, which is like a freeze effect. But you have to shove that down into here. Which is kind of strange, right? But this is why I say you just force DPS. Because I don't think seed is the problem. Usually the problem is you have to figure out issues with seed. You know, I'm not going to be lying. Up here is obnoxious. And trust me, as I say, I have just been experimenting. I would stick her and her together. But it would hurt one of the lineups. She is becoming the main one that I use with her. But yeah, you get the idea. You can, if you need to mix and match units, there's free to play rounds. But it is definitely closer. But that's like with this game, right? Specifically with this game, you have to do it. So, again, it's one of those ones. She is a unit that can just force DPS because nothing is resistant to her. It's the same with the Asian one. Unfortunately.
Understood. Leave it to me.
In an ideal world. In an ideal world, yeah. And see, her running with Say would work. Now that's more an advanced lineup, though.
Understood. Leave it to me.
See, Vivian, you can just force stuff. But you see, like, a lot of these, you just don't wind up using. Because they don't deal enough damage.
What brings you here this time?
See, she's attacking energy regen. I'm almost halfway tempted to shove somebody down there at the bottom and say, fuck it at all. Because the interesting part is, it's not the attack as much as the other. But a lot of these, even though they're canned arenas, that's what breaks it.
Oh, I sense someone's peepers on us, Trucky. You know, hey dear, what kind of fun job have you got me into this time?
But again, it's one of those ones. Just figure it out. But honestly, this has been the issue for. This has actually been the issue for the longest time. When this is off, everything's fucking hell. And here, it doesn't get much better. I can admit that. It doesn't get better. And that is kind of the problem. Because lately, we've just been doing the throw everything we already know at the wall. That's kind of the problem. So let me see, even what is the actual guide for this one? See, the other one, but let's be clear, that's like 2 days ago, by the way. But sometimes they're really fucking late to fucking set this up, by the way. Because Critical Node is utterly ass. Niobe, Nangwong, and Yangtze. Well, ain't that a fucking lineup. That is not a good lineup. No. Oh no. That's just bad. Oh no, that is a horrible lineup. See, like the third lineup, which is funny. It's either the first half, right? Nangguan Yu, Suno, Arya. Yuzuan Hyper Carry. Alternate Rupture Team, which is basically Ju Fufu. There's a Disorder Team. Like, I swear, they just throw shit at the wall to make things stick. Second half is either Trigger Seeding. Sissia. Trigger Seed Soldier Ambi. Quinn Yi Rena. Arena and Haramasa. Grace Jane. Vivian is in the top. Oh yeah, this shit don't get better. It's more or less, it's bullshit. I mean, like, literally the day you're just shoving. The day you are just.
Rep 2493. Boys, I really like your scent.
That's not a lineup, by the way.
Is the concert starting?
That's pure copium. Okay? That's literally pure copium.
You sure you want me?
If give or take.
What job have you got me into this time? Ooh, we really harmonized.
Because this don't look right. Even though it's at, like, here. Fucking attack. Which, strangely enough, these guides have been off for about, I'll be very honest, for like fucking about a good long while. Right? They have been off a very long while. And if they made sense, we would probably be better.
What kind of fun job have you got me into this time? How about a little late night adventure? I promise you'll love it. The Night Emissary's Hollow Adventure is a go! Dong dong lang!
So there's two if you really go back.
You're now connected with the Gold Star Rep.
But yeah. So I tell you, this shit gets more nuts when you start getting into the odd teams that don't make sense, then you are just, you're asking, why does this work?